is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 ESL Mobile Open Spring Challenge Finals. My name is Banks and I am your host, and today is the day that we crown our Brawl Stars champion. It's been countless months of qualifiers, challenge season matches, and now it's time to bring it home. And who better to bring it home with me than the heroes of this show? It is, of course, the casters, D-Man and Ark. How are you, gents? Are you well rested?
I'm very good, very good. I'm glad you said bring it home, not it's coming home. I don't know. That was like a whole different thing going on there. It was still suddenly going through my mind. But no, I mean, today we're into the top 3 already. Obviously, we're starting off with an incredible match that could well and may well be the finals between Clash and SK.
I mean, you mentioned being well rested. I was up till late last night watching the North America region for the ESL Open. My goodness me, what fun that was to watch. But yes, feeling very, very fresh today, and I'm looking forward to some very, very exciting games.
Well, it's great to have you both back in the studio. Now, if you are just catching up from home, here is a quick reminder on your screens of today's bracket. Yesterday, we saw Reply Totem eliminated from our finals, leaving EXO free agents in the hot seat, awaiting their next opponent. Ark, we've got a big one to kick us off. I think yesterday you called it El Clasico, right?
Oh yeah, this is a big one. This is a back and forth all year long. AC Milan Clash against SK Gaming. These two teams could not be closer, honestly. The scorelines reflect the same story, and we are kicking it off to a bang today.
We are indeed, and whoever loses that match will go down to face off against EXO free agents, and they've definitely got big shoes to fill if they're going to live up to the El Clasico name, but they've got a lot of experience going up against each other, and the result is never quite certain. So for our first match, we're going to meet our AC Milan Clash roster shortly, which, you know, thinking back to it, it was quite an unstoppable performance from them, but I mean, D-Man, touch on EXO free agents. I mean, if they get AC Milan Clash in the lower bracket, what is going to happen?
I don't know. I mean, they certainly performed a lot better in the Reply Totem game than they did in the first game of the day, whether that was simply because Clash blew them away or whether they suddenly figured out what it was. We obviously interviewed Curse at the end, and, you know, he said it was all important to get that first set into the belt, and then they swept away Reply Totem, which I don't think any of us expected, honestly. I think they put in a great performance, and against Clash, they will definitely have a tough match, but it could be Clash or SK. Obviously, we're talking about this first matchup, and let's not forget, AC Milan Clash, you know, they are a magnificent team. 13-1 their record. They finished top of the league table, and that is there for a reason, you know. The fact is, though, the only one team that did beat them is their opposition. They've taken a game off each other so far in the series, and they are old enemies in Brawl Stars.
They are indeed their opponents, which you will have on your screen very shortly, the roster of SK Gaming. It is also just as stacked, making this an extremely interesting match, as we've already spoken about. Ark, like you said yesterday, it may just depend on what they had for breakfast, right, mate?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, honestly, it can very much make the biggest of differences just how a team are in their headspace on the day. I mean, what is there to say about Skyrex, Jetton, and Semantic? They are absolutely on point this year. And again, yeah, going back to that Playday 5, they got the reverse sweep over AC Milan Clash there, and that was a really exciting matchup, and it just goes to demonstrate that this is a team which are very, very dangerous when they are on the back foot. Do not underestimate them if they're behind, because it's very likely they'll start to dig deep.
Dangerous on both ends. This best of 5 could go the distance, but let's hear from one of our players as well. D-Man, you sat down with Roll from AC Milan Clash, the coach, so let's hear his thoughts on the competition so far.
I want to talk about the meta, actually, obviously, especially from yourself, because obviously you've had to dive into what's good, what's bad. We've certainly seen, obviously, Buzz slowly coming into the scene now that he's allowed. How do we feel, obviously, since the patch came in I think it was Playday 2 just after? How do you feel it's progressed in the game itself? Because it was a pretty big patch.
Well, I think that right now we are doing something different to other teams, because Jin perhaps is one of the best brawlers in the game. He's really good to defend, to attack. He have a good super, and every team is playing with Jin, but we are always banning it. So we prepare all the matches with this ban, and we know what to play when Jin is banned. And I think that is a good option, because other teams are always preparing with Jin, like always playing Jhin, and we never play Jhin. So I think that is a good strategy for this meta.
Just to throw people off their games. Do you ever go with like targeted bans? For example, obviously, you know, you're coming up against SK, so possibly a surge for Skyrix. I know, for example, Skyrix is always mentioned. Obviously, you may go with Mortis ban against Lene before. So is there any sort of, do you ever go into games thinking, okay, we're going to specially ban this brawler because of this player?
Yeah, exactly. There are teams like SK Gaming that always ban the same two brawlers. Like right now they are banning Amber and Ems, and they always do it like this. So we can prepare the match with that. And we said, okay, we ban Jhin because it's one meta strategy that we are doing. But perhaps if we are going to face SK Gaming, okay, Skyrix is a good Surge, so perhaps we ban Surge. Or we face versus Totem. Okay, Totem have a really good Penny and we don't know how to counter, so we ban Penny. So this is like we do it. We ban something that we don't play, like the Jhin, and then depends of the team or the strategy you are going to take, so we ban one brawler or other.
Roll definitely seems to have done his homework, that is for sure. I mean, if there's anything that you can get from a coach, that is what you need to be in terms of style of coach for Brawl Stars. Literally analysing everything from all their opponents and who they ban, that's exactly what you want. So shortly we will have AC Milan and SK Gaming's bans on your screen, a key factor in either psyching out your opponents or cutting the legs out from under them, as we've just heard from Roll. So, D-Man, do you think it's just the usual suspects here, as he's already said?
I mean, he's literally called it. Amber and M's banned out by SK. They've gone with the Jhin and Primo, so both gone with the default we expected from both teams. They knew what was coming. So what does this mean? Well, it affects SK's bruiser comps that they like to run. Obviously, with Ems being taken out, he's sort of strong against the bruisers. So with the Primo taken away from there, I wouldn't say Jhin's that effective against SK because it's not a brawler that they play specifically. Obviously, is a strong brawler in itself. So very interesting. Obviously, both coming into this one, both Pedro, obviously for SK Gaming, and Roll for Clash have obviously done a lot of homework. You know, these guys have played each other so many times across these maps. And I gotta mention these maps because, you know, me and Ark have covered this all season long. Purple Paradise is there as the third map. Purple Paradise is a flat-out, absolutely nothing in the map, straight-up brawl bounty. To have that there as the third map is a bit of a kicker for me. But some strong maps for both teams, honestly. With, you know, Gem Fort's obviously been a classic, some assembly required. Honestly, a lot of people talk about Clash being one of the strongest teams on Siege. You know, SK are also very good in it. So I can't call this one, Ark.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think the Purple Paradise may provide a little bit of a cushioning for any team that might be falling behind by that third point in time, just to slow the pace down a little bit. But Julian Beatles is our fourth mode after that for Hot Zone. Hot Potato for Heist is actually a really great map and mode to have in that fifth spot if we get that far. And personally, I think with these kinds of teams, there's a high chance of that, let's say.
Well, we're all set to go into our first match of the day shortly. As a reminder, the loser of this match will face off against XO Free Agents for a spot in the grand final. It's time to lace up those bootstraps and tackle your opponent head on. D-Man, Ark, time to carry us into our first match of the day. It's AC Milan Clash versus SK Gaming. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, so let's get down to it. Let's talk about, obviously, Gem Fort coming up. Formerly Ice Fort, of course, got renamed in the patch, finally. After they'd removed the ice long ago. Finally in there. Obviously with Jhin away, you know, that could have been a strong pick, certainly for this map. But as we saw yesterday, Stu is strong and almost certainly probably going to be the gem carrier here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that because ultimately, you know, Breakthrough being such a very strong gadget now and Icefall being very enclosed, it does cater towards brawlers that can kind of mix up that. And it can also break Bush as well. Don't underestimate that. Being able to kind of cut away in the left and right lanes can go a long way to be able to see when your opposition is going to cross over. I think Belle here as well, you know, with a bit of that top corner area taken out the way, could be able to bring her into her element and have a little bit more range at her disposal. And, you know, these two teams that we do like to utilize what's available in terms of the map or break it away to be able to shape it in their favor. But yeah, two big brawlers there, which are not on the ban list. And I think we could see some of today.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Belle, like, I hadn't even thought about it. It's been banned away so often that I just didn't even enter my mind I hope the players will be thinking that. We've seen some interesting comps coming into Gen 4 before, obviously, but with Amber and M's taken away, it would be both strong on this, as well as the Jhin and Primo. We've seen SK coming into this with the likes of Frank and Poco before. I don't expect them to do it this time around. I'm trying to think yesterday what sort of any off-book brawlers they kind of brought in there. We did see a little bit of buzz. Could potentially work on this map. I believe we've seen them playing Rosa as well, obviously, but I'm not sure. I'm not sold on that one either. I'm trying to think where they're going to go with this one.
I mean, yeah, in terms of off choices, Piper could potentially work. We've seen it played a little bit, and just kind of, you've got to really break the corner areas very, very quickly early on.
Of course.
Yeah, for me, it's a great choice, but ultimately, I do kind of feel like Sprout is going to take a little bit of an indirect nerf as a result of that breakthrough gadget from the Stu, and already, seeing that top left corner being taken away. I feel like over time, this may go against Chaos, but we do know that he is a very accomplished Sprout, loves to play that particular brawler. And yeah, those surprised to see the Tara as well. Rico's in a great place for lane as well, so nice to see him making an appearance as well.
I didn't even think about the Sprout gem carrier. That's very strong, no doubt about it. Jetten getting pressure, but does take it down. Semantic and Linane, I love to see these guys dueling, double stews. We saw how strong some of them were yesterday, obviously, with Whitey and who was it for Reply Tournament was doing it? Mari was having some great games. But at the moment, Clash absolutely dominates in here. We saw some very interesting use of the overgrowth yesterday as well from Clash, just curtain themselves in the corner. I completely forgot about that from Chaos.
Yeah, that was very entertaining to see, actually. I'm looking at the right-hand side. I do feel like, EA is going to struggle there. Jetten bringing in the Rico pick's an interesting one. We didn't tend to see too much of, but now with the result of that the bouncy castle as we speak, Jetten utilizing that to get back to full health very quickly early on. He's got the range advantage there. The gems are going to be on countdown here, but Scarex is going to go in very aggressive there to force back Chaos there. Actually did really well to prevent that gem from being picked up on Lenan. Very, very low as a result of those shots. So this is the chance really for SK to utilize and buy some time. They've got to get back the gem deficit here, and they've already marked Chaos as an ideal person to inflict even more damage than their Semantic, doing just that as we speak.
Yeah, he managed to come out on top in the duel against Lenan, but they're not close enough to get the gems down. Jetten tried to get close, but Semantic does get picked off in the end. They have to back away from that one, so really not a lot gained from that overall. It does take them a lot closer, though, 7-9, and it's SK with that small advantage now as Lenan goes down. The pressure on. Jetten finds himself Guille down. There's the 10 marker, and it's SK in the end that will steal it away after that kill on Chaos. It has bought them all the time they needed. The pressure's still coming out. Lenan pushing up on the right-hand side. Semantic do what he can to go defensive, and they do manage to cut them off now. 5 seconds to go. They're going to push in. Chaos goes down. SK will take the first game.
Really nicely done. Jetten actually managed to get 2 of those gems when he pushed up on that right side, so that went a long way in the end, and I like the way that the body blocking was there, and the support network is always a really great thing about watching SK play. But I love the Rico pick. I mean, a lot of people won't think to play Rico here. I think Tara has been much more predominant in terms of the meta choices, but it works really, really well. You can just keep using super bouncies as star power to really inflict that damage, and Guille didn't really have a single look in, and that's a brawler which Guille really loves to play in Gem Grab.
Fantastic play, and honestly, very, very close. I feel like just that small duel between Linane and Semantic, just at the right time where Semantic came out on top. I think Linane came out on top about 2 or 3 times before that, so, it was all about the crucial timing of that turn that around, and obviously that bought him time to get the damage down on Chaos on his Sprout, so very close. I mean, they were on 9 gems at the time, 9-0, I think it was, 9-2, so big turnaround. And I think it's going to be the story of this game arc. I think we're going to be seeing this back and forth all the way through.
I would not be at all surprised. I kind of wonder, how Clash are feeling about the Sprout pick now. I think because it did serve a really strong purpose at the beginning, and they were able to really hold it down well. And but over time, it kind of it was a great turnaround, and we can't take anything away from SK in that respect. They did very, very well to slow that pace of the game, but I just kind of wonder whether the Sprout is kind of going to be as viable for them. I think that the Tara is going to struggle on that right-hand side lane as well against the Rico, but again, these are teams that love to mix things up and love to change things, love to play a lot of mind games along the way as well. So, this could be the first kind of foundation layer towards putting, Clash in a position where they've got to make some changes, or feel like they have got to make some changes, and then, you don't necessarily want to adapt to the comp that you've just seen. You want to be trying to preempt the comp that you haven't seen yet.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the mind games come in. It's where the coaches earn their money to try and get a little bit of tips in there, see what they saw maybe extra. Because it's always interesting, obviously, in a pair of eyes seeing the overview rather than when you're so involved on what you're doing precisely in the game. To have somebody that can maybe just have that little reflection outside of the game. It's what some of the top teams absolutely need. And as you say, I think the Sprout was great. I think the Stew was great. Maybe we'll see the Tara change out there. I think for SK, they're probably going to stick with what it is. But you know what? SK have also changed it completely in the past. Once they've won a game, they'll totally change it out. We are going to see the Piper coming out as the adjustment this time around.
Yeah.
The Sprout is going to come out for Semantic, so they've done away with the Bell.
Yeah, I think that actually Piper's an interesting choice here. Gee's now going to have more of the range advantage. We saw it a little bit, and it has got a lot of ability to break open the map to be able to then direct shots into the center of the map where all the action is and all the gems are. Already some good pressure, though, being placed down by Semantic as Skyrex able to get 2 gems from the mid. He'll go down, however, leaving Skyrex all alone. For Lenard going on the aggressive and the Sprout wall is not going to serve to be that advantageous for Skyrex as now Chaos comes into the mix, and that's going to be a healthy gem lead now in favor of Clash.
Yeah, a good setup. That's exactly what they wanted, though. There you can see the Overgrowth going down, just blocking it out. But we are going to see a bit of a wall break coming through on the left side. Semantic now will push ahead. Guille, a.k.a. Flo, as you see him on the screen, it is Guille. That's his current name. It's generally something they've done or lost somewhere in a 1v1. We don't get into the in-depth analysis of why they changed their names sometimes, but Semantic going in huge, taking 2 of them down with the help of Jet on the right-hand side and Skyrex, and SK Gaming run away. That was an absolute hit and run, and they've taken all the gems.
The Lung goes down as well. That's pretty not too bad for Clash. Keskin then goes to the pickup, but the aggression continues on from SK. A reset from Chaos. Not quite, though, actually, and it's still going. 10 seconds now for Clash to make this push. Skyrex going to lock down the lane. A really nice wall from him. Jetson going in with more. Aggression's got super as well. Not enough time to make it pay off, though. This could be a chance for Clash, but they've got to make these shots count, and they're just not able to do it.
Woo, some clutch Overgrowth going down there, blocking the majority of the shots and damage that would have gone there. But SK find themselves on set point, kicking things off already. And what a move from Semantic to go in there. Just ultra aggressive. And again, it was all about this duel with Lenane on the left-hand side. And look at that, just goes in. Nothing Piper can do in that situation.
Yeah, it's definitely something of a consideration, really. The Piper pick, ideally for Clash, was to be able to outrange that right-hand side lane. It does have a purpose. I think that if I'm kind of surprised to see Sprout, actually, to be honest, being as viable here. I mean, because the Piper can break up and open a ton of that middle area and really then just have a bit of a field day in terms of landing those snipes. But again, it's these aggressive picks, these Stews and others that kind of come in and very, very hard to deal with, especially with a brawler like Piper, which is ideally a long-ranged affair. When up close and personal, there's nothing you can do without super to get away, and even then, a Stu can kind of catch up for where you land. So I feel like at the moment, it's definitely that for me, the SK are leading this kind of like comp idea, and Clash has got to kind of come out of the bag here with something that's a bit out there and a bit different to try to take them by surprise. Maybe, like you mentioned earlier, some big tanky ideas to Poker to heal them up or something along those lines. But either way, at the moment, it's SK that are leading this.
Yeah, SK being proactive and AC Milan Clash are being reactive is what you're getting at there. They're reacting to exactly what they've done. I mean, I don't know how much you can react to what Stu did there for Semantic, but I want to talk about that because obviously it has been the last 2 games. Clash have taken control of mid. They've got the gem control, and then they've lost an important duel. I'm going to keep my eyes on that. Let's get the game on your screens because it's ready to go. Let's see any adjustments. It is going to be the Rico coming out, so Clash decide to go for the mirror. We'll see how it pays off here now as Guille goes up against, obviously, Jetton on that right-hand side, Lenane, Semantic, and the 2 Sprouts in the middle.
Well, this one's going to come down to who plays it best, and at the moment, SK have got a lot of momentum behind them. Clash are on the back foot, facing up against a set point situation here as SK had a phenomenal start. But it is always the case, it seems, that Clash do get this early kind of possession in the mid and shut down the lanes well. And like you mentioned earlier, just like a couple of misplays here and there, but Lenard almost got a double for his luck there. The Semantic now is going to go down to the bottom left and just kind of creep up in those bushes, and that's going to be a hard person to shake off. Here you go.
It's all going to be about this little duel here. Semantic goes in, gets him down, and now Chaos knows he's in trouble. He's going to try and get away from this one. Realizes he's going to get pressure, and you can see immediately Guille comes around to help him out, but Semantic is just causing them too many problems. This time, though, he gets away with the gems, 8-0. That is really where the problems are occurring, but they should be able to get themselves the 10th gem here if they can deal with Semantic.
Chaos there did phenomenally well, honestly, to be so outnumbered and to be so calm and collected about where he was going to place his movements to make sure that they weren't too obvious to SK there. I think he did very well to come out alive with that situation, but still that one gem remains out of this countdown for Clash, and they've got to push this mid. Semantic needs to go down here on the left-hand side, and he still remains a bit... There's Tatum, it's a trade. That's not going to be too much help for Clash, but the wall might come in clutch here as Jetson's now pinched in. He gets a great super off, and now this is not helping Clash's situation.
They're still at 9. They've been unable to collect a gem. 6 without reply so far. That SK make that 7 now, and Stu is back in the play. Semantic back on his feet there, but doesn't want to go. Oh, he's got it pinned out by Guille. That's going to give him control. That's going to give him that 10th gem.
Great position, a nice bouncy castle from Guille there just to make sure that they can test this mid for as long as they can, and Sky's taking a lot of shots. He does not want to go down here. Great connecting shots there from Guille onto Jetson as well as he returns the favor, but this should be in favor of AC Milan Clash. I don't think that Sky can do anything about this, and they hang on for just a little bit longer in gem grab.
Whew, they finally get themselves a game in the series. It took so much work to do it. Once again, that all-important Stu duel on the left-hand side almost cost them dearly, as Semantic here just couldn't quite punish Chaos.
Yeah, they really did well that game. I got to say, this moment here, I feel like IKAOS did very well to get out of that situation, especially because I think maybe actually Semantic may have been able to do a little bit better there. He was so up close and personal and maybe could have pressurized it a little bit more. But ultimately, you know, this is the turning point potentially here for Clash. I mean, imagine now if they can get like the reverse sweep in this set and make a real mark for themselves. SK is definitely still in the driving seat as far as I'm considered at the moment, but these are the moments where Clash can start to make the turnaround, and both teams were treating every single game as if it's a completely fresh set. So there's never going to be any kind of pressure too much in this early stage of this series to consider there. The teams are very good at keeping calm heads.
Yeah, and the first time they go full mirror, that actually pays off for them, you know. But honestly, that's so close, that game. You know, they're teetering on the edge. Still set point, of course, for SK Gaming. I wonder if any of these teams are going to make any adjustments, because I do feel that the Rico, you know, we saw it there as Semantic was trying to get in on Stu. He actually did have to then defend and got caught out by Guille on the Rico twice, which is what caused him problems. Obviously didn't happen in the first one because, you know, frankly, trying to shoot a Stu with a Piper is like mission impossible in itself.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Piper pick was probably a good one to drop just simply because of that threat to the Stu. And not one that Clash are going to bring back. I think this is probably the go-to now for me as well. Yeah, I think we might see this stay around this kind of region here, unless Clash can bring one back here and take it to the set point. It's just kind of surprising. You know, I kind of underrated Sprout a bit here in terms of mid, and it is working out quite well. The Rico lane as well, definitely giving a lot of advantages to both sides. It looks to me as well like Guille might be in a good position to be able to win that trade, but comes back and plays a bit more defensively. Gems tied up quite early on as well. We haven't really seen too much of that. It's normally Clash which take that early lead. Skyrex, though, low on health, and is going to have to come back here a little bit, especially if IKAOS is able to get a wall down. Oh, the Garden Mulch will keep him in the mix. That's a nice gadget there from Skyrex, but again, those follow-up shots from Chaos were really quite impactful.
Oh, he's going to go try and overgrowth and pin him in there, but unfortunately Semantic just lost out. Chaos will get taken down, doesn't manage to collect any gems from that, but does delay them for a while there. And as you talked about, I do feel that Skyrex has been way more aggressive on the Sparrow in the mid this time around. Semantic once again in those duels with Linane. You'll love to see such high-skilled duels between these two. Semantic taking some damage. Realize he's going to have to back away from that one. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Guille and Jet trying to trade. Semantic taking a lot of damage now from Linane. Linane going aggressive, and that's going to give the mid control over to Clash. What a move! Linane takes down Semantic.
Yeah, it's a great spot for Clash here, and the pressure then being applied from IKAOS onto that top right as well. I've got to say as well, yeah, I agree. So Skyrex has been very aggressive early on. He popped 2 Garden Mulches. He may have a third left to hand. I couldn't see whether he popped the first from the beginning, but that's potentially something which IKAOS has still got in his back pocket. The gems will stay in the spawn, not the end of the world. That will be picked up again on the respawn. Jetson, though, is struggling on this right-hand side lane as Guille now starting to connect a lot more of these shots. if IKS can get this gem, it's a bit of a tricky one to go for. He was right to come back there when he did. And again, this patient approach now from Clash as they try to get onto countdown.
They've got to deal with Lene. He can't get in to get the gems. That's what Guille's trying to prevent at the moment. He's getting the damage down onto Skyrix as the overgrowth is down there. There's the 10th important one for Chaos. And now Semantic goes in. Is it close enough? Can he get them down? No, he's caught between two. And that's not a good place to be. We see the Sprout trying to throw it out, but it's not going to happen. Jeton was dealt with. Semantic will go down. Jet will come back, but the time is against them. And AC Milan Clash will tie it up. As we expected, this is going to go the entire distance. We are 2-2, 2 set points.
This is getting very, very interesting. And again, like, this is something that we tend to see more so from SK Gaming, that kind of ability to bring it back when you're behind. And I kind of underestimated that in Clash. Normally they take the first set a little bit more relaxed than this, and I guess they did at the very beginning, but now starting to make good on that and bring this one into a very good place. And now the question really is whether anyone's going to be daring enough to try an adaptation, because I do feel like this comp is working out pretty well, actually for both sides, despite the fact that AC Milan Clash are now building their momentum here. But this is a very important game to win for both of these two teams.
I mean, I can't even think what they would go with. It'd be a risk if they go with a change now, because honestly, they've mirrored them twice and it's paid off for Clash. So Clash will probably stay as is. The question is whether SK choose to change something because they realize they've been mirrored twice and lost twice. So they may have to make an adjustment here to try and pick up this set. They've been sitting on the set point for 2 games already. This being the 3rd now. Risky business. It's been so tight between the two.
Very, very close. Very little in it, and just a few mistakes that Clash have started to iron out now as we go in. And yeah, no changes from Clash. Yeah, it's kind of what I expected to see. Both teams realizing that this comp is pretty versatile for the most part, and really just comes down to how well those side lanes are kept and the pressure is applied. It's very, very close to call, really. It comes down to a lot of, in that last game, what I felt was a bit of over early aggression from Skyrix, and I think if he can be a little bit more cautious to juke some of these shots and reserve some of those healing abilities from the Garden Mulch Gadget, then that would go a long, long way. That was a good one, popped just in the nick of time. That is definitely one that we will not have later on.
Oh, Jeton picked off. Chaos taken very low. And actually pinned. He does manage to go down as well. So they do catch him out. Now they're going to see Semantic trying to go aggressive, but Lene is standing strong. Will go through and manages to take down Semantic. Skyriff gets the reply. Guille goes down, but no gems were gained by SK despite their little dominance there in the mid area because they haven't dealt with Lene.
He's cracked. Honestly, at the moment, Chaos is going to be very cautious, though, going into the mid here. Semantic is lurking. He actually went straight for Lenan to put some pressure on, but now changes his attention towards where the goods are. EA trying his best. He hangs onto his 3 gems, but Semantic, yeah, you cannot underestimate a Stu lurking in that back corner.
Jeton's going to pick 2 of them up, so it's a little bit of a hit and run. They got 2 gems for the good there, and now you can see Skyry's going back to collect the rest. So 8-5 advantage goes SK's way with that little ninja play from Semantic around the back. But Lene's doing it, answering the aggression. Can't make it pay this time. And the gem will go across. Now 5-9. They just need the one. Semantic may well just collect it. He's going to try and body block much as he can. He will get taken down. Skyrix, oh, risky play. Goes for it. Gets in, gets out. But they are being pressured. Here comes the respawn. Semantic back up. You can see Guille trying to push around the side. He is being answered by Jeton very well. He can't push any further. It's down to Chaos now to try and push around the side. Lene has to get in. He has to go for it. He sees Skyrix, gets the invitation, but cannot get the kill. And SK Gaming, in the end, close out the first set 3-2. My word, are we going to have a fantastic upper bracket finals here.
Yeah, this is exactly how we expected that this would go. And, I mean, that was incredibly close. Genuinely could have gone either way at the end. I think the SK, after that really strong start, needed to secure that when they did, because it would have been possibly something that would have played on the mind going into the set number 2 if they'd made such an impactful start and then kind of, suffered and endured 3 consecutive losses. I think that now they're going to go in with a little bit more confidence, and Clash as well will go into the next set with confidence because they were almost able to bring that one back. So both teams now in a really dangerous spot in terms of their mindset because, yeah, they're both on a roll as far as they're concerned.
And now we're going into Siege, and it's some assembly required, which honestly, this is probably, for me, the Siege map that could you could use any comp. Honestly, there's well, not any comp because there'd be some really bad ones out there, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of brawlers that you can use that are very strong on this. Obviously, you got all the tires in the middle, can lend itself to some sort of maybe bruisery type comp. You could come in with throwers. You could, obviously, maybe we're going to be seeing. Why can I not think of the one? Actually, with Sprout not banned, we'd probably see a Sprout. I was trying to think of I was trying to think of Freeze, but actually with Sprout not banned, Sprout's ordinarily banned at this point, which is why it was cast out of my mind. But honestly, we've seen Frank's being used to great effect on this map. We know that Stu is still very strong. Probably still going to see. I think we're going to see Stu all the way, all the games, all the most. Actually, no, not Purple Paradise.
I would not be at all surprised to see Stu. I think Rico mid here is great, and Jetson has been playing that brawler consistently across a lot of these maps, and I think that Clash will be forced as well to consider that in the mid to match it. We do know that Skarx likes a lot of BB actually in Siege. I don't know whether he's going to bring that one particular pick out today, but it can be quite a nice balance in terms of a tank to kind of have something with some knockback, something with a bit more additional speed from the home run star power to kind of like neutralize a lot of the positionings around for where the bolts are. For me, I think, definitely not the last we're going to see of Stu here. I think Stu would be ideal to bring in. Sprout's great on defense. Again, I just kind of wonder how much Sprout is going to have a role today. I was surprised to see him play as much as in Gen 4 as we did, but it definitely works out there. So I'm just kind of curious now with such a new introduction of that gadget with the breakthrough, whether the Sprout is going to have a little bit more of a counter now. So where that brawler will sit in terms of the meta, but definitely, Stu, side lane, Rico mid, and something to pressure, something a bit with a bit of HP, maybe some Surge. You never know. That's another common pick that we like to see coming out of the bag from SK.
I'm just wondering if we're going to see the same comp, the exact same comp. We're not. Okay, we are going to see changes. Okay, so we're going to see the Barley change coming in, obviously, this time, and the B coming in as well. But other than that, the double Stews, the double Ricos.
B here's an interesting one, and it's definitely going to rely on a lot of that breakthrough to try to break open the map a little bit, but obviously that's going to take away from a lot of what the Rico wants to do and utilize with those angles. So definitely going to be a bit of give and take there. As a nice takedown on the left-hand side by Jetson will secure that bolt, the level 2 bolt that coming in favor of Clash, and we're going to see SK have to defend this.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. They're going to try and slow it down with the sticky and see what they can do. That's going to be enough before the shots come in. Yeah, and it's just going to be 7% damage done. Now, I got to be honest, I think Guille, I was about to say Flo, Guille, if he's going hunting for Skyrex, which it looks like he is, should have the better of him here, but there is a lot of cover that needs breaking away, which is why we bring the thrower to the table like Skyrex has done here with the Barley. But in terms of ball control, it's very much Clash that are dominating here. Lene manages to get the pick off on Jet and will take himself a couple of hits for the trouble, but do not mess with a Stu. They can be in and out, and that's what's working at the moment. This is going to be a strong attack already from Clash.
Yeah, Clash starting to shut down Semantic a little bit more than he was at the beginning stages of that gem grab series. He was definitely left alone to a lot of his devices to go on the aggression, but now Clash are a bit more savvy to it. The sticky syrup mixer going down. Nice takedown as well from Lenan onto the Barley on Skyrex, and just leaving Semantic all alone, which is going to mean that the bot will connect and a healthy amount of damage going down. And it's got to be said, Clash are going into this third and final siege with siege round with more bolts than SK. SK are very much on the back foot and struggling to get out of this spawn area. Oh, yeah, they've got nothing. Semantic shuts down the left side.
Just about, but I think it's going to be too little too late. 14 seconds to go, 7-1 down, and look at that. Guille just comes out and says, yeah, not today, son. And that's going to be enough. They will collect themselves the second 2 bolts. They will be banked, and it will be, what, a level 9 bot coming out here. The final attack, Clash will be taking the first game of the set, and that's going to be a massive confidence boost for them after losing that last set.
Yeah, very confidently done as well. It wasn't kind of too back and forth again. SK Gaming only banked those 2 bolts throughout the entirety of that round there. So definitely some lessons for them to have to take on board. Wasn't too convinced on the Barley myself. Didn't really feel like it was getting the value that it would otherwise. Again, it's a great brawler to have when you're going on the offense, but you got to get those pushes, you got to get the bolts, and that would probably be what I would advise SK go back to kind of the drawing board to think about, is like, what are they going to do to be able to maximize on obtaining those bolts? And if it's not going to be coming from the Stu and they want to have Semantic go on the more aggressive and focus on the brawlers, having another additional brawler by taking out the Barley into the mix and bringing something else in that's going to be able to do just that job. Because at the moment, whether it's tankiness or whether it's speed, I just didn't feel like the Barley is going to fare, especially if SK can't get these rounds.
Yeah, the speed of what they were bringing to the table just wasn't getting the damage down, unfortunately, for him. So we may see him switch. Maybe he'll go with that Sprout or the Lou. As he said earlier on, obviously it was very good defensively to stop the bot effectively and getting into the EUR base. Especially on this map, I would say a Sprout probably more than anything could work out. If he really wants to bring a thrower to the table, I'm surprised he didn't bring the Sprout instead of the Barley.
It's a bit tricky in the mid because ultimately there's not really any bush, so you can't really get any value from photosynthesis or star power. You can't really get garden mulcher, so it's a little bit of a give and take with Sprout. I mean, ultimately the transplant's great to be able to redirect the bot around and waste a lot of time to allow the Ike to get a ton of damage in that respect on the defensive. So yeah, it kind of depends how SK are wanting to play this one. If they're going to go and prioritize the bolts and collecting those, and that's one idea there, or whether they just want to kind of have a bit more of a stronger defense, then Sprout could be quite good for that. I would probably suggest that SK go on the more aggressive side here. It's kind of like the playstyle which caters towards them quite well. And they just got to maybe have a bit more... Oh, I just saw the flash. you love it. Everyone's getting involved with the grand finals. It's great.
She really wanted to get across my computer. That was it. My little girl cat, that one. It's what you get for having so many cats in the apartment. There's sometimes this is just a through route. This is like it's my workplace, but it is also a through route for the cats. So yeah, it happens. But yeah, I mean it's something to talk about while we wait for the teams to adjust. And actually, it's taken a while to get their adjustments. So I'm interested to see what they're bringing to the table. Must have been a good talk about this one. Looks like Clash are bringing the same, and it has been a mirror, it seems, by SK.
Yeah, now Clash are kind of starting to set that precedent when it comes to their choices going in. And again, B works great here. I just feel like you've got to make sure that you're cautious around what walls you want to keep and which ones you want to break. And obviously seeing still on both sides here, it goes both ways. You know, the SK, if they don't like the way the map is, can reshape it to minimize the effectiveness of some of the lane sides. But we're going to see a first push from SK, and actually not a single bolt bank then by Clash. So definitely seems to be working out so far. Let's see how this push goes.
Yeah, it seems that Semantic was let off the chain a little bit there and just play better, as it were, forehead. That sort of style of play. Jetten's going to get himself the damage down, and that is some serious damage done. For a level 1, they had, obviously, with the wipe coming through, they managed to get the full damage down. So 54% damage put down by SK off a level 1 bot early on is incredibly strong, and they have full mid control.
Looking like a completely different team now, just kind of, that pep talk went a long, long way. And again, if they weren't kind of preparing for the B, I kind of think that they had it on their horizons. Probably maybe something which they wanted to bring into the mix. It's a nice takedown, connecting shot from Skyrex as well with the very quick there. Very quick to see the Honey Molasses went down to evade the shots from Lennon and did so very well. And again, another push, a level 8 this time, and only 1 bolt. Sorry, 0 bolts. 0 bolts.
This is done. This is done. This is game over. Jetten's probably going to have that super ready to go, but it doesn't matter. This is going to be a game done, set and match, and quick as you like SK Gaming with a quick reply there with the mirror match working out very well. Honestly, some big hits being landed by all 3 players.
I think this is the way to go. I think that it's kind of like this interesting dynamic where we're seeing both teams kind of start off with like, what did you prepare? What did you prepare? Oh, actually, we did that as well. We prefer it now. We can see why it works better. And I think that they might stick with the Stu, the B, and the Rico with the bans that are in play. Bell might be okay here. I mean, not the worst idea in the world, but definitely lacks some of the aggression that we're seeing from a lot of these brawler choices. But either way you look at it, SK made the adaptation, and they made the right one, most importantly.
Yeah, see, the question is, what will they change now? Will they go with an adaptation? Will they stick with the mirrors? Will they bring something else out there? The B definitely seems to be working, and 100% landing the shots there, Skyrex. Yeah,
I mean, B is an interesting one. I didn't really kind of consider her that highly here, but I can see why it works, especially now. Again, it's what I love so much about Brawl. It's like when you bring just like one new gadget into the mix for a brawler, which is in a specifically good spot in terms of the meta, everything shifts. And it can come from big updates and big balance changes we've seen already this season, or it can be something as small as a singular gadget, and just everything then takes a different turn. So it definitely provides a great deal of value for both teams to be able to shape the map in the way that they are doing so, and brings brawlers like B into the mix more so, and that's going to be a huge deterrent for any of those BB options that we were just chatting about earlier with regards to Skyrex and liking that particular brawler here. That would get shut down so quickly. So I struggle to see really what they can change too much towards if they're going to be stubborn in this comp, and at the moment I can't really think of a better one off the top of my head. So if they're going to go with a thrower, you know, like the Barley pick, which they kind of played around with at the beginning, then has to play it better because it just wasn't really working out. That one was, so I think they're going to stay.
Okay, so it's going to be the same. And oh, a tick.
Okay, I was not expecting that. Very curious to see how this is going to fare for SK.
Yeah, I did not expect that whatsoever after they just played so well. But you know what? It seems to be working out already. Skyrix gets in their face, makes it work. They're going to get themselves the first bolts banked. It will be a level 2 coming out straight away. Level 3 make that. They managed to sneak another one in.
I mean, Tick's a great choice for control, ultimately, and already Lenan. Oh, wow, well, pickup as well from the mine from Skyrix as the bot now approaches, leaving all for gear. Really didn't go for the slowdown, wants to obviously keep it to get back quickly into the mid, but already that's a ton of damage for a first push. And I don't think that it came from the Tick pick, but I think that that definitely did give them the round to get the bot in the first place. The takedown very important in that regard as well. But can Clash now start to regain themselves? It's just Skyrix left all alone, and now a chance to really turn the tides. And that's a really nice pinch between IKS and GA.
Yeah, very tight, no doubt about it, but 50% job done. They do manage to get a little bit of damage down, but Semantic is still yet to be dealt with on this right-hand side as he starts to push in, and you can see Chaos is worried about that, trying to keep Skyrix at bay, and once again, they bank all the bots, and they will manage to get themselves a good start here. So, Clash, what can they do with their first attack? They need to back it up, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do, but you can see that bot taken very low already. 50% is the target. It's not going to happen, and, well, you can see SK were happy to let that one go through. They've already got the 5 bolts, so now it's all about can they get back into mid-control.
Yeah, this is where Tick could come into play for SK if they can make it work, but at the moment, you know, it's Clash that are evading a lot of that pressure. Semantic as well, just dueling on this right-hand side between himself and now this could be a very important transaction here as Semantic will pick up the bolt, but now very low as well. Can this happen? I think Clash can do this. With takedown there especially, there's definitely potential for a GA consecutively taking down. My goodness me, Clash just about by the skin of their teeth get it.
Absolutely fantastic. Now the question is, can they get that 10% damage down? I'm pretty sure they can. They are getting the freedom in this one. SK realize they have fluffed it. Wow. What a turnaround from Clash set to come back 2-1 now in the second set.
It was a big risk by SK, but one that, to be fair, despite the loss, didn't seem to make the biggest of impacts towards the game. I think that actually kind of worked out more often than it didn't, but it was still nonetheless a bit of a risk, and you know, Clash definitely in this moment here capitalized on that. I mean, there's not really much pressure that you can really apply as Tick. It's much more for control to allow your other teammates to be on the aggressive, and very important that final round here. The takedown of Semantic, so crucial there, and the follow-up there, the amplified shot from GA just to make sure they could ensure those bolts. It was just in the nick of time.
I do feel that. Now, obviously, like you say, you know, the great part of Tick is, yes, you can keep people at arm's length and push them away, but you've got to rely on your 2 teammates to be the aggressors. If one of them loses that duel, which they did, suddenly you collapse. That whole tactic, that whole strategy is gone out the window. It almost paid off for them. They had a great bolt lead, but the fact is, as soon as it collapsed, that's it. They couldn't do anything about it. They can't retake the mid. They can't take control. So I expect to see the B probably coming back in here instead of that Tick.
Yeah, and you can see just how quickly and how susceptible Tick has been taken down by B. It was instant when Gia got that takedown towards the end. So definitely very, very squidgy. Not really necessarily ideal. Can be, you know, especially with Stu's, you know, running riot, you're going to run into a lot of problems. And I feel like the Tick has just got too many weaknesses really for this particular map and mode. You know, we saw them play around with the Barley. So if they are thinking for it, then that would be the way to go. But I think they're just going to play it safe and go back with that same comp that we saw from Clash. Oh, Clash now Sandy.
Okay. This is interesting because I did see Whitey in chat saying should bring out the Sandy. He thought he was expecting the Sandy, and you know what? It may well have worked because he took Stu down on the left-hand side there. So we'll see Guille managing to make it work, but Jeanette does get Lenane down, but they're both taken very low and have to back out of that mid. And the all-important first level 1 bot will be coming out. No! They didn't get to bank the bolt. They got took down, and Guille was dropped there, so it was a tie on the first.
Okay, well, this is going to be very interesting now then, because this next round, oh, I like the way that Lenan used the breakthrough there to go through straight into the heart of the honey molasses there, and still came clean out the other side. So it definitely just goes to show the strength of that particular gadget, and it's a very big deterrent to the B pick. So just something to consider in terms of the interactions in terms of the meta. Now it goes down to Sandstorm. Let's see how this is utilized, and already really nicely there as Gay crept up upon Semantic. This is a great amount of control that's going to lend itself well to Clash here. Look at the bolt.
11 to
Look
1.
at that.
Make it. It's going to be 13 before they bank it. It's going to be a level 13, 14 bot, Siege bot coming out. This may be the end of the SK already. This is going to be a huge bot to defend.
And even if it's not, SK have only banked 2 for the next round if it is defended. So Clash did so well at the back of, I think, from a lot of that Sandstorm and a lot of just the control they were able to obtain off the back of it. It's still comebackable here for SK. It wasn't the most amount of damage considering the size of the bot, but it's the control now which they need to establish to get the deficit there. Nice sweet dreams as well from Guille. The nice pickup in Semantic is low on his left-hand side.
Yeah, there's not a lot they can do about this one. Semantic's going to have some superhero play. Dodges left, dodges right. Can't quite get enough done. And SK Gaming will fall. That's going to be surely game. Nothing they can do about that one. And a fantastic performance coming out from Clash. They're going to even up the series 1-1.
Yeah, and again, this is what we said from the beginning. We've seen this back and forth between these two teams time and time again. It's looking very much like both teams had a good breakfast today, and we could be going a long way then. We're going to be guaranteeing ourselves to see at least a full set, and that's only ever a good thing when the skill is as high as this.
Great adjustments, absolutely worked wonders. And now, where do we move on to? Oh, okay, I know where we move on to. We move on to Purple Paradise, ladies and gentlemen, the bounty map that is wide open.
Yeah, and this is honestly one of those modes which I think caters quite well to both of these two teams. I think that we're going to see probably a relatively kind of passive pace at the beginning for sure. As you know, some of the key brawlers are banned out here. You know, Gene would have been a great choice for Purple Paradise, and definitely I think, you know, some Bell being available, and we didn't tend to see Bell actually being available necessarily that often for Purple Paradise. So, you know, Bells and Pipers and you know, other ideas like that, probably the Ruffs as well. Maybe if they want to kind of like, you know, utilize some of that HP and the supply drops. You got to close the gap a lot, so it's quite difficult. Either way you look at it, Stu, I think, you know, may have a role here. I just wonder about the range, but it's kind of interesting that we've now got two big brawlers that are going to play a pretty decent role with Gene out of the mix. For healing, there's going to be less of a cushioning there.
Yeah, probably the Nanny. I mean, we're probably going to be looking at long-range Snipe Fest, right? I mean, don't forget, obviously, we're Bell available. It adds to that. So, you know, Bell, Piper, Nanny, probably something like that. The long-range Snipe Fest, all about those skill shots. Maybe we'll get a tick. I don't think so, though. I don't think so.
I mean, yeah, I mean, at the moment, SK are kind of like surprising us with that one. I mean, ultimately, I think Brock might not be a bad shout here either. I mean, we've seen, you know, he's creeping back in to the meta a little bit now, trickling down from the NA scene, and you know, the rocket fuel can kind of secure quick and I hesitate to say the word easy, but straightforward kills. You know, you can kind of, as long as you connect with that, you can pretty much apply pressure instantly, whether you get the takedown or not. So that could be an option here for teams to consider. I feel like, you know, with Bell being around here, then teams are possibly more likely to split up a little bit more than they would otherwise and take more of a mid, left, and right side lane spread out approach accordingly to that, which again, you know, may bring in brawlers like B into the mix as well. You know, it's a slower hitting shot, but if you're not really necessarily, you know, having to focus on too much else other than either your lane or wherever you're situated, then that could also be an option here for teams.
Absolutely. Kirsten, I'm going to tell you, you've left it too late to go get your food because you're going to have the game up soon. So don't go anywhere, because if you're late and we get delayed, I will not be happy that you've sat here for 2 sets and not gone, because you've been debating it from the very start. So you're too late. It is going to be the Nanny, the Piper, and oh, the Byron. We didn't even mention the Byron, actually. Of course it is. And of course the Brock coming in for Clash.
There's that rocket fuel straight away from gear, and you can just see how quickly it provides that pressure to make it 2 versus 3. Byron's an interesting choice here, and again, like, he has that healing ability, and already popping the gadget there from Jetson just to get him quickly back into contest this. As Semantic now creeping forwards as well, juking nicely on the way. Peep coming out as well for, I imagine, then Skyrex, who's going to be coming around the back. Will connect as well, and a follow-up. Oh,
wow.
That's kind of a phenomenal start.
Yeah, a 10-1 start. Byron's going to eat that one, makes it 10-5. Don't think he kind of wanted to eat that. I think he was probably better that Skyrix maybe would have, but Jetten does take one for the team. Now being the lowest star counter, will be certainly the man that will try and block as much as he can. That's another snipe coming out from Lane. The comeback, and look at this, they're being forced against the backboard here. Problems for SK at the moment, but Clash are trying to force it, They got to see if they can focus. 1, 10, 9. They keep focusing Jetten on Byron.
Well, SK a little bit on the back ropes here, and Semantic, yeah, being very cautious. Got 4 stars above his head. He has to retain them. Skyrix juked that really nicely and pop the return to center for safety there as well. Chaos is going to be pushing some of that back. He will survive, however. Again, the Byron coming in very clutch for SK on these back ropes, but now the Peep coming in is going to force out the jump from Semantic. Didn't get anything more than that, but that might come back around here in this final 20 seconds.
Lene comes bouncing in, doesn't manage to get the shot down. That little shot coming through. Chaos was low, but doesn't get taken down in the end. Skyrix wanted to focus it. Got that blue star! The blue star transfer! 12-12 tied up with 6 seconds left. An absolute clutch kill from Clash. They just... What's going to happen? And Clash will steal the game.
That was so quickly returned. You have to look that back in the room. That was absolutely insane, and the perfect person to focus on again, because that blue star provided them at that moment in time with the lead. I mean, they would never necessarily come back as far as they did had that not been the case. So a really crucial takedown of Skyrix in particular there, right when it mattered most for Clash.
Absolutely. Redlining the mic there. I think I was that excited about that one. But, yeah, I mean, look at this there. Boom. That was the shot. That was the moment they managed to catch them out there. And Clash do steal themselves away. You know what? Love it or hate it with Purple Paradise, you get action. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always feel like the players don't mind it at all. They actually kind of like sometimes practice on this map. They kind of like a map which is a bit more
1v1 me, bro.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it's kind of like catered towards the long range, and you have a bit more of an ability to control the pace in this particular map, and there's less surprises because of the terrain being always very, very identical. It's more the viewers that kind of take it by surprise, because they just kind of assume that it's only ever for those 1v1s, which they're so used to doing. But again, same comp for SK, same comp for Clash. I did prefer the Brock over the Byron, but I can see why SK is still going to go for those heals when they're pushed deep far back. Let's see now that they can play it just a little bit better. It was so close, honestly, last round. And again, it can keep going either way.
I love the baits where they're trying to get that blue star. It's like the dancing effectively in there, like left, right, juke, juke, trying to dodge. Finally, a shot lands onto Semantic. I think it's the first one of the game, actually, that's managed to get onto him. So there's the heal immediately to top him off. And that's the reason they're bringing, obviously, the Byron here, because it's allowing Semantic to try and get those shots off there. Obviously, Jerton's going to get those shots off as well, but it's allowing Semantic to be more aggressive than he ordinarily would be on the Piper.
Okay, well, Gear's going to tick down a little bit there. He won't be able to push forwards as much unless he's juking, which he is really nicely as well. Jetten there going for the heal onto Semantic. Skyrix is probably the person that needs it more, though, down to 666 on that top right-hand side, which may be a good omen or a bad one. We'll have to wait and see as the Peep comes in. But Clash going to be just going around the rosy there. It's going to redirect himself, and it did turn out to be a negative omen for Skyrix.
Absolutely huge for Clash there. Getting the double hit coming in. They're going to try and turn this aggressive themselves, but it's not working out because I just saw, I think it was Semantic there. Sorry, Skyrix had got double hit there, so he had to back away. So he can't afford to back up both Semantic and Jetten who are pushing in. Semantic will eat himself a shot as well. Jetten's going to try and go aggressive, gets him on the backboard. They get the one shot off, but it's not the all-important one there. They wanted to get the blue star away from Lenan. Lenan's going to hold on to this one. Chaos was taken very low as well in the corner. Forced down there. Skyrix is trying to put the pressure down, but can't land the shots. And again, Semantic has to back away. SK got to go aggressive. 5 seconds remaining here as they do try and push it. It's a trade 1-for-1, but it's SK that are going to hit and run. They get the wipe. The important wipe comes in. And my word, down to the wire. SK take it away, 1-1.
The Byron there works really, really well. I mean, when you're pushed that far back, it's kind of like one of the few times that we've seen actually Clash pushed that far back into their own spawn. That tick damage is brutal. It's not so bad when you're in the mid part of the map. This is that takedown there as the Peep came back around and obviously was in the air long enough to ensure that takedown straight on the Skyrix. But here was really a key moment for SK, really to keep that pressure on, keep the Byron ticks coming in, and Skyrix is walking away from the situation like Take some of that.
Walking away, you know, winners don't look at explosions and all that. Strolling away. It's like, got this, boys, got this. But yeah, wow. Okay, 1-1. I got to be honest, SK are probably going to be a little aggrieved. They feel this probably should be 2-0 now because they had that last one stolen away from them before that. So we'll see. Are they going to change those comps up? I don't think they will, actually. I'm thinking, obviously, Jetton, you know, I just saw Jetton putting the pressure onto the Brock there with the Byron, and it worked out for him. It was an even trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold pick. I'll give it that. It's definitely one that I think is also a bit of an underrated one. I kind of always go, oh, okay, but I don't necessarily go, oh, I don't know about that.
I would have thought with Bell available, you'd go with Bell instead of Byron, but I mean, they're sticking with the Byron. Speaking
of the devil, though, Guille is going to bring that one out, and I think that could be a really interesting choice for Clash here, especially if if they can connect a lot of these shots. But already Semantic returned that favor pretty quickly and shut the idea down. It's going to change the way that SK are situated on the map somewhat. So when under pressure, Bell can really start to thrive here, and I'm sure, no doubt, SK are making a note of where these bear traps are placed. But Semantic already on 4 stars.
Absolutely. Great start from them. Lenan coming diving in. Oh, might take some damage straight away, and will. Not going to happen, but it's going to transfer to Jetton. And Jetton will get popped. And the blue star, importantly, is with Clash, which means they have the lead, but only for 5 seconds. And now it's back and forward. This game is popping off left and right. We've still got a minute to go. 9-7. This could be a high score.
Yeah, it really could. There's the return to center drop there from Chaos, and it's obviously Skyx just trying to get a little bit of damage drawn out of that, and it's not going to happen, though. Here comes Peep in. Semantic will take the forefront, and the heals will come in quickly after that. So I think that's actually a pretty decent way to handle that, and that could be well why they've chosen the Byron pick as a way to bring everyone back up to speed after the result of some of those knocks. But Jetton is marked here, and he will be taking more damage as a result of any connecting shots on the side of Clash here. Very close game, though. Clash in the lead with 2 stars, but plus the blue star and a lot of nest eggs littered around the map for the defensive side.
Okay, the Peep's going out. Where's it going? Where's it going to end up? It wants to go onto... Oh, well, okay, Lenan, that'll be the target. I was going to say it wants to go for Guille, but it gets him down, and that's still in favor of SK. There's the Peep coming out. You talked about that extra damage. That's what it's going to pay out for. And now SK with 1 man down have to go aggressive. They're going to try and force Chaos down in the corner. That's not going to happen. Chaos responds. Skyrix goes down, and SK will fall to Clash in the 3rd game in this set. 2-1 we go to Clash. It is a best of 5 in sets as well as games inside the set. So we are going the distance once again.
Oh yeah, and we are absolutely going the distance and kicking off today on a real high. You can just see, can't you, just like how just the slightest thing can change the outcome here, and keeping composure from start to finish, very, very important. I must note, despite the loss, SK, as soon as they had a bit of mid-control, they knew exactly where there's nest eggs. They both popped them in exactly the same time in exactly the right place. And it just kind of goes to show how vigilant they are. There was I think, when they had that takedown, and they were able just to kind of have a little bit of a cushioning to do so and be less in a vulnerable position. It wasn't enough, though, to make that turnaround. And again, having that mark, combining that with a Peep, it really does maximize the value of bringing in those drone shots in. And I like the strategy. I did. And we haven't seen really as much of Bell as we expected, but it just goes to show when you do bring her in, it can still bring the goods.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for these 2 teams, I feel. Yeah. They will see how far they get. Of course, the winner will go through to the grand final. The loser will go down and face EXO free agents, which is not going to be an easy game, no doubt about it, if they turn up like they did against Reply Totem last night. So definitely stepping up their game, almost sort of returning to the EXO free agents we saw at the top of the ladder early on just a couple of months ago. It's great to see. But right now, we'll see what can happen. Is there going to be changes? Yes, Jetton now back on the Bell this time. So mirror comps once again. And keep your eye on Chaos. Chaos ended that game with 7 stars last time.
Yeah, he did. And again, that mark will be crucially, in terms of the placements. And I think that Guy will probably go for Jetton on that side, and then you'll probably see a follow-up Peep onto him. Homing recipe from Lenan did not connect there. So that's 1 less for him. And Chaos is disproving of that fact from his teammate. But the pressure's still on, very much on the side of Clash, pushing forwards here a little bit. There's a homing recipe that did connect from Semantic, and Peep gonna settle for Skyx, but again, there's that return to sender coming in, but it was returned again in favor, and that's gonna be a great start then for Clash.
Yeah, just about the perfect start they wanted. 4-1 in their favor. Blue star in the bag for Lenan. Lenan's got to be careful. He doesn't take too many shots, though, but it's going to be Skyrix. This duel between Skyrix and Chaos that keeps on going. I love these little duels. There's the peep going out. Is he going to go for it? We'll find a semantic. And that shot from Guille will not land. Flo, a.k.a. Guille, just for the confusion in chat. If anyone is wondering, who is this new player on Clash? It is Guille, because they just love to change their names.
Yeah, kept the VGX just to give a little hint towards it, but yeah, I can see why it could be confusing to some, but for sure, there's a nice pickup there from Lenan as well, and to Skyrix will be forced back a little bit. Jetton continuing the pressure on this left-hand side as Semantic again doing a pretty decent job of the mid, healing up accordingly as well, but it is still Clash in the lead, and that's going to encourage all the aggressiveness to come from SK, and there's a pickup there as well from Lenan. Very nicely done. Semantic low and surely one shot away here. He goes down as well. Great from Clash, and they've got to hold on to this, and I think they will.
Yeah, just 5 seconds left. You can see whether SK can pull anything back together. Semantic comes launching in, gets himself the one on Chaos, but time is against them. Clash will take it in the end. And my word, a close one, but Clash take the lead.
Very close at the end, very close. Saw the body blocking coming into play around that time because, yeah, that could have got interesting if that had turned around. I think that it was pretty much in Clash's pocket at that point in time, and they looked like they weren't too disgruntled by it, but Lenan was definitely a big target for SK in his final moments. But yeah, at the moment, Clash are just making this work. And again, after that sort of like shaky start, they are now very much into their stride.
Yeah, so 2-1 in terms of sets. Dueling Beetles coming up next. Interesting one. One that Lou can be very strong on, which is what we were talking about earlier on, obviously going onto the hot zone. Very tight map. We could see Stu once again. You know, I have to say that once again to throw that out there. Certainly some Jessies could work out well. We've also seen Penny a few times on this map, of course, because you can tuck that turret in the corner.
Yeah, we saw a little bit Penny last night actually in North America, and you know, I kind of wonder with the Penny pick whether it's gonna be as strong when you don't have that turret, especially if the team is savvy to it and use like maybe like a Stu breakthrough to break through those side lanes and take care of it very quickly. It can do a lot of work. I think that some of this region are still kind of a bit reluctant to go with that, just simply because of the lack of value it provides prior to having that area control. Brawlers like Stu as well can kind of like, you know, have a bit more movement speed to evade some of that too. But I do think it's a bit underrated here. I'm kind of curious to see. I don't think I've ever seen it from Clash. I think SK might be more on the kind of more experimental side on that respect and bring out something, you know, weird and wacky for today. I think that you're right. I think Stu, I think Bao will be a great one to have here as well. It just kind of enforces those side lane interactions. And but you know, with Lou, it's got such area denial. We've seen the Spike actually as well, making a bit of an appearance now since the life plant coming in. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if someone were to go for it. Yeah,
weird and wacky one. We've seen Clash playing it. Dynamite. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? We've seen them playing it.
They played it. I don't know whether SK would be a team to do it against. But he is very accomplished Dynamite. I've watched a lot of his clips, and he really hits those shots and knows how to play a brawler. And again, it's one of those things that I personally love when I watch a team that bring out a brawler, which everyone kind of gives a second glance to. There's nothing better than watching that brawler work. And everyone's always the first to say that's crazy, that's wrong, you shouldn't do that. But they only say that when it's not working. When it starts to work, then people start to change their minds to it. So,
and he used it on Brawl Ball. He used it on Brawl Ball, which is what completely caught us off. We were like, wait, what? Let's see what's happening. Let's get the game on your screens. Dueling Beetles now of the hot zone. It will be once again the bells coming out, the bees coming out, and the stews coming out. But the roughs for Chaos.
Yeah, I quite like this on both sides. The roughs, I think, is going to be good, I think, for Clash, but ultimately, the Bell will restrict anything from the field promotion side, so I assume it's air superiority that Chaos is running. I didn't quite see it at the very beginning. But early on, it's going to be SK to capitalize on that zone. Lenan is going to be having to force to heal up a little bit. It's on 12 HP as well, so Chaos will get the first supply drop over, and that's already a good start for Clash, despite being a little bit behind. Well, actually, they're not behind in terms of the points of the zone, but maybe in terms of their positionings and the offensive position that they're in the beginning. They're now starting to creep this one back, and the more that everyone stays on their toes and the more supply drops coming in from Chaos, the stronger this team grows.
It's incredible. Yeah, Chaos doing a great job at countering Semantic at the moment with the roughs. That's what's keeping the control at the moment. Jetten can't get close to this one. Every time he steps out, he's taking some shots in the face. Chaos focusing on Semantic. Semantic finally going to push in. He's going to go from both sides. Does get Lene down. Now he's going hunting. He wants to try and get Chaos down. Chaos is going to be fully charged. Doesn't matter. In he goes. And SK now regain control, but they're a long way behind.
Yeah, this is a good spot for them, though, and Guille's going to struggle here a little bit, and Skyrex goes to amplify shot as well, so he's going to have to spend even more time to come back into the mix as Lenan just breaks over that side wall, coming in, but taking down equally as quickly. Semantic on the right as well, comes in with the aggression, and the pickup from Jetten is on point. This is fantastic play from SK when it matters most, and they take the lead.
Big shot onto Semantic. It's going to force him back a bit, a little passive now, as Guille tries to put his presence back on there. The shell coming out, the sticky on the left side. Skyrex actually getting picked off there. That's a problem, but it's a 2v2. Semantic will get taken down by Guille in the end, and it's a straight-up bell ball as they try and go for it, but it is Jetten that manages to keep it locked down. Now with 98%, Skyrex tries to commit to it, just trying to push forward. They got 1% to get Semantic steps in the circle, and SK take the first game in the set.
Nicely done. I really like the comp, for sure. Definitely the sort of ideas that we expected to see here with that the Stu and the Bell working out really, really well. Yeah, I mean, very difficult to turn things around in Hot Zone. It's got to be said when you're behind, and you got to do so much. You're basically looking for that team wipe, and you know, once you're able to really get that pressure on, you know, capitalize on your positionings, and that was the moment there for me from SK when they did just that and were able to get that control back in favor and get rid of a lot of those supply drops in terms of their effectiveness and the HP and damage buffs that were, you know, part of the Clash strategy there, which just didn't quite pay off for me.
Yeah, what a fantastic game, though. I mean, it was, what, 60%, I think, for Clash to start things off, and SK finally took control there, and just goes to show, just one big play, how much you can gain from it. All three of SK stayed alive, got in the zone, and locked it down. So, let's talk changes, let's talk adjustments. Honestly, I felt the roughs was good, in fairness. I don't think there's anything bad with that. I felt the B was good. I felt everything was good for both teams. Yeah. It was just simply down to skill match.
Yeah, I mean, Sprout here was in a really good spot before, and I just kind of wonder again as I'm watching whether the Stu being available here may be impacting that decision. But, you know, if it's not something which teams are that concerned about, then they may choose to go for that particular pick. I mean, in North America, a lot of the time we see just kind of literally a 5-tile Sprout wall in the middle of a zone just to have a little bit of something to hide behind whilst you're capping. So wouldn't be surprised if we do see something like that. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, the roughs was working. It's just about, again, making sure that you're able to stay on your feet. Ultimately, if Clash can get that middle zone, if they go and play the roughs for a second time round and want to continue on with that idea, getting that control is crucial, because ultimately, you know, if you're able to cycle whilst in the middle, passing over a supply drop, giving more power to your teammate to carry on their duties and so on and so forth, they are going to drop it out. Bringing Mr. P is an interesting one. And look at that. Ooh. SK with the same idea. A great Terran, actually, for the B. So that is very, very interesting that both teams will go with such a non-meta choice purely for the counter. Very interesting.
And possibly the most annoying brawler in the game.
I don't know, there's a lot of competition as far as that's concerned.
I don't know. Mr. P is definitely quite annoying, that's for sure. It's going to be Lene and Semantic surviving and pushes through and takes him down. How do you do that? He was on about 50 health and just said, you know what, balls to the wall, I'm going for it. And he takes Guille down.
My goodness me. Again, I read in the chat earlier, a lot of people were surprised to see Stu not being banned here, as again, I feel like both teams want to play it for sure, but Semantic definitely so dangerous with it, and forced back there is Guille, but now his teammates can push up on his left and right hand side lanes. Now doing a great job pushing through the wall as well and following up. Missed that shot a little bit on the left hand side there, but able to continue the pressure whilst then Guille is able to cap some of that zone. We are now all tied up.
Fantastic stuff. SK Gaming putting the pressure on early, but quickly answered there. Semantic trying to work it in, but Chaos comes through, and now the aerial bombardment of Mr. P begins. The cries coming through, chucking it down. It's going to be, it's I mean, I got to be honest, when we just saw them both playing Nanny in the previous game, I didn't expect Mr. P's to be coming out between Chaos and Skyrex, but you know what? These teams have probably been practicing a few things. It does look like Clash have got this one in the bag, though. 94% and counting. Don't think there's anything SK can do. We're tied up once again in the set.
I reiterate that same thing. I'm very surprised that I wasn't too surprised to see it originally because I know like the thought process behind it, but to see both teams thinking the same things at the same time, that's quite a rarity. And you know, again, I'm not completely sold on the brawler choice, but I do see why it's sometimes necessary to go with a direct counter when the meta is in such a place where it's kind of a little bit predictable in some areas. A lot of teams don't expect that, but these are two teams that are at the top of their game. They have gone through every single motion of checking, double checking, and trialing ideas out, and it just goes to show that you know, when everything is as high stake as this, that you know, a brawler like Mr. P has a place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see whether they stick with it, because I feel that both teams are like, ha, they'll never expect this. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's one of those sort of moments. Wait, two Spider-Mans? Staring at each other. But yeah, we'll see whether they do switch it out, maybe go over to that Sprout, get a little bit more control, or maybe stick with, I don't know, maybe go back to the B. I mean, the B would have worked well against Mr. P. Like, that's the thing, right? It would have worked, countered it, and that would have been perfect if you can get a straight shot.
It's like about not, if you have your amplified shot, then you waste some value there. So it's like, it can be a good counter because ultimately you start to reload as soon as you connect. So it's just like, if you've got your amplified shot and then you have to like waste it on a pesky porter. But I agree, it's like both teams were like, I have a cunning plan, and then they both just showed the same cards. I think that we might see them both go back to the B now. I think that normally in the mind games kind of ideas, you know, you have something, I think, to carry that idea forwards. I don't know. It's also a bit risky to actually change away, because ultimately if the other team don't, then you're like, okay, well, we've just kind of put ourselves in the worst spot. There's definitely options. Again, I feel like the B, the Bell, and the Stu is probably the best of the ideas, but if they are able to throw a bit of a curveball here, then it could favor depending upon the circumstances. But here we go. Sprout coming in. Yeah, we did kind of think that might be an option. So I wonder now on the Brock. I actually prefer the Brock here for sure. Look how much Cheston's already going to town with the rocket fuel, and Samantha can also continue the breakage as well. There's gonna be no healing left for Chaos. I hope it's not running first. He's not running first Sims, he's running Overgrowth. That's at least a little saving grace for him, and we'll have a little bit more splash damage to his shots every now and again. But my goodness me, yeah, SK wasting no time on this one.
But they don't have zone control, so they have gone for the aggression, there's no doubt about it, and it should pay off for them. Scarix lands a shot, and that's going to force Guille away. Chaos, it's going to be SK in your face all day long, it seems here. Having to use that Overgrowth just to save his life is less than ideal than just try and toss out as much as he can. Lenan does get himself a kill down, but he immediately is answered, and now SK is starting to build that control. Look at this mid. It may as well just be Purple Paradise again.
Yeah, for a brother that loves grass and bush, there's none of that left. I mean, it's all gone, and I'm sure there's still another rocket fuel to hand as well. I'm sure Semantic still has some of those breakthroughs also. There's not gonna be anything left of the map at this rate, and I do love the strategy. I think SK read this very, very well, but again, like you say, in terms of the scoreline, not that much different. Clash is doing a better job of getting into their position right now, and you've got to give them credit for that, as Cheston now the only member standing. He goes down. This is great from Clash with arguably the worst comp.
Yeah, it's paying off for them at the moment. So all three on the respawn, if they can lock them out here, Clash will take this game. At the moment, you can see Chaos trying to get it forward. He's blocked out that left route, so it forces him into this funnel, this channel, and it's down to Semantic to try and force it. He tries, he gets in there, but he can't manage to land the shots. He's going to go down, and SK in all sorts of trouble, and Nan's finally getting picked off there, and now Chaos is forced to back into the corner. He's managed to dodge and juke as much as he can, but SK have managed to get the foot in the zone, but only just.
Yeah, he took longer than I thought he would there, to be completely honest. But this is the thing, he's got no terrain, he's got no healing ability, he's got just that star power from the Overgrowth really to his advantage here, and it's going to have to come into play. And Semantic will be the first victim of it. Jet and Low as well, but some of these battle shots ricocheting between the Clash members. But Guille's able to stay on top just about long enough. Didn't get much of the zone, but just a little bit there. Lenan now coming in, but finds the nest. They're going to take down SK now. Have got a lot of control at their disposal.
Got to deal with the Bell on the right-hand side. Guille's taken low, but he's focusing on Chaos. You can see Semantic just going ultra-aggressive, runs out of bullets, finally gets the reload back in there. Lenan coming to save the day, but not gonna happen. SK Gaming will lock it down. 2-1 in their favor, set point.
I gotta say, I felt like Clash had momentum in that game, especially when they locked down all the hatches. I thought they were going to go on to match point. I really did. And I think that SK did a wondrous job of turning that idea around. I think a lot of those side lanes, mid lanes, every lane broken early on. Went a long way to ensure that when they were able to regain that control, they could have a lot of space to utilize and land a lot of those shots. But I loved a lot of the juking there. Chaos did great, all things considered as well. I think both teams are absolutely giving it their all. And again, you just don't know what's going to happen. Despite SK now being on set point, I wouldn't be surprised if Clash just get a good run in these next 2 games.
Yeah, and like you said, that was a comp that really shouldn't have worked as well as it did, based on the fact that, Jet just went to town and blew everything away. Made sure it works. Now, what do we do to counter that? Where do we go from here? I got to be honest, I hate to say it, but I reckon Buzz would have countered that pretty well.
I'm a big Buzz fan. I mean, I feel like there's still a bit of a teething side to Buzz as teams are still I think they're still a bit on the fence, actually. And I think that sometimes, as we saw yesterday with Reply Totem playing it wondrously well.
If you miss that hook, you're screwed.
Yeah, and you've got to cycle too. So in competitive, a lot of communication comes into play, of course. So as soon as you're under heavy fire from Buzz and you get that connection, you're going to give the signal to your teammates to come in for the support. I think it's still yet to find its place, but ultimately I just worry with Buzz in the same way that I worried for IKS playing the Sprout. If there's a lot of breakage of the map, then you're going to be left out high and dry.
Yeah.
I think that if they're going to go with the Sprout again, okay, BB and Poco for SK, huge adaptations for SK here, but I quite like it. I think it's been a while since we've seen Scarx on the BB, and I'm glad to see it back.
Yeah, the Poco BB. I mean, obviously Poco is generally banned, but a lot of the way through the Brawl Stars Challenge series it has been. But Semantic, there's a lot of pressure on him here, and the problem with this comp is the fact is, look, Semantic's going to get in Chaos's face. Should be pins himself in the corner. No, you can't get me. Oh, gosh darn it, the dot got him. But yeah, the BB. This is what I was talking about. I was aiming at something to get in their face. We've gone to this long-range poke game, something in their face, and that's exactly where SK were thinking.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, with the mark in play, and Guy was doing a good job of isolating, then Scarx is the ideal person for the mark, and Poke would be a good mark as well here. Jetton's struggling to be taken down there, but then Lenan comes in for the helping hand. And this is the batting style star power being run here, which is why Scarx is able to stay alive for so long. But at the moment, SK have got that healing abilities there. And oh, look at that, the breakthrough as well, just to ensure that everyone can get back quickly into the mix. I love this strategy from SK, and this is very, very good for them. They should surely be on the way back to taking this set. But I do like as well the way that Clutch are hunkering down very firmly here.
Jet doing a great job of just trying to burn the ammo down, trying to bait them out to take shots on him, and now the rest of the team arrive. They just need to get themselves 7% more, 5, 6, and that should be enough for SK. They should close out the set, and they do just that. 2-2, all square. We are going the distance, ladies and gentlemen, just as we expected. Yeah, I was conscious there that the casters of calling it too early, but I think when you got a poker to hand, those are the moments where it can really, really help. Just hold on and ensure those final moments, because that's something that we kind of seeing a little bit less of really in Hot Zone recently. A lot of teams just going all with the aggression and all of the overpowering to overthrow the zone, as opposed to having any healing quality there so much. So, but you can see there why it came into effect. I think that Scarx a lot of the time was just going off on a tear, and he might go down quickly, but ultimately the aggressiveness of that tanky Brawl is able to push back the flow of action, and then behind that is Semantic waiting to stew, and I mean that's a dangerous thing, as we saw yesterday a lot of Clash hiding behind those walls, and does seem to be making its face known again today. So we are moving on. Final map of the series is going to be Hot Potato, the heist map, a map that both of these teams are very good on. We're going to have a return of the Rico, probably keeping the Stew in play, but where do we go with a third possible option?
This is the thing. I mean, now I don't know which way this is going to go. I feel like if I had to call this, and I'd like to know your thoughts as well, I think that SK really love this map. I feel like they really thrive with that Rico
Colette,
mid.
Obviously. I
completely forgot about
Colette, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's the better of the comps. But again, what if either of these two teams decide to break open a lot of this terrain? Rico really thrives in that mid based purely on that stuff. So we have seen some instances where teams have gone with that bold idea of just breaking everything open. It was clearly an idea for SK before in Hot Zone. I think they're the comps that we'll probably see run if you know, this goes the traditional route. But at this point in the competition, at this stage, I feel like you've got to be daring here. Ruffs could be a good shout as well, potentially.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm trying to think. We saw this yesterday. I'm trying to think if we had it. It was Reply Totem. Was it EXO Reply Totem or was it EXO SK? I can't remember which one. I think it was EXO SK. Without looking at my notes on the other screen, I definitely remember casting this map yesterday. And in that one, we had a few surprises, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, the Colette came in. Didn't we have a full Brawler comp in one of those? I'm pretty sure we did. Obviously, we know that with SK, we're going to have Amber and Ems banned out. Just to remind you guys, also Primo and... What was the final ban? Slips my mind. Gene, of course. Gene. Banned out there. I'm pretty sure it was Reply Totem SK. And they came out with the full Bruiser comp, I'm sure of it. Which definitely caught us off guard. But then again, Primo wasn't banned in that game.
Tanks here are definitely troublesome. That's what I will say. You know, if you're out of sync with the flow of the respawns, then you'll just find yourself constantly defending those tanks. Ball is actually quite a viable option here. So that's probably the reason why they're bringing in the spike there. But the more traditional approach here from SK is the one that I like myself. And I feel like that spike pick may have just been in the eventuality that SK did go in with some tanky ideas, and that may backfire here. Curveball is the star power in place, no healing of the back of the Super Fakie, but no doubt Life Plant it's great to have on defense, but already these side lanes are locked down by SK. The first sign of damage coming in from the mid, and I do feel like Colette here is a better choice for SK.
Yeah, so pretty much SK what we expected, and as you mentioned, I think Clash were, and we have seen it in fairness, we have seen SK are often pulling off a full Bruiser comp just to start things off, to catch people off guard, and then coming in and switching it up to a more standard comp. But yeah, I think that's what Clash were thinking. That's their reasoning behind this spike pick. Obviously, very good counter to those Bruisers, but as it is, SK Gaming with a great start here, getting themselves some 55% damage down already on Clash's heist.
Look how much of that side is broken as well. I mean, again, you know, Stu never broke anything. And we're already seeing the map just be reshaped so much as a result of that breakthrough gadget. So definitely over time will limitate what the Rico can potentially do. We might see some lane swaps as a result of that. But I think that was a very important start for SK. They had to get this early damage because now they can play a bit more defense. They can stay back a little bit. They've utilized a lot of the map, but that doesn't seem to be the plan of their day. They want to keep going and get that damage down. SK looking to make a mark in this fifth and final set. But that is a team wipe. Chance for a bit of comeback, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe just getting a little bit of damage down. It's only a 15%, 16% little shrug on it, so they haven't really got as much as they'd like. Remember, without that Colette, they don't have that big damage to come bursting in there. But if they get another wipe like that, we're going to see Clash putting some serious damage down. They've got to deal with Semantic, and they do just that. Jet and Skull also sneaking around the side, and this is all just buying time. 30 seconds to go in this game. Jet and dealt with, but now they've got to try and turn. And while they're dealing with these pesky pushes, as you say, SK getting that damage down early just means they can play defensive and just be as annoying as possible and just keep them off the safe.
Clash are doing a great job here. They're actually keeping everyone back, and the support was there for Lenan on that side lane. Now the damage rolling, and this could be disastrous for SK with 10 seconds remaining. They can't go on the push. They've got to stay back here to try and defend some of this. Semantic trying to skink through the middle here and taken down by Chaos. Lenan here able to get damage. Now already from Chaos. Can they make it? It's going to be close. Not quite enough.
I'll tell you what. Just with anything more, you know, the fact that SK would just kept pushing was the only thing that kept them in that game there, because anything less would have been a game for Clash. You know, 34%, you know, that 9% I think it was difference between the two would have whittled away very quickly. So the aggression from SK paying off early.
And they had such a great opportunity to just basically rush the side lanes, just go straight for the safe and bring back the flow of any aggression from Clash, and they weren't able to find the opportunity to do that. And I did feel like the end moments here, I just kind of wonder whether those shots, if they connected, I did wonder whether the bounce shots, not many of those did connect on that final moment. I think it's too close to call whether it would have been making any difference there, but it was probably a little bit less time towards that end point that I kind of felt at the moment. But yeah, it just makes you wonder though. Just make you wonder.
So SK with the first game in the final set. We're tied at 2-2. Winner will go directly to the finals. Loser will have to face off against EXO free agents in the lower bracket final, or loser bracket final, whichever you prefer to call it. Multiple names that you can give it, but either way, we are just a couple of games away to find out who that is going to be. Let's talk adjustments. Do they switch out? I'm assuming the Colettes are now going to come out instead of the Spike.
I think that now this is the thing, you know, if I'm SK, I'm probably thinking, well, now we can go tank comps. I mean, like the Colette
because they're going to expect to switch, yeah.
Because they're going to take out the Spike, and then that would be an ideal time to do it. Colette obviously is a huge tank counter, but primarily just kind of sits in the mid. You know, as a brawler which can kind of really quickly go in and come out and stay back in position. I know. I mean, the Spike pick wasn't the best timing for Clash. I just wonder whether we're going to see anything. No. Just keeping traditional, keeping the roughs.
Oh,
okay,
roughs,
fair enough.
roughs.
Yeah,
Okay.
roughs not a bad shout here. Field promotion is the star power that Scarx is running, so definitely over time going to provide more survivability for Jetton, and that's always a good thing. But look at Lenan, he doesn't care. He's just going straight behind this and just bouncing shots between the safe and the players. My goodness me, what a start from Clash, but didn't get that much damage for the attempt, to be fair.
Yeah, didn't get as much down as he wanted there, that's for sure. And you can see that both Chaos and Guille are actually pretty low at the moment. So we'll keep our eye on whether Semantic wants to do the same. Again, Lenan just trying to get in their face and get some damage down. Is going to try and force them about. Semantic does go aggressive on the other side. He tries to push in, gets that little bit of a wall breakdown that you can see Chaos and Guille were using as a defensive platform. And SK just slowly applying the pressure here, but they're on the defensive.
Yeah, this is really nice from Semantic here, just that takedown and not overstaying his welcome as well. I like to see he is and is holding the supply drop buff, so he wants to be valuing his life in that respect. Chaos going to pop Bouncy Castle as well, as now Clash are in a better spot, and we're seeing a bit more of a defensive position here from SK. But that's a really, yeah, that's a nice takedown there. Let's see what happens here as Semantic wants to creep through the left, and he actually super there to try and prevent it, and it missed.
He missed. That could well cost them. Now with the Colette going around the back there, no, they haven't got the super to defend. Semantic will get the damage down. Importantly for him, and now also look at this. All three of them are pushed up. They're all getting the damage down, and that's a real problem for Clash here. They've got to put the pressure down. You can look at Jet, and he's absolutely smashing that safe, and finally gets it down to 45%. Absolute nightmare for Clash here. Could be staring a match point if they lose this one.
Yeah, you can see the pinpoint precision and the amount of value that Jetton was getting from that super bouncy star power. A bit of contrast really to what we saw in the previous game towards the end for Clash, but very important damage there, massively so to maximize on all of it. SK is still a bit on the defensive, but they've got the damage that they need. They can just hold on for these next 25 seconds. They're going to be in a great spot. Semantic still going to go on the aggressive though, and he wins the lane!
Wow, Semantic absolutely let loose. We could be seeing a potential base race. If Skyris goes down, he's on nothing. He will get picked off. Semantic, realizing that, actually comes back to defend. That may well cost him here, because he goes down. It's going to be a spawn race. They're simply trying to body block it as much as they can. If Guille has that super up, it will be all theirs. 31%, they've just about snuck it away. And I've got to question the choice of Semantic to choose, instead of going for damage, coming back to defend. That just cost them.
It's a tough call. It's so tough in that moment where, you know, it's a real-time split decision thing. I think maybe like one more shot or two just before he came back may have been good. I think that he did well to clear up what he did when he did, but yeah, it's a really difficult decision to make. And I think that at the end of the day, it was the Chaos Super that really connected home with the safe, and there's only 1% in it. I want to see that super towards the end as well. I think it was Jetton. It might have just been like a little bit too late there. I think it just came short of the safe, but a second more here or there, and that would have definitely been a different scoreline, because Jetton was going to connect with the safe if you'd just been able to creep up a little bit further on the map.
Absolutely. This could go either way, honestly. Between these two teams, they both have it in them to take it. The question is, who's going to step up to the plate? Absolutely setting up. What a fantastic match between the two of Europe's best teams. There's no doubt about it. You know, these two teams have absolutely delivered throughout. You know, every series we've seen between them has been close, even in the league. Obviously, we had it, you know, outside of it in the monthlies. We've seen them dueling against each other so many times, and they clearly are very evenly matched. There's not a great deal between them. So let's see what adjustments they now bring to the table. I like the little changes we saw there. I want to know whether someone's going to risk it. Someone's going to gamble it. Maybe the coach in the back's going, now's the time. We use that strat. Or do they perhaps try and save it and hope they get to that final?
Yeah, I remember watching SK play against Zero Zone, and Zero Zone had a very tanky comp at the time, and SK were able to handle it, and they actually were on only 1% left on their own save. So I think that SK know how to handle it, and they're not necessarily then going to try and go against it in that respect, because they just kind of are able to deal with it under pressure and have demonstrated so. I like the Roughs, so I think that if they're going to make any adaptations, the Roughs are the way to go, and Clash are going to be obviously going with that same idea. But they've got to start to make a bit more of an earlier impact. It was a bit close to call towards the end of the last game, and I think they'll prefer to have a little bit more of a safer road, especially as now we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've literally switched comp as well. So obviously the Rough's now on for Guille, and Sky is coming in with that. Colette does get that damage down early. Jetten's still in there as well. Hiding in the bushes, getting that little bit of extra punishment in. Or Semantic tried to burst through and take Guille down, but quickly responding with those sandbags, getting that covered off. Scorix not able to get close enough at the moment, so Clash doing a great job at defending. Lene also taking down Semantic. Finally some damage down on SK's safe.
Yeah, great spot for Clash. There's two members here souped up with the supply drop, Chaos and the Nun. And at the moment, it's Semantic that needs to push this momentum backwards here. Really might have breakthrough here as well. I didn't actually notice that Lenan did actually waste a breakthrough earlier. Chose not to destroy their own cover and just chose to let the gadget just sort of run its course and be a normal dash. But this is a great return as now Jetten and Skarx join the mix and Semantic still available. But using the bush there, I was wondering why he's standing still. This is what happens here. Damage continuing to rain in, and the Gatter Hill definitely coming into play to keep Semantic healthy and alive in that instance, and just dashing beautifully as
see, this is the problem.
More damage.
Yeah, this is the big difference. When you've got that Colette, you know you've got that guaranteed super damage to come through, and you know it's going to cost you, whereas you don't have that with the Roughs. You're playing defensive, and now Jetten's just going to put punishment down. It does feel like this one's going SK's way. Skyrix once again trying to sneak around the back. The question is, will we see a full base race coming in here? Lenan wants to come out. If he wins this duel at the moment, it's a close one with Jetten, but Jetten will come out on top. Skyrix will get around the backside, and this should be SK's game to have. Semantic, Skyrix, they're all sneaking around the backside at the moment.
I know there's the Chaos Super that didn't connect, and that's really quite disastrous to Clash at the moment. As now the entire push coming in full force. SK then match point.
Match point at last, and it's ironic that they switch teams and they switch wins. So I think going into this final matchup, we're going to see a mirror. We're going to see the double Colettes, the double Ricos, the double Stews. I think that's what's going to have to happen here, and then it's going to be simply down to who plays team-wise better.
I like the start, though. Got to say, from Clash, it was a bit more aggressive, and despite not getting the damage, it's always good to make a bit of a mark when you start off the games of Heist. But again, I think this is going to come down to being very much about survivability. I think you're absolutely right. I think that the comps that they'll probably run will be that Colette mid, have the Stew, and just make sure that those aggressive plays are paying off, because there's nothing worse than going in and committing so much to then go down and leave your teammates on a 3 versus 2. So yeah, this is so much at stake now. Again, the winner of this match will be in our grand final.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for SK to reach the finals. It is going to be a full mirror.
Yeah, that's exactly what we felt. And let's see then. Let's see. A bit of a slow start. Semantic, though, just going straight in. I like the approach, but Lenan shuts it down very quickly there with a breakthrough of his own. Skarx, though, in the mid, able to connect. The follow-up is there, and the support there is there. It's just Chaos and Jetten now dancing in the mid.
Let's see if anyone can really get that damage down. SK starting off strong at the moment in its Clash on the defensive. Now you can see there's the Colette coming through. That's exactly what the damage is. So we're like mirrored up, but it's going to be Clash that get a couple of kills in. Jetten, the defensive man at the moment, trying to keep them at bay. Lenan doesn't go for that little bit of free hits there that he could have possibly gone for. Chaos trying to pin out Jetten in the corner, but not going to work out. There's the Colette coming through, and that gives Clash a little bit of an advantage, but he will fall fast. And Skyrix will probably even things up doing the super of his own if he can get the dash in there, but at the moment he's not feeling confident.
Semantic burns down there. Chaos trying to use the bouncy castle to stay in the mix. Didn't get that much value off of those. Skarx comes in for more damage, followed up by Guille, and that's another super that they won't be using on the offense, so they're going to have to make up for that. Semantic, though, is still a threat, as he has been in this position time and time again on this map. Skarx again following up with even more damage, and no one is dealing with Semantic. He's left all alone with 3 consecutive shots. That's now 50% left on the Clash shape and counting.
Nobody's dealing with him. Now Jetten's there as well. They've completely lost control of this match, and it's going to be SK surely to close it out there. They've got to get up the other side, but Jetten gets the super off, and SK Gaming close it out in the end. 3-2. They finally take it down, and as you said in there, the moment you saw that super being used by Colette in a defensive format, you knew Clash were in trouble.
You never want to see it. Sometimes you have to see it. It's important, you know, when you're really clutching at straws. But yeah, it's kind of that first inkling, that first sign that maybe things were not all rosy for Clash. SK Gaming coming out with all the stops right when it mattered most towards the end. And yeah, I did think that they may have had a bit more of an advantage going into hot potato things. It's a map they love. They practice this time and time again. It caters towards a lot of their brawler choices, and they thoroughly deserve the win.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. That sets us up, of course, for AC Milan Clash up against EXO Free Agents, a rematch of the semi-finals. We've already had Clash coming out on top in that one, but we'll see what EXO can bring to the table. You boys have been in chat the whole time. I expect you to be prepared for this one. You know exactly what's coming. We'll see you after the break.
Spot on, I mean. Nice.
Wait, go away, I can get some gems.
Nice. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brawl Stars is a fast-paced 3 versus 3 with a huge variety of game modes and objectives to consider in competitive. The best players must constantly adapt to their playstyle, and in the ESL Mobile Ladder and Challenge stages, we also give teams the chance to ban 2 brawlers each to encourage a strategic edge. Let's break down the game modes they'll compete in and discuss some of the brawlers and strategies that we can expect to see from teams in the coming weeks. Gem Grab and Siege center largely around control, and players must apply pressure while collecting the various gems and bolts that spawn around the map to win the game. Popular brawlers you might expect to see in these modes are often win conditions, such as Jean, Tara, and Sandy, who each have the ability to turn a game quickly while also offering supportive measures through their healing abilities. Speed and aggression are also key qualities to utilize, making brawlers such as Max, Stu, Carl, and BB all worth considering. Then there's Hot Zone, where the best teams are those who assert their dominance and establish both side lane and mid control early on. The longer you can hold down your zone, the greater the pressure you'll be able to apply. So often the best strategic approach here is a long-ranged one, to delay your opposition following a respawn. Brawlers like Belle, Bee, Colt, and Jessie are perfect for this reason, and Lou also comes with some powerful area denial. Heist and Brawl Ball are 2 incredibly fast-paced game modes that require a strong offense with an equally balanced and composed defense. For Brawl Ball, Poco is a frequent ban, which can help level out the playing field by reducing the survivability of some of the tankier comps. If that's the case for you, then consider Speed, and in particular Stu, a brawler who excels in this game mode arguably more so than any other, as his super requires only 1 shot to fully charge, enabling him to frequently pass the ball at long distances. In Heist, the objective is to destroy your opposition's safe while simultaneously defending your own. In this mode, sometimes a tense base race can escalate quickly, but teams will often first aim to establish mid-control before focusing on any objective damage. Byron combined with other ranged brawlers like Colette can be difficult to shake, and Crow, Colt, and Belle can all provide great results while keeping your distance. Finally then, we have Bounty, the only mode where kills and deaths will directly impact your scoreboard. For every kill you secure, another star is added to your head, and the number of points you earn from each kill is determined by how many stars each bounty was worth. The better you perform, the more desirable you'll become as a target, so keeping your distance is an incredibly important factor to consider when choosing your brawlers. Nani and Piper are two of the most common picks, largely because they can deal damage from the furthest possible range, while Tick is a great choice for survivability and control. But don't underestimate Mortis. He is an extremely strong aggressor and can effectively close the gap on some of the most frequently used comps to encourage a spawn trap for you and your team. Thanks for watching this first DHL Pro Tips episode. Don't miss out on any of the Brawl Stars action throughout the ESL Mobile Open, and join us again soon for more tips and tricks.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back. The final day of the Brawl Stars ESL Spring Mobile Open is underway, with AC Milan Clash losing to SK Gaming in a spectacular grudge match. The excitement was palpable during each of these rounds, and my fellow casters were all the way in throughout. So we've got Lethal on the desk now, my friend. You have been missed. How was that last match for you, my friend?
It was alright. Can't complain, really. I think it's what we expected as well. Yeah, it was alright. You know, I've seen better. But no, jokes aside, yeah, that was an incredible matchup. It went on so long as I had to have plenty of food, but I was watching at the same time, having a boom, just taking in exactly what was going on and just dissecting all the strategic elements we saw in that matchup. And everything we saw is what we expected and more. When I say more, I mean the little bits of detail which we can obviously pick apart later on with the brawler comps, etc. But I must say, yeah, fantastic way to start things off today.
Having a brew. If you're in chat wondering what he's talking about, he's having a cup of tea like a true Brit. Good lad. Right, so we've got an updated bracket to show you all on your screens. This is what we're looking at for the remainder of the day. Who is going to be joining SK Gaming in the grand final, and who's going to be sent packing? D-Man, which team is more likely to come out aggressive to assert their dominance? Because, you know, AC Milan Clash, it seems like that's their meta.
Well, I mean, they're 3-0'd EXO free agents in the semi-finals. They're going to be looking to do the same again, especially because we're going to be starting in a Brawl Ball, which is, you know, the Clash is absolutely fantastic at. But let's not rule EXO free agents out, because they put up a great performance yesterday. We saw that fight coming out for them against Reply Totem that we haven't really seen for a while. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they've got a bit more to bring to the table, because it started out close versus Clash, and then they just got smashed off the table. So I expect a lot more from them today.
Well, speaking of the favoured game modes, Lethal, I mean, which game modes do you think EXO free agents are really honing in on to make sure that they capitalise in those ones?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. I will say that they looked really good on Siege, just a mode in general, no matter what map it is, because of the great performances they've had against SK Gaming in the past few playdays. But even then, is this going to be a replica of what we saw yesterday? You know, can they be an overnight success? It's very, very tough. Yeah, sure, they can iron out a few kinks, but apart from that, I'm not too sure what else they can do. I just hope, you know, to dear God, that the maps and modes we get today are going to be completely different just due to the fact that from what we saw before, I'm hoping that maybe there was a lot of weak points in their gameplay, maybe a lot of weak points in a lot of these matchups would just not go in their favor. But again, I'm not too sure, but I'm sure Big Man, Kirst and the rest of the guys on that team will hopefully do the best they can to try and qualify into the grand finals.
Let's just hope that connection stays strong as well. But here's the lineup for AC Milan Clash on your screens, looking to switch things up, bounce back from that loss, right, D-Man?
Yeah, absolutely. And you just got to ask yourself, what's that taking out of them? Because that's just been a long 2-hour series that they've just had there against SK Gaming and their rivals, and they've lost it. So what sort of mental impact that's going to have? Can they now bounce back, get straight back in the mindset of, okay, we can win this one and get back at them in the finals? Or are they going to be down? You know, this is down. This is where your coach earns his money. Obviously, Roll's going to be stepping in and having a chat with them. And just, you know, it was incredibly close. There's no doubt about it. These teams, they've played a lot of games. Let's face it, they sit at home and they play it all day. And sometimes, you know, can grind through the hours. But you don't understand how mentally anguishing it can be to be in that situation for such a long time. And then you're like, oh, okay, you got to pick yourself back up and just straight back in there. Whereas EXO, they're going to be sitting there fresh. Kirst, I don't know, he went for his food, or whether he did or not, I don't know. But he's a hungry boy, I think, coming into this one, that's for sure.
Well, we're going to have a quick look at the lineup for free agents as well. A team that may still be carrying some momentum, like you've just said. They'll be fresh. They'll be coming off of yesterday's win as well. Definitely oozing confidence as per usual throughout this entire Mobile Open. But is it going to be enough, Lethal?
This is, yeah, the question we were talking about earlier on. As you can see, Hench Kirst is on the front line, making sure him, YD, and some Bentley could do everything they can. We've also been very impressed by Bentley in terms of the individual skill. YD, they've been great support overall, and Kirst just trying to do everything he can to make sure to get them through in this series. But they need to take an element of caution. This is not something we talk about in esports quite a lot. It's the fact that, of course, with the mental fortitude of being in a tournament setting and just scrimming or playing matchmaking, it takes a lot of stamina out of you in a tournament setting in comparison to just grinding away in matchmaking or scrims, just due to the fact that how much pressure's on your side and how much you've got to take in leading up to the finals. So you may see Clash try and do the best they can to make this a 3-0 sweep, so that they can go against SK Gaming once again, fresh on their minds. And of course, EXO are going to put up a much better fight, hopefully, compared to last time to stop that from happening.
Yeah, exactly. Like you've mentioned, they've got all that pressure on their shoulders, but then also you've got best of five to absolutely traipse your way through. But D-Man sat down with the big man himself, with Kirst from EXO Free Agents. Let's see what he thinks will be a defining factor in battling for supremacy in the Mobile Open.
Let's talk about the current meta that is out there. Obviously, you know, we had the big patch hit after Playday 2, changed it, certainly brought more bruises into it, or tanky meta that a lot of people favored. Some didn't. Obviously, some were heavy on the max, which took obviously a big hit within there. You know, in terms of, you know, buffs and nerfs, how do you feel the meta shifted for yourselves as a team?
I mean, we played the game, all three of us, for a very long time, so we kind of been through a lot of different metas with different playstyle, over everything from like throwers dominating to fast pace, slow pace, control, anti-tank. So I feel like anything new is good for us, but I feel like we can adapt better than other teams. So yeah, I think it's been a good change for us.
And with those changes now in mind, like when you're going into these matches, do you ever have anything in mind in terms of comps that's sort of against specific teams, knowing that, say, I don't know, SK are always going to bring out some sort of bruiser comp at some point, or you know, maybe a thrower comp or something like that? Is there anything you go into it thinking, okay, we're going to have to ban these brawlers out because we know that they like to play this style?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that certain teams like to play a certain play style, so like we always have that in mind. Either we just banning out so they can't run what they want to run, or we purposely let them run what they want to run so we can counter it. So there's a lot of strategy coming down to how we prepare to play against different top teams.
And going into the final, realistically, what is the team's hopes and expectations? Obviously, you know, you've gone through the player change. You came in 4th last minute, despite the fact you were the first team to qualify for ESL Mobile Challenge.
I mean, our expectations are always finishing on top, but we know that there is 3 other teams that want this win just as much as us, so it's not going to be an easy task, but I believe we're going to be able to pull through in the end.
Well, Curse, thank you very much. I know you're always active in the Twitch chat. I always see those exos in the chat as well when the matches are happening. Any big shout-outs you want for your fans and supporters out there?
Yeah, I mean, to our fans, I just have to thank you all because your support is insane, and we love the exo spam in the chat, and we're going to try our best to bring this W home for y'all.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the final.
Thanks.
He's always so calm in his interviews, isn't he? Kirst is always so cool, calm, and collected. That's something to be worried about for AC Milan. But on your screens, you're going to be shortly seeing the bans for the lower bracket final. And we can start our predictions of how we think the teams are going to adapt their brawler comps to suit their playstyle. Lethal, from what we've seen this weekend, who would you ban for EXO free agent?
Oh, that's a tough question. Probably the Mortis or something, just to keep them at bay. We've seen Lenan use Mortis so many times, but it's not a brawler you should really ban anyway for an entire course of the series. I think these bans are pretty much what we expected. Clash always seem to ban the Gene and the Primo. It's very rare you see him change anything in terms of that statement. But the thing is, though, for Clash in particular, they're going to be very happy with the first set being on Super Stadium for a Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball wouldn't being one of their better modes, you could say, out of all the modes available. But EXO, they have Factory Rush at the very end of the last set. So if it does go all the way, as in it could be a little bit different compared to the replica we could see in terms of scoring, we'll have to find out. But I'm hoping EXO do put up a much better performance, and do you know what? I think they can. I don't see why not. It just depends on how much they've rectified in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, when we get to the later stages of the tournament, these bans are becoming a little bit more, standard, a bit more predictable. But D-Man, we saw a different free agents playing against Reply Totem, didn't we? So I assume that that is the free agents that need to be here right now to make it to the grand final.
Yes, but the problem is, Gene ban is big against EXO free agents. It's a big problem. They faced it in the semi-finals and they couldn't overcome it. We saw just how strong and predominant it was for them against Reply Totem. It was a major, major part of it, be it Curse playing it, be it Sun Bentley playing it. They played it pretty much every single match, every single set, every single map, all across the board. With that banned, I want to know what they're going to bring to the table, because that, for me, is the big change.
They're going to have to pull out some sort of ace in the hole, otherwise it's going to be curtains for them against such a strong AC Milan Clash team that we have witnessed throughout this entire Mobile Open. So it's time to find out which versions of the teams we're going to get. It's make or break now to get into that grand final. So it's time for our lower bracket final. Free agents versus AC Milan Clash. D-Man, take us in, mate.
Yes, thank you very much. As we move into what is basically an extra $4,000 final. $5,000 goes to third and fourth place. The loser of this will be collecting that. But if you go through to that finals, you're looking at a minimum of $9,000, $18,000 going to the winner. Fantastic prize money these guys are fighting for, no doubt about it. A big part of obviously the 3v3, but the fact is we're moving in and Lethal, we're going straight into Super Stadium. You know, our Brawl Ball, we know what Clash are like. Remember yesterday? Remember those big clutch saves? Lenane on the line, that mega save he made coming in and then going straight up the other end and scoring.
Yeah, that was just super close just in general. They shouldn't have even... You saw back then they were just delayed the inevitable, but somehow managed to turn it around and then actually still took that game. That should not have occurred. These are the big mistakes we've got to be very wary of. But I have faith in EXO. The chat have faith in EXO as well. Could say this team is one of the people's champions coming into the competitive scene. And now we're going to find out in this first set of the losers bracket finals. Hopefully EXO can make a much bigger difference in comparison. Normally they do. They can adapt so well. But you can see already Clash have had a fantastic start already getting in that first goal of this game.
Yeah, big start. Big start there, no doubt about it. The double Bs, the double spikes as well. The stew for Lenane is once again being impactful. They could get a quick 2-0 here. It is going to be the roughs, of course, for Curse once he gets the respawn out there. But at the moment, they're already forced against it. And look at this. They're being pincered onto the line. They are in trouble.
They really are indeed. I'm only too sure what they can do. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how they can break out of this. But they've got such great positional advantage at every single ankle. That is going to be done and dusted. And I'm not going to lie to you, D-Man, it is smelling like a replica already, because that was a very quick game, not really too much to dissect. As you can see, there was just so many disadvantages in terms of the position they were in on the side of EXO, and they couldn't really figure out a way to break it. You can see with the communication as well, they didn't prioritize one player to then break through afterwards. There's not really too much small talk there. You can kind of notice that quite a lot towards, you know, the later stage of that game, if you can say later stages, considering how quick that went.
I mean, I was coming into this, I was thinking, okay, what Clash is going to turn up? Is it going to be a tired one that's just gone through a heavy, grueling 5-set epic with SK Gaming? Or is it going to be a very angry that they're not there in the final? I think we just got our answer there. I think we got our answer. This is going to be down to EXO to respond as quick as possible. Otherwise, they're in danger of being steamrolled.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about as well. And I talked about mental stamina in a tournament setting rather than matchmaking anyway. They know that Clash feel like they need to get at least a clean sweep done as quick as possible to keep it fresh on their minds to go against SK Gaming. Because if this goes all the way and they still win, great, yeah, that's fair enough. But SK Gaming will just steamroll over Clash just because of that. It takes a lot out of you. And people kind of underestimate that quite a bit. So I can understand why they're trying to get this done as fast as possible. I mentioned it even earlier on before it's even begun. But let's see what's going to happen. Bentley managed to kick things off quite nicely, but Gia does take a YDE and also takes down Bentley. Another great start here from Clash. As it is going to be a team wipe. And there he goes, going to try and get that in. Doesn't, so it gives him a bit of leeway.
Tried it, knew he's going to be taken down straight away. YDE with a quick response there. So good save in the end with a missed shot from Lenane, which is something I don't say very often. I got to be honest, but I tell you what, Guille on B, my word, he has not been missing those shots. Absolutely popping off there at the start. Now the pressure continuing on to Kirst in the corner there. He will get taken down, but Lenane gets answered as Son Bentley manages to get himself the kill there. YD trying to get in position here. Lenane taken very low, but still manages to survive and do the damage, and it's going to be YD that has to wait for the respawns.
This is much better from EXO. That should have been 1-0, or at least a little bit closer to it. But sadly for Clash, they could not secure that first goal. This will definitely give a massive, massive helping hand for EXO. Some breathing room, but as I say, they're already getting heavily suffocated. Lenane on 28 HP, just making sure to try and stay alive to the best of his ability, making sure to value his life to try and support Gia. And once again, all three members of EXO have to push all the way back. If YD gets taken down, that's going to be huge for Clash, but he does not, as Son Bentley actually takes down one of the members of Clash. And Care still in that right lane, just trying to do some damage. Now, last one left standing, having to pull all the way back to defend.
Tries to pull the ball down. We know how strong Stu is right now. YDE gonna get left, right. It's so hard to hit and pin down. There's no doubt about it, which is why we're seeing the pressure this time around. A much closer game as we see the walls being broken down. The Sandstorm coming through now, trying to do what he can there, Kirst. Try and slow things down. We haven't really mentioned the Sandy too much at the moment because we haven't had a chance to. It's been pretty frenetic in terms of pace. But the spike moving forward there for Chaos, trying to keep the pressure on, and he's continuing to put that pressure down. Finally, though, Sandy has got past the big spike super, and that's now a problem for Clash. Oh, but no. Guille once again.
Oh, you can see as well, Clash is going to try and stop it from going to overtime if they can. Lenane's got all the way around, manages to pass it in, just barely goes over the line. Lenane must get that first goal, and there's no way, no chance they can bring this back now. Something really fluky happens, or a miracle, so there's going to be no chance there. As EXO did their best, they adapted a lot better this time round, but it's not saying much as the scores still say the same. And now it's just one more game for Clash to try and bag to gain this first set lead in the series.
So they make the changes, it doesn't pay off. It definitely took them a lot longer this time. They held out for a lot longer, but once again, we see Clash get through. Clash, honestly, Clash on Brawl Ball, just so strong, no doubt about it. It's definitely a map that they favor and are always favored. They've always been able to find those angles. It was close though. YD here getting the kill. It looked like he was going to be able to get a chance to come through, but honestly, Guille has been hitting his shots all day long.
He really has, and the reason why I say EXO adapted a lot better was because of the first mistake Clash made, you know, trying to score it right at the very beginning. It gave him a bit of help, had that numbers advantage, but it's the first time we've seen him have map control in like 1.5 games, which is, you know, a fair amount considering how stable this map can be in terms of the fact that it can be a lot of stalemate situations and trying to get it better of each other. But the individual skill from Clash is just showing constantly every single time, having to outplay their opponents in some of these lanes. And we've got to try and figure out what they want to do. They need to try and synergize a bit better and try and coordinate a little bit better to try and take on one of these players that gets our kind of numbers advantage. But we're going to go into it again to see if the trend will continue. Some Bentley take down Lenan, so again, a very good start. And XO had a good start almost every single time, but Gia, again, trying to take down Kurtz, which he has done. YDE takes down Gia straight after, so good trade from them. As YDE, he's trying to be as proactive as possible, does take him down, which is huge now for XO, as he's going to try and push all the way down. Gia is in the way, though, to try and body block as much as possible to keep YDE at bay.
Yeah, the mirror matchup this time around is what we kind of expected to see what they could bring back here, but it's down now to Clash to try and work the way out of the defense here, can get the ball forward. Chaos had a moment there. If that was actually a clean pass from Gia, he could have had a super shot chance there, but it didn't go for it. Instead, we're going to see Lenan trying to push through, tries to take YDE down. The sprint, the back and forward going between them. Kurt's taking incredibly low. If he goes down, that's going to open the goal up. That's a problem. You can see Sun Bentley trying to do what he can to defend. The rest of his team not here, but it's Chaos that is being the hard carry right now, continuing to keep that pressure on. He's buying all the time he needs on this left-hand side. YDE, he's gone.
Oh, dearie me. Kurtz is taking down Lenan, though, and you can see already that Gia is trying to get away, but it doesn't matter. Takes down some Bentley, and Kurtz is just trying to stay alive in that left lane. He's trying to weave and decide what he wants to do. There's not really much he can do in all fairness, as Chaos has taken him down, but it looks like XO will have plenty of time to regroup and wait for Kurtz to come back on the respawn. But then again, what difference is it going to make here? Is Kurtz again trying to get that left lane back, which he has done, but has been taken down once again. Bentley on the goal line, making sure they don't get up to any more shenanigans. That's going to be it. That's going to be a team wipe, and that's going to be a goal for Clash.
Yeah, you could see that coming. It was slowly being worked out, and that was all down to Chaos's hard work on that left-hand side, slowly working it down. Flo's taking a big hit. Lenan dropped early. This could be a quick instant reply here. The sticky syrup down on both sides at the moment. You've got to be careful which one you're going to be walking into. They can't get the shot away because that sticky syrup's bought them enough time. They put the spikes down as well to try and delay them here. YDE, Lenan maybe are just going to burst through onto YDE. That's what he's looking to try and do, but it doesn't matter. Instead, he just goes ring around the roses, gets around the backside. Lenan's away. Where's the defense? Doesn't matter. The ball's not with them. Clash will take it. It's a quick 3-0 first set.
That was a very quick set, a convincing set actually, more than anything. And this is what I spoke about beforehand. You can see that XO kind of on the back foot of it. As you can see, Clash needs to take their anger out on someone, and XO are the ones on the front line getting ready for it. And yeah, it's going to be tough. I can understand that XO, in terms of adaptation, it's very, very good. Some of the best in business. But again, it's just still not enough. They are adapting, but not enough to really turn the tide here against Clash. But like I said before, we mentioned it, but this is one of their better moves, one of their strengths going into this series. So XO, let's see if they can retaliate with a better response.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to move on. You know, they need to put that behind them. I think they probably accepted that may well be a loss. So splits the next setup. It's going to be in hot zone as well. You know, it goes without saying, I think we're going to see Stu on almost everything today. Stu has definitely been buffed to the point of you just can't ignore him. I'm surprised we're not seeing him banned, in fact, to be honest. But both teams seem to be happy to play it, just as we saw with SK and Clash. Maybe that's something to keep an eye out as we go into the finals. Just to refresh your minds, it is Gene Primo banned out for Clash. It's pretty standard for those two. And Bell Sprout banned out for EXO, which is obviously why we didn't see the Sprout there a moment ago. But for Hot Zone, you know, we could probably see a Ruffs coming in here. The fact that Gene's banned out is a big one, as I say before. We've seen a Rico working on here yesterday as well.
Yes.
In with that. And we saw Buzz as well. It is going to be, once again, the Rico Stew and the Ruffs for one side, and the B and the Ruffs and the Stew for Clash.
And let's have a look on the left-hand side as Lenan gets the first kill onto some Bentley. Gia and Chaos is working together to take down Chaos. Chaos doing a good job staying alive, just dodging and weaving from these projectiles. Still somehow alive. I'm actually surprised how he's managed to value his life to the best of his ability and still able to counteract there. So Chaos, even though he was taken down, he did a phenomenal job. He should not have been able to stay up as long as he did. Some may say overstayed his welcome, but at the same time, great map presence. Some Bentley gets another one. YDE takes down Gia, and this is exactly the start EXO needed.
Well, I mean, they didn't want to lose 56%, so that's for sure. Lenan coming out on top and basically squishing Sun Bentley into the corner, but Sun Bentley now has that a little bit of control, that space that he's looking for. And now you can see it's starting to work in their favor. They have to deal with Kirsten at the moment, but Whitey is doing a fantastic job of being the man in the middle. Once again, dashes through, takes down another, and also some Bentley coming out on top against Lenan. This is going to be EXO taking the first game.
And we were talking what the first set being convincing. This is going to be a convincing start here for EXO in this set. 100 to 56%. Great, amazing, don't get me wrong, but there's so many times in Hot Zone, Clash will do the exact same thing and then that's it. There's no stopping them. So I'm going to say, don't get me wrong, EXO did a brilliant job to start things off, to kick things off for them in this first game in the second set. But I'm just a little bit worried about how strong this adaptation is going to be for Clash. But if they do manage to stop it in the next couple of games as well, then that would be great.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. So EXO, you know, honestly working well in what was almost a mirror. So I wonder whether we're going to see Guillet maybe switching that B out now, whether we do switch across. And I'll probably be the possible change in there because the Rico worked very well for EXO. It's actually kind of the brawlers that I was expecting coming out this time around. We'll see whether they do make those changes because that was fantastic from EXO. You know, individual little jewels. Once Sun Bentley got control of that zone, there's absolutely nothing Lenan could do, and that's not something I say often.
I just can't believe Kirst was just how he valued his life in that right lane, in that zone. He had 700 HP. There was no way. I was gobsmacked he was even still alive at that point. I just thought maybe within the next couple of projectiles, then they should be fine. He'll be taken down. But he somehow stayed alive, managed to recover, still staying in the same place as keeping that objective alive, and also being able to take down almost 2 of the players in the meantime. It was just ridiculous skill there from Kirst. I was just surprised to say the least how, you know, I wasn't going to say he, you know, overstayed his welcome because of the fact that if he didn't try to get around the corner, he'll be predictable. But would have taken him down, and that would have been done and dusted, and then Clash would have been able to continue with that objective efficiency and a perfect setup straight afterwards. So I must say, Kirst, brilliant job from him to help his team push forward to get that huge lead at the beginning. Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. What adjustments will they make now as we move forward? The first game for EXO finally picked up, which is great to see here because I was a little worried that we're going to be a bit of a washout after seeing how they responded on Brawl Ball. It's down for Clash to respond. You know, do they go with pretty much a mirror comp, which is what we've seen them do a lot against SK. They were obviously very reactive rather than proactive in adjusting their own comps. They are going to go pretty much with what they just had with the Rico in there, and it will be a mirror. Oh, no, wait. It's a light. Where's it? Says Barley. I don't see Barley. No, I don't either. So you're absolutely right. No, you are right. You are perfectly right. It is a mirror match. I mean, we'll just completely ignore that and pretend we didn't see that at all. As already, some Bentley have to take a lot of pressure from Lenan, using that Stu to the best of his ability to try and keep him low. But Bentley does stay alive, which is good, which means that it will give the chance of Kirst to be able to regroup and be able to, you know, sacrifice him, use that bait and switch to keep him at bay. But I must say the teamwork has massively improved with EXO compared to that first set. Absolutely. Well, at the moment, it's a great start, but look at that. The whole middle is just gone. Both teams just saying, you know what, let's just fully remove everything we can. Let's get it straight down to skills. YDE doing what he can. We saw how strong YDE can be on the Stu yesterday, but this time he was double teamed up there, and now Kirsty's being forced back, manages to get the shots down onto Guillet, but not enough. And Chaos definitely prefer him on the Rico here, and a very close game here. You know what, if Kirst can come back and work out well here against Guillet on the left-hand side, you can see some Bentley getting himself down. He's going to hunker down and try and get as much as he can here. This is going to swing very much in the favor of EXO as Clash are forced to back away. They've got to go aggressive, but they've got to push into those bullets. Oh, Kirst has done such a great job in that left zone. Finally gets taken down. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but you can see the percentile difference between the two teams is so close. Clash still trying to come back. It's all tied up here, and we're going to see if Clash will be able to take this, and they do by a measly 5%. And you can see that earlier on, I thought, don't get me wrong, but EXO were going to take that. You saw Kirst in that left lane once again. I keep talking about him. I've got to stop. But the problem is, he's one of the prime players. Once again, the key factors. You can see he's played enough dodgeball in his day. It's just due to the fact that all his dodging and weaving consistently against Guillet and Chaos was so good towards the last third or the last portion of that game. But I must say, fantastic stuff from Clash. I did say that normally on Hot Zone, they are one of the best in terms of adaptation on this kind of mode, and we saw a pure example of that in that second game.
Yeah, the biggest problem there, I just saw in the replay as well, exactly what happened. Some Bentley, you know, the problem with the Ruffs is you are slow coming in, and when the Stew's getting basically free shots on you, there's nothing he could do about that. He was obviously focused on the other shot. It left Lenan to just simply get the free damage down, and that bought them the time to lock out both zones, because for EXO, they'd already locked the right side completely. They'd got the 50% there, so it was just the left. They just need to commit to that, but obviously you've got to defend on one side. But with 5%, you kind of want to throw everything in there. But with the mirror match, they proved that they could certainly take it close enough. But we are 1-1 in this second set. Currently, in terms of points, it is going to be Clash leading the first set on Brawl Ball. If you just missed it, it was a 3-0 sweep on Brawl Ball. And SK Gaming are awaiting the winners of this match. And that's going to be a potential juicy final for whoever will get there.
I just wonder if there's going to be any comp changes here, because in all fairness, it was very, very close. It was that mirror match. I'll be surprised if we do. And if we do, let's see if it's going to be a shock to our system. No, it's not. It's going to be completely identical here. D-Man, as now we're going to head into it in game number 3 of this second set. If you're just joining us, this is the loser bracket final. Whoever's going to win this series will be playing against SK Gaming in the grand finals. Kirsten Bentley still in that left zone once again. The Lenan takes them wide to E, which is going to be a fantastic start for Clash. But look at the positioning. You can see their gear just on that right-hand side was looking to push up north to go towards and get another angle onto that left zone, but it's not going to happen, as YD will be keeping him back. Kirst does take down Chaos, and Gia and Lenan trying to do the best of their ability to try and stay alive, and they do not, and that's going to be a wipe in favor of XO.
That is big. That is big. They got the wipe in now. It's going to give them a big percentage damage. Here comes YD back on again. Let's see how they defend against this one, because this is where Clash have to try and get them off it, because you can see the percentage is working very much in their favor. YD takes down Lenan. That was a great kill in the end. Now he's going to try and get the pressure onto Chaos. Will take him down. YDE stepping it up. Get across to along the rest of the team with EXO. Curse just needs to go defensive now, because this is looking great. 82%, but don't rule out Clash. We saw it turn around from 95% just a moment ago.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, and this is where the start could be the beginning of the end. We'll have to see. Chaos does get the first player down. YD and Curse just again trying to dodge these projectiles to the best of their ability. Curse is taking a little bit of damage, so is YDE, but just doing a good job, just being able to stay alive. Chaos does take down another, but that's not going to change the fact that that's going to be a full wipe once again from EXO. And EXO are doing what they do best, you know, just basically showing off their individual skill in a lot of his matchups. And it's just, you know, tooth and nail between both these teams to try and make something happen or try and make the difference. Chaos does get one, though, so they could try and make something happen. But there's only 2% left here, D-Man. I'm not too sure it's going to take it, but Clash able to stay alive just that little bit longer.
They can just zerg it now. They can surely just zerg it. That's exactly what they're planning to do. They want to go together, try and push in. They will get the percentage down, and that's going to be EXO picking up game number 3 here. So 2-1 to them in this current set.
Yeah, individually, that game, EXO have been looking a lot better. Like, it's not something you would normally say, considering the individual talent in the pool for Clash. So it's not something you would normally see. It's not very uncharacteristic, I'd probably say. It's not feeling it in terms of their shots. You can feel like EXO, it's not really about them being aim stars or anything like that. It's just, you know, their dodging mechanics and their predictability with the projectiles that Clash are firing is just very, very good. It's just been very unorthodox in that kind of stature, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play from individual plays there as well. It worked out well. It was all happened early on. They managed to get that 80+2% in there right early on after getting that wipeout. That's what they got to do once again. Now, can they even up the series? They've got set point in their hands. It's still a long way to go in this whole series. But EXO looking good here in the second set.
Yeah, they really are indeed. Could this be the fact that EXO, they've not really played a match today, have they? They've done what I did, just chilling, waiting for the upper bracket final to see what occurs in that match.
They were chilling, yeah.
And then they're warming up. So, yeah, this is it. Like, you know, now they've actually got into the swing of things a bit more. It took them a set to kind of comprehend what's been going on and be able to sort their lives out a little bit. And here they are. EXO are here to play. They're back on the server, ready to try and bag that W if they can. And rightly so. Why not? If they do take the set, they've already done better than what they did yesterday against Clash, which is a good sign. And YD having to pull back very quickly. Already took a lot of damage once again. Compositions are exactly the same once more. YD does get first initial kill. Bentley gets the second. Almost a team wipe. Chaos is last person left standing for Clash.
Yeah, I love the angle work that these Rico players used here. Curse doing a grand job at keeping them away, but Lenan's going to try and burst through in a moment. But he's got 2 against him at the moment. You can see Guille doing just that. Now we see Chaos going aggressive. That super didn't connect really with anything. Now he's going to try and sweep around the backside and help out Lenan. Lenan's just biding his time here. Chaos doing what he can to force them off the point. And now we're looking at seeing what Guille can do to try and back this one up. He goes aggressive. YD comes in. That doesn't work out. Some absolute magnificent work there from Chaos around the back, just doing what he can. Lenan, though, can't take Curse down, and Curse comes out on top, and they still hold the point.
Yeah, big talking point there, as you said, about Chaos. His job was just to waste time, be a nuisance, pull the entire team back, and even on a respawn, he can catch up the rest of his teammates. It'll take a little bit longer than necessary, but they can waste enough time to increase that score difference. Bentley gets the first kill onto Lenan. This is going to help him massively. Gear's taking a huge amount of damage, and it's only Chaos left standing. He can't take too much damage because he'll ruin the death cycle, the respawns, if he doesn't wait for the rest of his team to regroup. And Chaos still manages to take one down. YD has to try and stay alive. Bentley is in a lot of trouble as well. He has to pull back to try and deal with Lenan. YD jumps in to say hello once more as well. And it's going to be a massive bait and switcher in that left lane. But as you see, YD does take down Lenan. YD also takes down Chaos, and it's a duel in that left lane. And Gear actually wins it. And look at the difference in scoreline, 97%. Lenan just needs to stay alive this a little bit longer. And he does, and tie things up in this set.
Oh, some absolute hot footwork coming out from some Bentley, but he just couldn't land his shots. He was doing a magnificent job dodging and juking Lenan as much as he could. Then in comes the next one as they has to work out and dodge the Rico. He's doing what he can, but you know what? He just couldn't dodge the shots in the end. And that was all done. That was Chaos. Chaos going around the back, literally creating chaos for Clash and doing exactly what he could. It bought the time. You saw that Lenan was struggling on the left. He was struggling to break through because Curse was doing such a great defensive job along with some Bentley. He was unable to break the flow. So Chaos said, you know what? I'll go around the back. I'll cause problems. It forced EXO to back up and have to deal with him, and that bought all the time that that they needed Clash there to get it and once again tie it up. And now we have double set point.
And this is the issue you see, you know, with Chaos positioning there, like you said, pretty much on their respawn. It might as well have been on their team considering where he was positioned at the time. It's very tough because you can't just ignore him. Even if he does 0 damage or do nothing apart from just being there, him just being there alone is just a major factor in itself because it's very distracting. You have to have a lot more in your comms to prioritize him rather than anyone else, and it pulls your entire lineup back. And already Lenan pushing all the way in deep against some Bentley. And to be fair, that was a crucial kill because some Bentley has been getting the first initial frag every single time. And now all 3 members of EXO have had enough and trying to regain control of that left zone.
I mean, that all started out. YD used his wall breaker to try and take down that middle area. And Lenan instantly pounced on that, took down YD, turned onto some Bentley, and it's a 56% already for Clash. So that was a massive, massive start for them. Now EXO have got to regain their composure, try and get back in this one. YD was left napping there, no doubt about it. He wants to go to Guille and does just that. Now they can try and get the focus down to Chaos, but they've got to get Chaos out. That's super connecting beautifully from Curse there, really ricocheting it well. And now EXO have full control.
Oh, this is going to be very, very tough. Lenan needs to stay alive. He pushed in a bit deep, a bit too quick. He should have waited for his teammates a little bit earlier, but he wants to get something done earlier as well. As EXO are the ones coming back here. YD, he takes down Chaos, and Lenan has to bide his time. He has to wait. He has no choice. If he doesn't coordinate with the rest of his team, then they are absolutely stuffed. And this is exactly what we need to do. Gear does take down Curse, which is going to give him that numbers advantage. YD and some Bentley just trying to stay alive and wait for Curse to try and rejoin with the rest of the pack. But look, Clash already know this and are trying to do as much damage to him as possible. YD has taken down Lenan. They've got a positional advantage, massive advantage here, as Gear just trying to pull back as well. Only on 800 HP. And look at the difference so far. Bentley takes down Lenan, and so does Curse. Also takes down Chaos. And that's going to be a team wipe now for EXO.
They've locked it, they've done it, that should be enough. 91% and counting, 93, 94. This is looking great for EXO to lock out their first set here. They just need 1 more percent. That is it. EXO free agents will even up the series 1-1. And they take a very, very close hot zone there on Split. Incredible stuff. Split on the hot zone, sorry. Either way round, EXO, what a fantastic performance. And it was all about those few little plays in between. The super from Cursed was brilliant. The little ricochets he did to take down Chaos was absolutely what turned it, and they fully took control here. There it is. The super bouncing around. Look at that. He goes for the 1, 2, 3. I think it's the 4 bounce in the end. It was what he was aiming at.
Yeah, I think it was as well. And this is the problem you see. This is where if you're not coordinating the exact same time, even the smallest of misplays, because every second is decisive, especially coming into this series. And that set got very sweaty very quickly, considering they were trying to retaliate the best they could. And EXO have already done better than what they did yesterday. Managed to pull down a set that's going to... Okay, some people may think, oh, you know, it's still technically tied. Yeah, sure, it is technically tied. But it's going to be the back of their minds at one stage that they've lost 4 sets back-to-back, including yesterday. And now they've clawed one back. They could be thinking to themselves, well, do you know what? Actually, why can't we take them down? Why can't we go to the grand finals from here and continue piling on the pressure? And this is going to make, you know, more havoc for Clash, because even if they do end up winning this series, it's going to be another possible drawn-out series, and they're going to be even more knackered leading into the grand finals. So we'll have to see. But EXO, not to see a bit more flair and potential compared to that first set.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're moving on to Kaboom Canyon now, the heist map. Just to remind you guys of the bans, because it's important, Gene, Primo, Bell, and Sprout. So with Bell banned out, could definitely be the pick on here. Looking at potential Pipers, we have seen Colts coming out here as well, almost certainly of Colette. A lot of options, especially with Stu being as strong. I actually wouldn't rule that out, as weird as it was, for Kaboom Canyon, although Kaboom Canyon tends to be more of a ranged affair. There is that grass split in the middle as well. But yeah, I just don't know where they're going to go with this one. I mentioned the Bell ban because Bell would have been a strong one for this.
Absolutely, yeah, completely agree. And, you know, we'll see a few Colettes in there now and again, maybe depending on their approach. Like I said, if they're going to be quite patient with their executions in terms of the objective, then that Colette will make a big play. If not, they may go for something a bit more aggressive. We have seen it from time to time. So, yeah, but we could say looking forward to see what these compositions... Well, you saw Clash before. It came out with some weird compositions in the past, especially against SK Gaming, and it has worked wonders for them. There's no reason why... they can't do it again, and yeah, I have to say.
Kurt's asking for comp suggestions in chat, so he's hoping that somebody can give him something. Yeah. Keep those wonderful comp suggestions going, guys. There's a lot of experts out there that will be able to help out. Maybe get a couple of the Twitch coaches is what we need here.
I don't know what to say to that really, but do you know what? In terms of predictability, I'm sure the chat will probably pick, you know, the ballers they're going to suggest anyway, because we've seen them, you know, enough times in ESL Mobile Challenge. But let's find out going
Nanny,
in.
Of course.
So yeah, that's kind of what we pictured a little bit here, especially on a map like this, and some Bentley already taken down very early. Sorry, some Bentley actually taken down Lenon very early, and I must say, some Bentley is very aggressive no matter what start of the matchup there is, and the slaying power from EXO is looking brilliant as YD also takes down another.
Yeah, so the Nanny Crow Piper for EXO coming through against the Amber Byron, and what was the other one for Clash? We'll see it in a second because he's about to get the respawn. Now, of course, it was the Stu coming through. So interesting stuff. So I was debating whether Stu was going to get used because obviously he's very strong right now. But Kirst, trying to sneak around the back there, and Clash having none of it. But at the moment, it is EXO with the damage down on the safe. YDE going in, and they have to deal with YDE. And there's not a lot the gear can do about it at the moment. Will finally get taken down on the respawn. But this is EXO starting strong.
It really is indeed. Chaos can try and make something happen here, but just his presence alone is just pushing every member back of EXO. Some Bentley's pushed all the way back to the objective, and YD is still on the front line in the right-hand side just to see if he can tickle a few of the players in the center, but he's just doing his job. Yes, sure, he's not doing a huge amount of damage, but his presence just alone making sure they cannot push any further. But breaking through the structure in the center to try and get a timed attack going, and this is absolutely perfect. Look how much damage Chaos is doing onto that save, and he's still dwindling downwards down to 57%. And I don't know if you agree, D-Man, either. It's not seen, you know, the likes of, okay, there's no Bell in this matchup due to the ban, but not seeing the Piper as a replacement has surprised me a tad.
Yeah, no Piper for Clash is somewhat surprising, but at the moment it's, well, I mean, it's even 57%. No Colette is the surprise for me as well. I completely forgot about the Nanny. I remember, obviously, the Nanny on this map has been crucial many times. I distinctly remember SK making great use of Nanny around the backside. It may have even been against Clash, if I'm not mistaken, back in the Playday 5, I think it was. back then. It's either 4 or 5 when they had their double head-to-head. YDE going aggressive. That's going to get answered. Does manage to get himself the 1 on the Byron there, but Chaos trying to do what he can with that super. 57, 10 seconds left. Who's going to come out on top? Chaos can't get around the backside. Will get the damage done. Is it enough? 51 to 53. I don't know which way this is going to go. It will be down to Sun Bentley on the Piper getting the shots in. Cursed also making it work, and EXO will take the first game of the series.
Yeah, dearie me. So EXO looking very good again with that Piper. That team had a bit more range, not as much aggression, but the range is perfect for them to try and have a more methodical approach on the objective. But you saw there as well, Chaos got a huge amount of value with the objective, with the Amber as well, with that planned attack. You saw there that Lenan just causing a huge distraction in the center. Of course, with the breakthrough, and then Chaos coming in here. Actually, this is the exact moment it happened where they caused a huge distraction so that Chaos can flank round from the left lane and get its huge value with that Amber, which he did, and also managed to get a little bit done towards the end in that right lane, but it just wasn't going to be enough, and I'll be interested to see if Clash do make that crucial comp change.
There can be a couple of changes, and I'm going to say it. I think Stu was kind of worthless this time around on that map.
Which is rare.
You know, yeah, which is rare. Well, he just couldn't get close enough. He was getting picked off. That was the problem. It was just too much open ground that he had to cover to try and get close enough to the brawlers to do damage. Obviously, got short range, so it doesn't do a great deal to the safe. Can do if he gets near enough, but just wasn't getting there. Was too busy chasing the nanny. Now, obviously, no Colettes either, which is a big thing. No Piper for Clash, so could change to that maybe. A number of changes for both comps that certainly could come. That's the beauty of Brawl Stars often is that you can have these variations that can work either way.
I mean, it could indeed. Normally you see at least one in a smash. You don't normally see both anymore, but you don't normally see none either. Normally one team has it because they may have a different calculated approach on the objective in comparison, but not seeing either was, yeah, a little bit of a shock to the system. I was still trying to take it in at the very beginning before Sun Bentley gets that first initial kill. He always seems to be the opening fragger here every single time we witness him in every single game. He just likes that very, very aggressive approach where sometimes Clash must think, oh, he's not going to do it again, but he does it every single time, like 4 or 5 times in a row. So let's see if he gets that initial kill once again at the very beginning. And yes, as you can see, straight off, Lenan has actually switched to that Piper. We said they needed a bit more range, and they managed to do it. And the Nanny as well. So pretty much going back and forth as the trade does come in between both of those Pipers. The only difference being that Byron and the Crow there. But let's see what happens as Clash of the Otter, very good start, very good early start to say the least, and haven't really done much of the objective, but they do have map control.
Yeah, and they get the shot away, and that's what Piper brings to the table. In fact, you can land those shots from the mid area. Basically back to almost a normal Kaboom Canyon now, I would say, in terms of a bit of a snipe battle going on, seeing who can sneak around the side, seeing what can do what, and maybe get a sneaky nanny around the back. Hello, where you going, Cursed? I think it is Cursed that's playing the nanny. Yes, it is. There you go. Cursed sneaks around there. Oh, did you notice that? They've broken the walls away at the back of Clash's base. So that must have been Lenan that's maybe gone back and done that. And that's just removing that cover area that Cursed has been relying on.
I mean, he has been gear. It's just been slaying out of his mind so far. Nice chunk of damage onto EXO safe, down to 51%, 35% difference in comparison. Chaos, though, look at this slaying difference as well from the entire team. Clash, it's night and day compared to that last game, as this comp change has done absolute wonders. Lenan taking down YDE, and EXO are running out of ideas. They're running out of options, and once again, another member from EXO taken down, and I kind of feel like it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, they're trying to body block as much as they can, and this is actually the comp I was kind of expecting at the start. So they've kind of gone with it. I was maybe expecting the Colette in there instead of the Byron, but this is more to the point. And as you say, this is what Clash are used to. This is their bread and butter, and as you can see, it's working out so well for them. They're just going to move in for the finish here. Just 1 more %. There we go. Job done. Clash will even it up. 1-1 and 1-1 in games.
Yeah, very surprising. You know, I said it was night and day earlier on. Great adaptation, but it wasn't even just that. It was purely those comp chains. Switching to the Nanny and the Piper, look at the difference it made. As you could probably say, Clash probably feel like they are the better players in terms of mechanics and fundamentals, but individually, EXO are very, very talented as well. So it's very, very tough. I'm interested to see if YD does switch out from the Crow to maybe something else in particular, because it has become more of a range game, and against a team like Clash, it's very difficult to kind of counter that with the Crow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're seeing the Byron coming out from Clash as well on the same side. I don't know whether he go with the Byron. You know, Brock is a possibility if he wants to just go with the full range fight, or to totally flip it, maybe go with a Bruiser that can close the gap quickly. Obviously with Primo banned out, you can't go with that. I'm just thinking of something, if they're going to start going with the nannies, the Pipers, the long range, you want to sort of get on them as quick as possible. That's kind of the plan with the Crow. Is to try and jump on them, but it kind of isn't working. The team is, like Clash, are so hot to react to the fact that as soon as they see him pouncing in, all three of them absolutely radar in on him. So that's really where the problem's been so far. So does he make a change? You know, they were banking on the chaotic feel that Nani was bringing to the table, that Curse was able to get around the backside. That was removed. I like the thinking that Clash did there. Really good reactions from Clash to alter that game completely. I mean, that was such a controlled matchup from them this time around.
Because this map in general can play like Purple Paradise a little bit, which is why you are seeing a Nanny, you are seeing a Piper, and you may see something in between depending on their approach here. But what you said about Brock is, you know, I don't think it's bad at all. And that will give a lot more aggression to the lineup, which I don't see why not. But at the same time, I want to see what they are going to bring. So it looks like the Piper, Nanny, and the Byron there. But you can see once again, the Brock does appear. So YD has decided to make that switch. And let's see how much of a difference it makes for them. Wow, already a huge difference there from YD getting that initial kill.
Landing the shots, and look at Curse. Look how aggressive he's gone, straight in the face. Going to take that mid-control. And now we'll see what EXO can do. They want to get a couple of shots off on the safe just to give him that little percentage bonus, but it's not really worked out. Oh, Sunbentley just missed his shot, actually. He tried to pull it a little too close, but still lands it. And YDE is starting off strong, but this is pretty much even. We're going to see the nannies both sides. No, Curse is going to be the one that has to try and fend off Chaos.
Certainly does indeed. I would have thought, considering how good of a start that was, that EXO may have done a little bit more to the objective, but they did get those kills from a real, well, they were really far back at the time, so all they can do is get map control, and that was about it, as Chaos does get cleaned up. YD just making sure he can stay alive for dear life, 252 HP. He'll be okay. He'll be able to fight for another day. Lenan takes down Bentley, so this is going to make matters worse here. Lenan just pushes straight into the center, not actually bothered at all what's going to happen to him, but YD is definitely keeping Clash in this matchup, as Curse is just down below on their safe, just chilling here. Could be a base trade.
Yeah, well, maybe. We'll see. At the moment, it's working out very well. Curse is getting the free shots off, but the problem is he's losing damage as well. Now we're going to see Guille. Look at that, Guille just walking straight out. I don't care about you. We're absolutely wrecking your base. Well, at the moment, it is kind of working out for him, because 1% more, and that is going to be Clash taking the second game here. Interesting. So they just basically said, you know what? Curse, do what you like back there. We don't care. You can't get as much damage down as we can in a 3v2.
Yeah, Guille just wasn't bothered. He was like, yeah, you do that, and I'll go and do yours. It's fine. It doesn't make any difference to me, because you got to see it from our point of view, from how we're seeing this. Just the fact that there's two of them up there, and sort of three of them up there rather, they're always going to have that 3v2 advantage in terms of numbers, and because of the respawn time and the amount of DPS up there, they're going to win that 9 times out of 10, no matter what percentile difference your safe's going to be on. And if Curse is going to be down there, he's going to have to, you know, of course, refresh his ammunition once again. He's going to have to chill and try and make something work. But that's why Gear just went up north straight away. He was just like, yeah, you do that, because I'm just going to go and finish off your own safe. It's, you know, it's completely pointless just staying behind trying to go for that duel.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of it, yesterday we saw the base trade, base races. I think it was EXO reply to it, wasn't it? It was basically the flat-out base races between the two that, obviously for EXO, it paid off yesterday. But this time, Clash just thought, you know what? We've got the numbers. We're going to make it work. I don't expect to see any changes from Clash. I wonder whether YD is going to stick with that Brock, whether he's going to change to anything else, or whether they're maybe even going to shuffle who plays what. Maybe that could work out, because it started strong. It started well for them. They had control at the start. It just slipped away when the aggression was just ignored. That was bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, that game was a tad strange. I don't blame Curse for what he did. I think he just wanted to try and distract the attention of Clash, but Clash just didn't fall for it. They were just like, you can just stay there all you like, because we're not really bothered in the slides. We're going to take that W anyway. But what Curse did was very risky. It could have been, you know, a complete swing in terms of in their favor or not. And I can understand them taking that risk. It made a little bit of sense, but it's a shame that Clash, you know, way too experienced and not going to fall for it. Let him just crack on there. And what he said about the Brock for YD, he had a fantastic start. He got his first 2 initial kills, didn't he? With great aim, great projectile usage, and everything else in between. But the only difference is now is that YDE is going to be switching lanes onto that right-hand side. Yeah. And as you may have noticed, the comps are pretty much the same.
Yeah, staying exactly the same, and as you say, just switching positions. So giving YDE the right lane, seeing how that can work between the two. But Cursed trying to go aggressive to try and answer the push from Clash here. Didn't hold them off long enough, and then Nan will immediately turn 2 shots. One on some Bentley, one on YDE. YDE says, nope, not having none of that. Puts down his super, clears out the grass cover that Clash were using. But you know what? They're landing the shots, aren't they? Clash have warmed up.
They certainly have indeed. Already down to 65%. And now Chaos is taking down some Bentley. YD's actually, they've both taken a huge chunk. And this is going to be it. Just playing that range game, playing to their advantages, making sure they can abuse that safe as much as possible. And look at this now, D-Man, down to 29%.
Yeah, this is Clash just barraging right now. They are landing shot after shot after shot. The second they spawn, yeah, Curse realizes this one's done. It's going to be 2-1 now in sets. Clash will take this one. And convincing style in the end there once they've made their adjustments.
Yeah, there's not really a lot to dissect there. There was a lot in the previous games, but that was pretty much, you know, a very quick one and done. They were just making sure just to abuse the range, take, you know, use their assets in the best way possible. And one of the main talking points here, as you can see, is that it's just on the respawn. They're very, very well separated. So you can see there's only about 1 or 2 of them alive every single time they've forced out an engagement. And of course, with that numbers advantage every single time, there's not really too much you can do. But at the same time, they can't just let them get away with taking up so much damage from the safe. So it's a very difficult decision to make. Maybe you can body block for a bit whilst you've got that respawn immunity. But apart from that, it's very tough to kind of be in sync with each other in terms of coordination, because you have to focus on just one player, but then again, they're all around the same level. No one's really overextending. They kept their distance very, very well, and Clash played that perfectly. Pretty much textbook.
So we're moving on to Gem Grab. Double swoosh up next. Of course, it means Stu's back in the picture, so Stu almost certainly probably going to be the carrier. Now, this is a map where we could be seeing Lenane maybe reverting finally back to Mortis. This is a map that could work for Mortis. We'll see how this one adapts. It's definitely a map where a bruiser could work, because you've got this big 2 rings of grass in there effectively around the sides. You know what? We could be going back to an old classic. We could be seeing, you know, Sandys or Taras in there. Something like that, just to take maybe control of the mid. Sprout's banned, remember, so there's no Sprout. Obviously, as Bell and Sprout banned out, Gene and Primo banned out, which would ordinarily, I think we'd probably see a Gene or maybe a Sprout in here for this one. But yeah, almost 100% a Stu. 100% a Stu. It's what they wrap around it.
It's what everyone wants. To be fair, it's all we've seen so far in most of his modes. But can you be surprised, really? Like, Stu's a very, very good brawler, especially in terms of late. So it's, you know, hard not to select him and put him in your arsenal with all the rest of the conversation here. But yeah, I'm still severely worried about EXO here coming to this next set. Just considering what we just saw, it was like a whitewash in those last couple of games, and they just couldn't really figure out how to, you know, any ideas in terms of how to adapt around it or trying to figure things out. And, you know, it's some of the most basic of maps if you see it from a different perspective, but even then it was very tough. But don't get me wrong, I feel like EXO've still got a huge amount of individual talent to try and work with to try and bring this back. I'm just hoping that they put on a much better performance coming this round.
Yeah, they definitely need to bring something to the table, because obviously if they're not careful, they'll be slipping out of this, and we'll be seeing Clash progress into the finals. Obviously, there's 2 more games and they're on match points, so we don't want to be seeing that. We want to see this one go the distance as well. We want to see Clash really put under the ringer. And here, SK Gaming, I know you guys are in chat as well. I've seen you in there. I can see Semantic, so they're certainly going to be hoping that Clash are pressured, no doubt about it. They want to see them as worn out as they can while they sit and rest their thumbs for the finals.
Yeah, certainly will do indeed. The only thing I can say, which will put maybe, you know, a glow on some of the supporters of EXO's faces, is the fact that if they win this, it will be going to Factory Rush on Siege. And EXO have been very, very good on Siege as of late. So That has a lot of upset potential, but we can't look too far ahead here. I'm just trying to think of the mental state of EXO. Just, you know, they got to tell themselves if they could win this set, they could, you know, full well turn things around and win the last one, because they are very, very good at Siege. And for Clash, it's not one of their strongest. So there's definitely something they want to do. But at the same time, Clash are probably thinking the same thing, but the opposite effect, to say, well, do you know what? We need to make sure to close this series out now before that does happen. And yeah, we do have the mirrors. You're right. Curse gets the first initial kill here in this game and give himself a bit more leeway here with that 4-gem lead.
I keep forgetting about Amber because SK banned it out so many times. I've completely forgot it was actually allowed in this game. But yeah, so the Crows, of course, makes perfect sense as well. But at the moment, it's a great start. YDE doing a great job of stealing away those gems early on. But it does look like Clash are slowly starting to gain control. Obviously, GA coming out on top on this left lane. It's interesting that they've chosen to not mirror match them up, though. So they're going with the Crow versus the Amber both sides, with the two Stews obviously going at it. Pressure on YDE here. YDE taken low. That's disaster. Clash will take all the gems away from EXO. And this is looking good start for them.
Oh, it certainly is indeed. EXO had a good start earlier on, though, with their slaying ability, with those early gems as well. But now things have turned around completely on its head. Clash just need one more gem to start this countdown, and Guille just trying to do his absolute damnedest to be a nuisance to some Bentley. Does take him down. Still alive though, 735 HP, as YD's hoping that Curse can finish him up, just pushing him out into the center, which he does. And Lenana trying to back away. He was being very cheeky, but just managed to collect that last gem. Guille spawns just in time, not with a huge amount of ammunition, but at the same time, he'll be okay to try and keep him back, but need to push it at a disadvantage. But they've actually got numbers advantage here. They could push it if they can, but it could be too little too late. It's going to try and dive in. It's not going to happen. And Clash managed to take back quite comfortably at the end, but it was a very shaky start.
I mean, this is the problem, right? With Stu being the gem carrier, A can be ultra aggressive and murder anything it sees. You know, that's the difference. So it's very interesting to see how it works, because also going to be very hard to chase down. Obviously can be squishy if caught, but honestly very hard to catch him. And in the end there, Guille did a fantastic job of catching YDE off guard there, managing to lock down the gems. I don't really know if there's any way he could have got away with there. And you can see as soon as the Crow pounces in, the Ninja says, yeah, I'm just going to dash away and kill you. There's no problem. And so it kind of removes that that pounce and danger that he has. So what sort of changes will they have? Maybe just lane changes more than anything. I don't think so much brawler comp changes, because both went with the mirror. Both knew exactly what they were doing. Just play better forehead and switch lanes maybe. Get the two Crows against each other. Get the two Ambers against each other.
Yeah, they could do indeed. It's quite... I will say that I just feel like the start strategies from EXO have been better than Clash's every single time. It's just a consistency towards the late game they struggle with. That's the only issue they have. When they're put into stalemate situations, they can't really figure around what's best or what's the best possible outcome to try and take advantage of. And, you know, it's understandable. Like, you know, Clash are one of the best teams in this region, so I can understand why it can be a little bit more difficult to adapt, shall we say, in comparison to the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, adaptation now, it's now or never, right, for EXO. Like, you've got 2 games and you're out. That's the real situation they're looking at. So they either throw a gamble and completely go with the change and say, you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well, we tried our best. Or they go with the same and just say, let's just try and play that better. Let's not get caught out. The gem carrier getting caught out, just been a little too far forward. Probably should have been backing away and just saying, you know what, we'll give up the mid control, because that's all they did. That's simply what it was. They were fighting for that mid control, and the gem carrier got a little too involved, and YD got caught off guard. Very easy to do in the situation, the heat of the moment. It's just a matter of seconds, a split-second decision that just went wrong.
Yeah, it's like we said, you know, at this level of play, every second is decisive, isn't it? And this has been a great example of it. Just as small as mistakes could create a huge, you know, exploitation and weakness in some of your setups or some of your attacks. It's very, very tough. But let's see what's going to happen now. See if EXO can get off to a, well, not a better start, but let's say a better ending this time round, as we're going to find out if Clash are going to continue on with this win. YD gets the first initial kill. And this is what I'm talking about. The start strategies from EXO are blinding. They're really, really good. It's just a late game.
So they've chosen to stick with the same lanes as well, which obviously is was great for Clash in the previous game, but honestly, YD making up instantly for his mistake in the last game, and what a turnout that was. I like the reply though. Chaos just saying, I'm going to flame away all the cover that you're using there. Now, what happened at the start of the last game was Lenan exactly did that. Took away his sandbags, maybe took away those wall-breaking cover, and now the fact is that Chaos comes around the side, causes some mega problems, and you can see it's back once again in favor of Clash. Like you say, EXO starts strong, but always get caught off.
Yeah, they certainly do. As EA now just... I'm going to look around in that left lane to see if he could push on up further, as Clash still got that 2-gem lead. Takes Stun Bentley, just caught him with his trousers down ever so slightly, but in the end, he does get cleaned up by Chaos. Chaos just goes on an absolute tear. Widey does manage to stay alive, but it doesn't change the fact that he has to wait for the rest of his team to regroup whilst Clash collect the rest of these gems. One more to start then this countdown here, D-Man, and it's looking very good now for Clash.
Absolutely, 1 gem is all they need. You can see they try and press for it. Whitey does get taken down. That's the carrier's disaster. Wow. Cursed on nothing as well. And now we do see it, 12-0. This game looks like it's in the bag. Whitey, though, goes in, gets Lenan down. A huge play from him. Quickly gets answered. Managed to steal away some more, but now they have to pressure. We're going to see somebody. Does he have that super ready? No, can't manage to get it on top. You can see they wants to go for it with Chaos holding the gems. He tries to dive in. Doesn't work out for Curse. YD now with 2 seconds to go. Gets in, stops the timer. Gets taken down instantly low. Oh, not quite enough, unfortunately. 15 seconds, though. They keep trying. 17-2.
They really are. They obviously wasted a lot of their shots already coming into this matchup. Only 5 seconds left to try and delay things as much as possible. But in the end, Clash do win that. And I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if you saw it, but you saw one of the players. I don't know who it was with those 8 gems in the center, but I can understand that he's really, really deep in the center on the front line to gather his teammates' info. But you know, definitely overstayed his welcome. He should not have been there. He should have relied on one of his other teammates to be in the front line to gather information instead, so that then he can have a bit more preparation going forward, because he could have cost his entire team that game.
Absolutely, but so close. There's no doubt about it. But now we see Clash with that match point, and a huge advantage for them. You know, he thought he'd maybe going to try and hit and run. If he'd had the dash available, he absolutely would have been daylight robbery from YD. Yeah. Almost paid off for him. But now, match point for Clash. Just get that rematch into the grand finals against SK Gaming for that big 2 in the winner bracket finals. They want revenge on SK.
Yeah, if they win this, they're going to be pretty happy, not just with the result, but they've got a lot more energy and stamina in the tank to then take out SK Gaming potentially in the grand finals. We'll have to see. But EXO, there's still a bit of life in them. It frustrates me how their start strategies are so risky, but they get away with it every single time. But it's just the later stages of the game, which is the consistency. And it's very, very tough. And it's hard to comprehend how they try and change this. But you see, yeah, the lineup changes here coming forward with Clash. Now we're going to see if they can put a little bit more pressure onto the start. But once again, Curse gets the first initial kill and already a good start from EXO.
So Buzz, Surge, and Stu, the change for Clash. The thing is, they're in a position where they can do this because they have that 2-0 lead. They can say, okay, we're going to mess with you. That was a little too close for a comfort there. And now we're going to get Chaos absolutely going into their faces. Lenan, obviously, on the Surge is that extra power, effectively. Curse can try and dash in for him, but he can just port away and mitigate the damage. But Curse still holding 5 gems. This is a great start from Clash, from EXO once again. Oh, Chaos goes in.
Oh, just seen as well. Gear was in that right lane. He's just barely out of range, still able to stay alive. Lenan takes down Bentley. And now it's going to be 9 gems, 10 gems now. The countdown has started, and it could only be 15 seconds left until EXO are taking out the competition.
Chaos doing a great job at defending there. They have managed to find Lenan. That's what they're looking for, but he quickly gets away from it, and that's obviously the bonus that Surge brings to the table. Chaos just being that blocker. 1 second left. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. AC Milan Clash will be back in the finals against SK Gaming, and it will be EXO free agents to go out in 3rd place with $5,000.
Once again, I cannot believe it. A methodical but devastating display from AC Milan Clash. And I tell you what, Lethal, you've already mentioned it. Are they going to be shattered going into this grand final? They've had to trounce their way through 2 matches, one going the distance, and now this one, a 3-1. I cannot believe it. I mean, how are you feeling about it?
I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be okay. If it was another long, drawn-out series, then yeah, I would be just a tad worried. But they managed to do that quite cleanly. They just want to get it over with and just go straight into the grand final. No messing around here, Banks. They just want to make sure they can put on a much better performance against SK Gaming compared to the one we saw in the upper bracket final. But then again, they still played really, really well. It's just, I hope SK have kept themselves warm and ready, making sure that they don't feel a little bit unprepared going into this final because, you know, it's only one best of 5, so there's no room for mistakes.
Exactly. Right you are. Well, I mean, don't forget that once again, you can sign up for the fall ESL Mobile Open already. Just type in !sign up in the chat, follow the instructions, and you can try to earn your spot right here at the Challenge Finals. We are going to be right back with the grand final to crown our Brawl Stars champion. Don't go anywhere.
You have one more sandbag left too.
Sand is coming right side, it's coming for you.
I do damage, eh? Viper right, low.
And talking about the meta, obviously, we did have the patch.
At its core, Brawl Stars is a simple game with 2 joysticks for movement and 2 buttons for your abilities. But there is a huge layer of depth beneath the surface, especially when it comes to competitive. With so many variables to consider, let's talk about star powers and gadgets. Which ones can we expect teams to utilize most throughout the ESL Mobile Open, and what tips and tricks can you use to improve your game? You'll be able to find and unlock various gadgets abilities when you reach level 7 with a brawler. When you reach level 10, you'll unlock star powers for your brawler. These are the more permanent abilities that are sometimes circumstantial and will impact how your brawler performs throughout the entirety of a match. When it comes to choosing which is best for you, my top tip is to always prioritize which brawler is best for a particular map and mode first. Star powers and gadgets will serve to enhance a strong brawler, but they cannot carry a weak one to victory, so think very carefully about the meta when making your decisions. Work through your strategy. If you want to keep your distance, consider ranged brawlers like Bell, Piper, Colt, and Brock. If brute force is what you need, tanks like Bull, El Primo, and Frank are perfect, especially when combined with the Poco or Byron for a heal-heavy trio. Throwers are pretty key for control, so if that's your flavor for the day, well, you really can't go wrong with a good Sprout, Tick, or Barley. Once you're happy that your comp makes sense with the map, carefully consider the game mode or objective, and in particular, what quality will lend itself best to enhancing your strategy. Your individual preference here is definitely an important one, but also think about how it could help serve your team as well. To apply pressure in Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, or Siege, perhaps aggression is the most important thing to you. If so, you can consider the following gadget and star power pairings. For Stu, Speed Zone plus Zero Drag is a really speedy combo. With Tara, support from Beyond and Black Portal will help seek out the opposition, while Transplant with Overgrowth for Sprout utilizes a strong defense with control. If healing and survivability is more of a priority to your objective in game modes like Hot Zone, Heist, and Bounty, it could be worth trying out some of the following combos. Jean with Lamp, Blowout, and Magic Puffs is built to support, and is an ideal gem carrier. Tick with Last Hurrah and Well Oil provides some second chances, and Barley with Herbal Tonic and Extra Noxus will help your team maintain control and heal simultaneously. Whatever your playstyle, there's always a great way to enhance it with the right combination of star powers and gadgets, so give some of those ideas a go. Thanks for watching this second episode of the DHL Pro Tips, and don't miss out on any of the Brawl Stars action throughout the ESL Mobile Open.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Grand Final. Qualifiers, an entire season of gameplay, and now we have arrived at the final match for the respect, the title, and of course, the prize pool. We're now graced with the presence of Ark returning to the studio. Dude, it's grand final time. Ark, in your professional opinion, is this too much blue? You know, the shirt, the suit, jacket, you know, the squad. I'm just kidding. Right, of course, I want to know who you think has it in the bag. AC Milan Clash coming off the momentum of a previous win, or SK Gaming feeling a lot more fresh?
Did you know what? These two teams are just too close to call. Every time we see them go head-to-head, it goes the whole way. I can see no reason why that this grand final will be any different.
Okay, well, it is time to look at the bracket for the final time. Our two remaining teams are in these last slots. We have SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash. I mean, the odds really, statistically, should be with SK Gaming. Haven't dropped a match yet. However, this is main stage nerves mixed up with different levels of experience. I mean, I'd actually probably say these two are equally experienced at this stage. But yeah, we keep mentioning momentum. Lethal, who has more momentum in your opinion?
It's very, very tough because don't get me wrong, like Clash have been consistently playing back-to-back games, haven't they, the last couple of series? So they're going to be very warm and very ready. The problem is, when you've just won a winners finals and you go into the grand finals, you do have to twiddle your thumbs. You do wait for an hour and a half. But in between that, you need to make sure, you know, get outside for a bit, have some rest, have some fresh air, warm up 20 minutes beforehand just to make sure you're ready and well prepared. Because some people will just sit around and then when they play the grand final, normally in the first set, it's not what they expected. And then they start warming up by the second set. And it's just like, oh, you know, I wish I spent a few minutes. Because it's a very, very easy mistake to make, which is very understandable. It's not like they've done a 12-hour double elimination bracket. This is going to be very quick and very precise. So, you know, seeing Clash now, I feel like they will have maybe an early lead depending on how SK Gaming have prepared going into from the upper bracket final into the grand finals. But yeah, this should be an absolute slobber knocker. Cannot wait.
Oh, slobber knocker, I like that. Go on, mate. Well, the lineup from SK Gaming is going to be on your screen momentarily. And this roster screams like professionalism and, you know, hasn't dropped a match. So, Ark, I mean, we tend to see and we tend to speak about the people that are really pulling their weight and doing a really good job in the ESL Mobile Open so far. Who needs to step up their game?
I don't know whether anyone does on SK, to be completely honest. I think that everyone is so equally balanced and both... you know, all players complement the other. SkyRX, Jetson, and Semantic, honestly, this year have blown me away. They've just got such great synergy. And if you listen to their voice comms as well, they are just always so composed, so relaxed, but they are also so focused on the objective at hand and just really look to support wherever they can and ensure that everyone stays on their feet.
Extremely strong as a unit. You are going to see the roster from AC Milan Clash now jumping up onto your screen. Lethal, you know, we love cheering for an underdog, but I can't really pick an underdog out of these two teams. So I feel like we should just sit back and enjoy the show because that is... We don't really have a clear winner, do we?
No, I don't blame you,
or
mate.
A clear favourite.
No, exactly. We don't really have a favourite here. They're both very, very strong teams, like you rightly said. They've both been gatekeeping for like the last 3 months, the ESL Mobile Challenge. So I think, again, not really too much of a surprise because they both, you know, come at least top 3 and top 2 in most of the competitions in the competitive Brawl Stars scene, which just makes no surprise in the slightest. We've seen Lenan do some game-changing players, Kaz doing some absolute work. He's been very cheeky today as well. Some of the stuff he's been getting away with is just been absolute madness, and Guy has just been able to value his life so well on a number of occasions. And you know what? They've been a real pleasure to watch, but against SK Gaming, it's very, very tough to call. Don't be surprised if you guys at home see another 5-setter here.
Well, we are going to have the bans and the maps incoming so that you can see the emerging tactics of these teams and who has a potential advantage over their opponents from, I mean, our professional opinions. So, Ark, anything strike you differently?
I mean, this is like, you know, pretty much the El Clasico of what we came to expect here. I mean, both teams going with their go-to bans. It's got to be said, Amber and Ems for SK is something that we've seen time and time again, as has Gene and El Primo for AC Milan Clash. So this is pretty straight down the wire for me.
And Lethal, do you think there's any modes or maps that favour certain teams?
Yes, I will say Clash will be happy with the second set for Sneaky Fields. No Siege for SK Gaming, which is going to be a little bit of a shame for them, but it's not going to be, you know, not going to be too worried about that. But it might haunt them at some stage when it's 2-all, wishing that they had a Siege mode. I don't know, going to see how things work out. But I'm not going to be, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, mate. Looking at the bans, exactly what we expected. Not really any changes at all. Clash always do the Gene and Primo. SK always do the Am and the M's as well. So I think we're just going to see, you know, two Juggernauts go absolutely at it, tooth and nail, and I cannot damn wait.
You are perfectly correct by using that explanation, because I think that we have two very evenly matched teams right now. Obviously, SK got the better of AC Milan Clash earlier today, so we're going to see if AC Milan can come back swinging and take them out in what is the most important match of these past few months that we have been preparing for. ESL Mobile Open Grand Final. The bans are in, the maps are prepped, the teams are ready. Lethal and Arc, please help us navigate through this grand final with finesse, okay? Let's go in. It's for the crown. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, we'll do our best, mate. We'll do our best. We'll let you chill and soak in everything that's going to happen in this grand finals arc. It's always a pleasure, as always, and we're going to see exactly who's going to win this entire thing here at the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. It's been a tough road for both these guys. They've had a high level of consistency for the last few months, but now this is going to be it. This one best of 5 is going to see who's going to be crowned champion. And it's still very tough to call, considering how close the upper bracket final was earlier on. And even now, it's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous, but it's so great.
It's going to come down to so little, isn't it? I mean, we've seen this back and forth continuing on. One time it's AC Milan Clash, one time, you know, SK brought back the reverse sweep, and today already we saw a little glimpse as to what we can expect to see, and it was SK that just narrowly managed to get the edge in Hot Potato. It really can come down to a map or a mode in that respect as well, so I'm really curious to see who takes that early lead, what brawlers we're going to be expecting to see. I mean, you know, one thing's for sure is that the bells and the stews are available here, as we've seen a lot, and Sprout as well is making a big appearance as well in the previous matchup. But again, so much at stake now. I mean, for first place, 18,000 euros. For second place, 9,000 euros. It's a big jump between the two, and both teams are going to want to get their teeth into that #1 first prize place.
Yes, and it will do indeed. It could come down to just one set or one game for that 9,000. You know, to see how this will pan out for them. It's not going to be a 3-0. We know that for a full fact, just due to the fact that the competition between these two teams, it's so close in terms of skill ceiling and, you know, the skill gap overall. And that's why it's so tough to call. We've never really seen either team kind of make a huge statement against each other. It's always been like 4 or 5 sets each time, both trying to out-adapt each other, or who can read or download their opponent faster in some of these matchups. It's extremely tough. The only thing we can say is who's going to get the initial first set, or, you know, the phrase we've used quite a lot, who's going to come out absolutely swinging in this first set, because it's either SK Gaming, have they just been putting their feet up, chilling, just getting ready to go for this next match? Have they actually kept themselves warm leading into this first set? Because Clash, they're going to be fine. They've been doing back-to-back matches, or series rather, in a tournament and a very fierce competitive setting. So I have to see if they can claw back as well. But with not having Siege for SK Gaming, okay, it's a little bit of a hindrance, but I'm sure it's not going to matter to them too much. Yeah, sure, one of their many strengths won't be a contributing factor to this series. So we'll have to see how things go, but Clash will probably see a better performance from the get-go in the first set, just due to the fact that they've come off that win, and of course come off from back-to-back games as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Siege is going to make the biggest of impacts. I think that everyone's got a game mode that they kind of maybe favor towards, but ultimately, again, it can just come down to how you feel on the day, whether you choose the right comms at the right time a lot of the time as well, and just, you know, how you approach each thing in terms of your mindset. You know, that's the thing. And I think the bigger question really, again, is like whether Clash have, you know, exacerbated a lot of their energy already, and you know, it's been a long day for them for sure. And you know, they're going to come in feeling fresh. Straight away, I do like the SK comp. This is kind of like what I would be running here. Bell mid, I feel, can do wonders, and I was kind of surprised to not see that on the side of the Clash. But ultimately, you know, it is a brawler that which, when you're on the back foot, can really start to thrive. So Clash going to go with the more hard-hitting brawler with the Piper in the mid, and it does get the first initial takedown. That's going to allow Chaos to push through into the mid, and Lenan now in a really great spot to be able to break through this, and does so with the takedown of Skyrex.
This is a fantastic start here from Clash. Lenan just being a nuisance, just placed himself in the bottom left-hand side. This is the grand final. This is the first set of the first game. Make sure you tell your family, friends, your goldfish, everyone you know about this grand final here at the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, because this is going to be the final series of the season here, and we're going to find out who's going to be crowned champion, as already SK Gaming, not off to the best of starts, but Clash are looking really, really solid.
Yeah, very, very good start and a very aggressive one of that, and the damage as well is continuing to rain in as Lenan is just sitting on that safe uncontested. Sky is coming in now and has to deal with it, but that breakthrough gadget, I gotta say, could come into play there. We'll keep an eye on the scoreline yet, and he does get the takedown and still continues to win over the damage. It's gaining a little bit in favor of SK Gaming as well. I've got to say, at the moment, you know, Clash have got off to a great start here and exactly what they needed to do.
Absolutely, and Jetten now trying to inflict a little bit of damage onto Gia and to Chaos. Chaos still keeping his distance, but trying to feel out his opponents on the info he's being gathered, or the info he's gathering his teammates, shall we say, considering he was one slightly on the front line. Lenon in that right lane trying to keep Semantic back. Jetten and Chaos having that duel between both of them, and still Gia trying to find an opening on that left-hand side. Both the Colette's absolutely at it in that left lane. But look at this. Chaos looking for the initial push. The opening here now to back up Gia, and does manage to back him up now. But what's he going to be able to do with this here? You can see there's a big percentile difference. Does stroke the safe ever so slightly down to 15% here. Still looking very good for Clash in the next 20 seconds here, Ark.
Yeah, looking very strong, got to be said. I like the way that Semantic did sort of anticipate the Colette coming back to that spot and came in. This is a chance now for SK. They've got a bit of momentum here, and Gia is low as well. But he gets the takedown on Skyrex, and that's going to deflate what Jetten's able to do here. Chaos jumping in as well, just to ensure the final shreds of damage. That's a great start, it's got to be said, for AC Milan Clash.
It certainly was. The amount of objective efficiency at the very beginning was just madness, wasn't it? Lenan was able to distract the entire team for the majority of the first 20-30 seconds of that game. Didn't a huge amount of objective work, but it's like I said, just his presence being there, being known, and having to fact that not the entirety of SK Gaming, but a couple of members did have to pull back to try and deal with the pressure he was doing. But in the end, as you can see, he was able to stay alive, didn't really overstay his welcome either, just tickled the safe here and there, and also got out just in the nick of time, just making sure to value his life as well. So good stuff on Clash all round, but we'll see if SK Gaming can adapt going to the second game.
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, Clash got the comp right off the bat. I still feel like, you know, Bell has a really strong place on this map, especially if you can get that momentum push and have your entire opposition on the back foot in the spawn. But that was something that SK failed to do, and that was the issue there. They need to really be a bit more aggressive in their stance, hold down the left and right lanes just a little bit better. They may have got more value from that. I fully expect that we'll probably see SK Gaming make that same adaptation towards the Piper. I would imagine Semantic will probably be the person to hold that brawler. It's going to be Jetten, which is interesting to see. Semantic obviously wants to continue on with the Stu aggression, which we know that he's, you know, very, very capable of, and loves to be in that position. So a bit of a brawler twist and shift over towards Jetten, but again, someone who does like a lot of his long range. And there's a good start with the homemade recipe, and much the same way that we saw Clash start, now SK are setting the pace.
And already Lenan having to push straight in. Jetten was going to push on up further towards the center and inflict some damage onto that safe, but after that kill from Lenan on the left-hand lane, this is an exact replica of what happened last time. He actually takes down Skyrex there, which means he is looking to try and stand up the best of his ability, trying to affect this safe as much as possible, but does stay alive and does be able to come out there. But look at this though, he is still there, Ark, and it's not the fact that he's overstaying his welcome either, it's just making sure he can get the best value possible. As Semantic finally takes him down, as Gia just pops in to say hello with the Colette twice in a row, and already the same situation as what happened earlier on in that first game, and already a 50% difference in comparison already.
I really like the way the Clash are playing right now, and again, those question marks as to whether they'd maybe, you know, spent all of their energy in their previous games definitely being put to rest. But now SK have a little bit of a push coming in. Skyrex has got super connects with that nicely, so Jetten's still able to hold down the mid. Semantic on the left goes on the aggressive. This could be a great chance for SK, especially if they can get the takedown to Chaos, who's tapping onto Semantic, gets the takedown, but the damage will rain in, and Skyrex in a very strong position, but now countered by Lenan, and that's going to bring the momentum back in favor of Clash.
Oh, Jetten did a huge work. 4 shots in a row. He's taken out 2 of the players from Clash just to try and even things out. He had to make such a huge play event just to keep them in this matchup, because they need to. It's still 16% to recover from. Now down to 39, and it's going to be looking pretty bad now for Clash. They've been on the back foot for quite a while so far. Skyrex doing so much damage, down to 1%, but it does not matter. As SK do come back from that. But we have to talk about Jetton there. The fact that they almost got a team wipe. Jetton hit 4 shots in a row, took out 2 of the players from Clash, and gave his team plenty of room and plenty of time to be able to rejoin him in the center, find an opening, and be able to take out that safe with ease. Great stuff there from Jetton. Fantastic Piper play overall.
Yeah, I always look for, Piper's one of my favorite brawlers to play. I really love to look and analyze, but Jetton definitely doing a great job of just connecting really well with the long range first shot and then following up with the homemade recipe for the takedowns, and that really is the way to play it. I see a lot of players sometimes just going straight in with the homemade recipe. Well, that's not going to really help you too much, because ultimately they're going to be back on the defensive. You're not be able to close the gap necessarily to be able to follow up with the kill. Jetton playing it to perfection, and I got to say, there was a little moment that we saw when we saw Lenan getting very hunkered down that bottom left corner again, as he did so in the first game. They did take care of it in the end. It didn't linger as long as the first time round, so SK may be learning from a couple of their mistakes and a couple of the strategies that Clash are bringing into this mix. I've got to say though, I still think that Clash are looking dangerous, and that is definitely not to be underestimated here. SK had a great amount of momentum going into that push with some great and solid takedowns, but Clash will definitely still be a big aggressor when it comes to that safe, and I do worry that they are still looking to me like they are not fatigued, and that cannot be underestimated here.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier on against EXO. As long as it's not a long-winded series, their mental fortitude should be fine coming to the grand finals. They're not going to be knackered at all in terms of stamina, but like I said, in a tournament setting, it's completely different rather than, spamming out games like 8 to 12 hours a day in matchmaking or whatever, etc. It's a completely different kettle of fish, but we'll find out now, as already this first set in the grand final is all tied up. Just to let everyone know at home, it is still a best of 5 sets, and each set is still a best of 5. No advantages taken into account. It's just literally straight up. Whoever wins it, and will take the crown as the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals winner. And already, this is a much slower start from what we're used to here, because already both teams are just patiently waiting to see if there's any kind of room to kind of push through here. As already a couple of shots dodged from Jetton. Jetton just waiting to see if it can get in range of chaos, but it's struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, very slow pace, very passive to start this one off, and I mean, you can see why. We're all tied up, and I do like the way that both teams are kind of settling on this comp. I feel like it's probably the better of the two, and it kind of has that kind of feeling to me, like both teams have experimented a little bit with other ideas, but now this seems to be what they're all settling on. And at the moment, why go on the aggressive? Why feed your opposition? Just kind of play it safe, play it slow, make sure that if you're going to connect, that it's worth your time, and if you're going to go into those perilous positions to take the risk, then you've got to be aware that that affects your teammates as well, especially when, playing heist. You don't want to find yourself under pressure early on. So keeping the scoreline at this level is actually not a bad shout in this position, considering how aggressive we saw both teams in the previous games. No one's really... Oh, there's going to be a homemade recipe from Jetton. That's probably not a bad idea. There's obviously good communication there between himself and Semantic to go on the aggressive and break through that right-hand side at the same time there. Jetton as well continues to tap. So he's going to have his super now. And that's going to be quite a good thing to have on the defensive.
The nature of this game compared to the last two is not what we expected. It was super aggro from both teams, and this is going to be slightly different now. But Semantic will do the opening damage onto the save. And do you know what? There's only 25 seconds left. It took a while. It's a huge stalemate situation, but this is it. This is time for Clash to push on up there. That initial kill from Gear will be able to give room for both of those players who want to carry on pushing on up. As Skyvix take a huge amount of damage, but Jetton's going to put a stop to that. The collect will come in from Guille. Look at the percentages so far. SK Gaming have lost a huge amount of damage onto that save. Clash is still up, but only by 13%. And it looks like they will finish it by 16% in the end. That one initial kill in the right lane you saw there was able to path the way for Clash to push on up, take the center, and do that objective efficiency once more. But yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Both these teams normally, one of them will try and dictate the pace somehow, some way. But yeah, a very slow start in comparison to what we saw in the first couple.
Yeah, and I feel like that was kind of, in a way, what kind of gave Clash the edge. SK are such an aggressive team. They like to be aggressive, and they like to make those very fast and rapid plays to give themselves the advantage. And I noticed when Gear was creeping up on the safe with that super on the Colette, you know that that's going to turn the game. And if you're in that defensive spot, there's not really much time at that place of the game to be able to go on the offensive afterwards. So it was well played by Clash. I feel like that was what gave them a really good edge. And I think SK now needs to play this one differently. Definitely, have a bit more of an aggressive start, push up and play a bit more risky at the early point of the game, and try to dictate the pace in what's going to favor their play style.
And this is the issue with that last game. Like, why was the nature of it so much slower in comparison? It's just because there was no openings. If there's nothing to exploit, there's nothing you can do. You just have to bide your time once again. It's just the only difference this time round is that 80% of that game was just slow pace, because for 80% of that matchup, nothing was going on. There was no advantages to be taken. There was nothing to exploit or to kind of be counter-aggressive on in any way. And when you're in that situation, you do just have to be patient. But we got to remember, this is why these two teams are some of the best in the business in this region, because they have a lot of discipline, and they will wait all night if we have to until we do find out who can get that first advantage to then topple your opponents. It happens rarely from time to time, because normally these are the kind of teams you'd expect to force out a mistake rather than wait for it. But because they're both so good, well, so good in terms of the caliber of skill, it's very tough to kind of overcome that. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm sure it won't happen again. It might do, but we've seen some weird things in the past anyway. But yeah, from what we've seen in this set so far, in this opening series of the grand finals, nothing short of magical so far.
Yeah, and ultimately the thing to remember as well is that in Heist, in this map in particular with the Colettes on both sides, a super equates to damage, especially if you're not able to get the takedown before that player gets into position. It's going to literally go straight onto your own save. Mr. P for Skyrex. Okay, I mean, I guess then the counter idea being for the Piper, but definitely not a brawler we'd expect to see. I mean, the shots over the wall will serve to, some purpose at the very beginning, but nothing that Lenang won't be able to break through with the gadget. So, okay, just not what I was expecting from SK at all. It kind of feels like they're looking to bring the pace down potentially even slower, really. But ideally to draw out some of the shots from Chaos and cause a bit of a problem there. Down goes the gadget as well to be able to keep him low in terms of his health, as he was already shot by Jetton. But yeah, just very, very odd choice there, I've got to say, from SK.
I'm going to agree with you on that one as well, because Lenan's probably thinking you have to, wake up pretty early in the morning for me to fall for that. And he's already going straight in, but Skyrex is making it work. It keeps him at bay. Lenan was trying to force the situation out, but it's not going to happen. Semantic does win that engagement over Gia, does do a little bit of damage as well, and so does Skyrex in that left lane, as Chaos may be able to take him down. He does not, because Lenan actually finished him up anyway. Both players did pincer him into that left lane, but Jetton now, he knows Lenan is just sitting there biding his time, just waiting to be able to make that push. But Semantic, Ark, I'm not gonna lie to you, he's just doing his own thing at the moment. He's a little lone wolf in that right lane, just making sure to cause absolute havoc here. And do you know what? People may think, well, he's only done 16%, but this guy's been on his own for the majority of this game in that right lane, and winning these duels, wins another one, down to 361 HP. And it's a question of, does he want to recover, or does he want to wait and, just go straight for damage? But instead, he's already wasted enough time to help Jetton and one of the other players as well, just to come back and be able to rejoin the rest of the pack. That was Skyrex at the time, and already did a huge amount, down to 64%.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's the direct result of the Mr. P pick myself, but ultimately, I mean, hey, it's working. Chaos, though, tapping that safe down, and that's going to really close the deficit. Only about 4% in this now, as Clash are in a really advantageous spot. 30 seconds left to go as well. These Mr. P portals will continue to come in, but if they're able to be taken down and have it not affect their game, but down goes Lenan, but Semantic as well in the top part of the map here, just going to town on the save, and he's going to be hidden very nicely so as well. Lenan has no idea where he is. He gets the super, continues to evade, whilst on the other side of things, like Chaos and Gia going on the attack, and we're neck and neck.
Oh, it's only 5 seconds left. Clash is down to both 37% apiece. Nothing can top with the two, but I think he literally managed to get it. And you saw there, I don't think the Colette actually hit the safe spot on. I think it was damage from some other projectile, because you know what the percentage is like from Colette. No, it's about 12 or 13%. So that should have been brought down to about 24, 25%. But I'm not going to lie to you there, Ark. That was much, much closer of an ending than any of us would have expected. And again, I'm not going to lie to you, talking about that pick with the Mr. B earlier on, wasn't a bad choice. We thought it was going to be a lot worse than we anticipated, but actually worked out a little bit better than what we initially thought. But Semantic was just going off in that right-hand side. The amount of duels he won, and still after all that, Clash came out on top in that last game. Just ridiculous, but so good.
Honestly, I mean, that game pretty much sums up, these two teams. You saw towards the end how, like, the safe was being matched on both sides, continuously going down, but the percentages, like, every time I looked, were the exact same on both sides of the scoreboard. It really is this close. I think the Mr. P pick was maybe something which Clash have been aware of, but weren't necessarily expecting. And sometimes those ideas, when they come up for the first time on a map, can throw you off your guard and kind of have you, rethink in real time what you're going to be doing to approach that. And sometimes that's enough just to buy a bit of time whilst that discussion's happening over here and then focus on the aggression over there. I felt like that was a much better game. What a clutch ending. That last shred of damage that came in was just so crucial.
Yeah, I can't get over it. That was just remarkable there for Clash to even come back from that, considering the shenanigans they had to deal with Semantic in that right lane. Like, what a pain in the backside. Yeah. Like, let's be honest, he really was, wasn't he? Like, the things he was getting away with was just stupid, but at the same time, it's like I said before, an outstanding individual performance from him. But Clash are the ones who come out on top in that set, and you guys wanted an absolute slugfest, and you're going to get it in this absolute banger of a matchup in the grand final. Definitely nothing short of greatness here, and we will be going into the second set momentarily. But still very surprising to see that Clash were to win that last game. SK, I thought, put on an incredible performance at the beginning, and I said before, with that Mr. B pick, you saw that, you may have to, catch Lenan very early in the morning to be able to try and, well, avoid some of the attacks, you could say, considering how much time he's got to wait for until it does approach him. But he tried to force out the first mistake. Maybe that's what he was hoping for, and couldn't really get away with much. Semantic just doing an outstanding job in that right lane once again, just showing that individual performance. But it's just a shame that SK Gaming didn't come out on top, because they had a very good early lead to begin with.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped maybe the Mr. P pick back towards matching the mirror here. I mean, again, I feel like it had a purpose, but I just didn't feel like it was really contributing something that was kind of too game changing. Definitely, maybe for me, something which was designed to be more of that shock idea. I just don't really feel like it's the go-to here. I don't know. It was a bit of an odd thing to see. And I don't think we're going to see it too much here either, to be honest. I mean, I don't know though. Having said that, it's the second time we've seen it today on maps, and maybe it's something which teams have been experimenting more and more with. But already, look at the difference here. SK with a complete team wipe already, and Sneaky feels to pass through to Jeton. But he can't really contest that. IK's able to come for the defense. Honey Molasses going down as well will be a great deterrent in this position. SK needs to hold here. Get an opportunity. Semantic didn't give it to a shot. Wisely so gets the takedown, and a very quick start for them. They will get the goal in the first 30 seconds.
Fantastic stuff there from SK Gaming. Clash, you could say, or a lot of people may say, that this is kind of like their home turf in terms of modes. SK coming out strong from the get-go. This is the problem with the HP for the squad of SK Gaming. It's going to be very difficult to do anything like to dribble it in or to try and bite it past them if they have the numbers, or just trying to have a safer approach. But then, again, it's the same for Clash as well. Semantic in that left lane, just making sure it could be a real pain. Take a huge amount of damage. Good prediction there from Gian, just knowing Semantic's presence. Jeton's actually directly bang on in the middle, accidentally got sandwiched. He's hoping to get away with something magical, but it's not going to happen. Lenan and Gia were just waiting for that approach. Semantic's been taken down once again. Lenan just going to go towards that left lane, and Gia, even though he's taking a little bit of damage, he's doing a good job just making sure his presence is known to keep the rest of SK back. But that ball is going to be staying in that left-hand side, the bottom left-hand side, for quite a while now, as Semantic and Jeton have to deal with quite a lot of the positional advantage gathered from Clash.
Well, that's a great turnaround. It's got to be said, a lot of pressure was placed on that position. But no! A little bit of a gap there. Oh, no! Oh, no! Scarix just didn't quite anticipate the breakthrough there. And Lenan absolutely capitalized on that one, as the rest of SK was just too busy in the mid and lane sides. Little bit of a slip-up. But again, it's the thing with new gadgets in the mix. It's a difficult thing to rewire your brain when it comes to the awareness, because, again, Stu had no wall-breaking abilities until very, very recently last week. And there you see just a reason why you've got to be so attentive when it comes to those lanes.
Oh dear, not something they actually initially wanted here. Looks like it will be going into overtime. 10 seconds left until that does happen, as both teams just trying to feel each other out once again. But it's going to be Clash on the defensive, and they're the ones with the advantage in terms of structure to try and repeat, but it doesn't matter. Structure's now gone. It's going to be overtime now. Gia is taking a huge amount of damage. So has Lenan. Surely it's going to be SK. Will Jeton be able to put it in? He's doing his best to try and get round to that objective to slide it on in. Yes, he does. As SK Gaming take the first game of set number 2.
Played perfectly. Jeton played that perfectly. He knew how close he was to super. But he also wanted to make sure that he stayed in position. Placing down a life plant was the perfect way to deal with that. you know you're going to get the healing off the back of it once it's taken down. But you see just in this replay probably how quickly he was able to act on having that super again. You know, very difficult for Clash to necessarily know when that was going to be coming there, but he was in the perfect spot here. Did so well, was outnumbered. There's the shot, there's the heal, there's the super. Got the job done.
All the pieces of the puzzle, wasn't it, pretty much? Jetson just, you know, pretty good at multitasking, isn't he? Pretty good at being proactive. That was just a fantastic example of it there to slide that one in nicely to finish things up. And this is going to be a good start for SK Gaming. Like we said, they've already down a set. This is the second set of the grand final, and this is a great way to maybe carve their way into tying things up in this series, and wouldn't be, you know, too much of a surprise, really, considering what we saw in the upper bracket final. But this is the opener they desperately required.
And this is a game mode which Clash feel very at home in. You know, that they really like the nature of Brawl Ball, the way that it's, you know, potentially over very quickly. And they, again, like SKR, a team which, you know, like to go on the aggressive and make a statement, put a lot of pressure on teams when they're in that back spawn, as we saw. And, you know, actually, I was surprised at that moment there when they were really pushing SK back, didn't avail to a goal. And it was, you know, really depended on that moment for the bit of a drop of the ball from SK to see the Clash goal. Very different adaptations here. Sprouts coming in on both sides now, and Jetson going to stay stubborn on the spike. And actually, that's an idea which Gear is going to take for himself as well. Already very early aggressive start here. Semantic going in as well. Gets the takedown. Can he get the ball though? Not quite. Gear will stay firm.
Oh yeah, it stays alive on 106. Well, Kate, never mind. It does not. As already Chaos in that right lane, just trying to keep Skyrix and Jet in that bay, whilst Lenan is going to give him a little bit of a helping hand, as Gear's going to be rejoining the rest of the pack, but we'll have to wait for the blockade to be able to push on further. But numbers advantage in favor of SK, pushing that objective right up. One team white will absolutely do it here, as they've been pushed all the way back. And you can see, in terms of the range game, it's been very difficult for SK, having to dodge and weave so much. Semantic's taking, actually, they've all taken quite a chunk of damage here. Jetson down to 800. But look at this, so have Clash, and Gear able to stay alive, but how long for? The objective's being pushed up towards them, and already Semantic's going to try and push that one in, but Lenan is able to stop it almost on the line. Will kick it back into the top left-hand corner, giving them a little bit more time to work with here, waiting for him on the respawn.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like SK may have been able to make that work a little bit better than they did. It was great pressure that led up to it, and Clash definitely, I'm sure, will be feeling a sigh of relief off the back of that one. I don't know whether it was necessarily the save from Lenan, which was the thing there which I noted more than it was maybe the miss from SK when it came to the shot. But and maybe it could have come from maybe not the pass and walked through a little bit more than that. But either way, you look at it, it was not the goal, and it's going to be tied still at 0 apiece. Lenan on the right gets the takedown onto Semantic. Skyrix now going to try and follow up and does so successfully well. Down goes Jetson though. That's going to leave both Sprouts in the mid just to dance this one out as Gear comes back on the left-hand side. I think there's a little garden mulcher there potentially from Skyrix. Wasn't too sure, maybe not. But either way you look at it, Clash now back a bit more in control of this one and fastly approaching overtime.
It certainly is indeed. You're not wrong there. Even though it was an explosive start to begin with, no goals were had. 15 seconds left now, and both teams are just sort of finding advantages. With these two teams in particular, when you see a stalemate with any other matchup, it's like quite slow and quite methodical. But these two are very quick on the mark to try and not hesitate when they smell blood in the water to try and take advantage of some of those, some of the kill potential there. But we are going to go into overtime, so we do have a minute left remaining added onto the clock now. Both teams trying to feed each other out once again to see if it can take any member of either team down, but nothing as of yet, as the damage infliction has been very similar and equivalent, but neither team or neither players made that initial frontline push or prioritizing in particular play in order to push on up. But as you can see, it's actually been more SK Gaming who've taken a lot more damage, but will get that one kill, which hopefully will give him a bit more leeway here. Lenan is so weak, does get cleaned up by Skyrix, and this is going to be a fantastic push now for SK Gaming to maybe make something happen.
Looks a nice idea from Guille to try and pass the ball through towards Lenan. Didn't quite get the super off in time to make that moment happen, but now with 10 seconds, they could potentially make this one. Lenan can get super here in a position, and Semantic saw that idea very quickly. He's the last person alive, though. He's a dangerous place. Oh, there's passing coming from Lenan. Oh, no! Oh, no! That is something that you don't often see from Clash.
Yeah. It's not,
it had to be a pass or it had to be a shot. And that was not the shot.
No, that wasn't that wasn't the one to change things at all, was it? I don't know if it would have got it in time. I think he may have done by the smallest of margins, but just what a shame, what a shame. But do you know what? Well, at the same time, I suppose they didn't lose, but a draw, you know, technically being in purgatory, can't really complain. But yeah, that could have definitely made it, like, just tying this set. I just can't talk really. I just can't really what we just saw. It was just absolute madness. But yeah, that was a real shame. That would have been a great way to tie up this set and then continue on forward for Clash. But they will have to accept a tie, considering the amount of pressure they put on SK Gaming. Do you feel like because of it going into overtime and SK composition, SK were at a kind of disadvantage?
I don't know. I mean,
it's hard to call.
So yeah, it is. I mean, they're so closely matched. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you know, I was having this discussion earlier today, and it's kind of like, you know, how I look at a lot of games, and when you're at this level, it's like, even if you don't have something which, you know, another team have, or, you know, something that you may see just from a viewer's perspective as a disadvantage or an advantage, it's like the best players are able to make whatever they have kind of work in the best way that they can under the circumstances. And I feel like there's so little in this, to be completely honest. I felt like that maybe there's the stress and the tension is starting to show a little bit. I felt like that SK goal or potential of one at the top of the map could have been walked through possibly, or dealt with a little bit better, a little bit more patiently, and baited out a few shots to make that avail to a goal. And we saw at the end, despite it being a very close one to call, I felt like that would have been a goal from Lenan as well. So again, you know, this is unusual to see, to be completely honest. It's very small, very small margins of errors. But already, you know, both teams be brushing off that game and looking towards the next. And this is a great start for SK. That's going to be an early goal for Jetson.
Okay, well, this is different because it took us a few minutes to get the first goal in. This is actually complete opposite end of the spectrum. And yeah, going back to that goal earlier on, I kind of felt like if Lenan trying to like shoot it like to the opposite end of the goal line, I think he wouldn't have had enough time. That's why he risked it to try and take that shot in the closest range possible. But look at this, though. SK with a fantastic start in this game. It's only that Lenan left standing. He can't take it further because he's already taken way too much damage. But in all fairness, the damage has already been done. Semantic did a huge amount there. Jet and the Skyrex trying to do the exact same. As Gear's been cleaned up, the Jet is still there waiting to be picked up, ready for the picking here, but they know they can't do it. They wasted way too much time, but wasn't even that. It's just the respawn cycle here, which has worked in Clash's favor. It would have been one after the other they have to deal with, and it just would not worked out for them. So they decided just to hang back a little bit and just wait for that crucial team wipe.
Oh, Lenan's going to push through here. He's pretty a breakthrough as well, so I think SK will be very careful about this one. Semantic low, but interesting. Like, well, I mean, it's not that bad. There's a minute left, but you know, SK going to go for an early pocket of the ball. They want to go all out on this aggressive. Sky's going to shut down the mid lane there and push the action towards Semantic. And now that Jetson's come back into the mix, and the plant life there will go possibly, well, not in his favor there. That's actually a really nice, solid placement from Guille to ensure that there was no option there. He had to go down. The plant life, the life plant will stay on the map, however, so it will be good for the defensive. And Chaos should probably get rid of that early on, but will not do so. It'll save the shots for Jetson, who goes down very quickly. A lot of pressure then on this defensive here as Clash really want to fight for this ball. But again, until they're able to get to a position where they can get it, SK are all in full control.
Oh, and I'm not going to lie to you, mate. Both these teams are making such great use of the Sprout from the usage and just how they try and use it to the best of his ability and getting a lot of efficiency out of it as well. Jetson coming up on the right-hand side, you can see they're just looking to see if it can continue and pile on more of that pressure onto Gear, and Gear does take a lot of damage in the process. Semantic, though, trying to keep them at bay, does and beats Stu on the little side of Lenan, and already now there's only a couple seconds left, and Gear and Chaos have been very aggressive, but yeah, it's just not going to work out here. With the ball being in the bottom left-hand side, it's going to take way too much time for them to even make something happen even after the team up. But SK Gaming, just so surprised with how quick and how efficient that first goal was at the very beginning. And now 2 games up in this set. And if it was anyone's guess, if no one, well, was watching this, you know, meant the assumption that Clash would be the ones who are ahead, considering this is, you know, one of their strengths, and it's just a little bit of surprise compared to what we've seen in the previous matchup here. But SK Gaming are going to be very happy with it so far. And I've said it before, where if you do come up from the winners finals into the grand finals, you do have a very slow start to the series, depending on how warm you've kept yourself leading into this series. So maybe they're, not as warm as they'd like to be coming to the first set, but second set, yeah, massive difference in comparison. Great slaying power, good predictability on a lot of their shots, and Fortune so far in terms of coordination, just a massive difference overall.
And yeah, I mean, what a great way for SK to get in the minds of Clash, and is clearly working and ruffling some feathers again. We're seeing more errors than we'd normally expect to see here. I do kind of always wonder with the early pocket of the ball whether it's going to pay off. It does ultimately encourage a much more aggressive stance on the other side of the field, and we did see that from Clash, but it was taken care of. You basically need that team wipe, and if you can get that, then you can get the ball and you can get the goal. It's pretty much like an all or nothing kind of idea, and it did pay off really well. I think SK for me are playing this one perfect. They know that this is where Clash feel comfortable, and they're getting in, they're causing a ruckus, and it is working out very well. Especially with the brawler choices as well. I think that Spike here is great to see coming back more into the mix. I think that they're having, again, just like a little tweak for the gadget side of things, a new introduction, and we see a big shift in terms of the meta. So that life plant, definitely providing a ton of value in that game on both sides. And this is a place where Clash are not used to feeling and being in. I mean, they're doing really well in their first set, but it's just unusual to see them struggling in Brawl Ball.
It really is. Like, they're probably speaking to each other now and saying, what on earth's going on here? What is going on? What are we doing? We need to try and sort ourselves out a little bit here, which they could potentially do here. SK Gaming coming up 2-0 in this second set. And I must say that if SK Gaming do take this, then it will demoralize Clash quite a lot, losing to one of their losing to opponents on one of the strongest game modes here, and it's getting very back and forth. Both of the Roses is up against each other. Lennon whipping out that Mortis, as he's definitely known for here, but it looks like Skyrix will be able to dribble that in. Completely different compositions here. I do like the Rosa, the Mortis, and the Poco there for Clash. I'm not going to lie, but of course on the opposite side, it's pretty much the same apart from that Stu, and the heavy push is now going to be coming up here. Kez going to try and sneak in if he can, but he's taking way too much damage. Will he be able to sneak in? Yes, he does, as Chaos is able to take it in, and Jettin must get a couple of kills right towards the very end, as this game is going to be all tied up.
This is scrappy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Both teams, though, gotta be said, did read each other pretty well, and I'm sure, no doubt, looking into the histories to see whether each team are going to do this at this exact moment in time, and Skyrex will seal the deal. SK Gaming then will take Brawl Ball.
I don't know what to really say about that. I'll be honest, when I saw the Mortis from Lenan, I was like, oh, okay, here we go. Things are going to get a little bit sweaty now. And then after that, though, SK Gaming were just able to win their first initial engagements twice and were able to just dribble it all in. Yeah, sure, Lenan, you tried to do as much damage as he could against the Rosa, but it's like with the Rosa, especially with the Super, it's just, it's just nothing to compare it to, really. It's like just trying to hit a rock, really. Not really going to do much, are you? Just going to dribble it in nicely, and that's going to be it. And I must say, fantastic job overall. It's funny that both teams decided to go for very similar compositions, apart from, of course, the Stu pick on the side of SK. But it did work out, pretty well for them. I suppose they were assuming that with the Mortis instead, they could have a lot more aggression. I think you kind of felt like Clash with the composition they had, they were looking to do the exact same thing. Both teams had the exact same game plan, especially with the Rosa as well, but not to go in their favour. So SK winning that 3-0 in the second set, one of the strongest game modes for Clash. Not something you see every day.
It's not, and that's going to definitely shake them a little bit. I felt like, for me, it's probably more a go-to from the Clash side. I could be wrong. So I would put it down as being probably a good read from SK, to be fair. It's probably the time that Clash would have brought out the Mortis, and therefore being, this map, it would have been perfect sense to bring out a Rosa as well, along with the Poker to keep the survivability of that Mortis. So I think that was well read from both sides, really. If it was their way around, then so be it. Great for Clash as well to have seen that coming. But going into our next map, then Hard Rock Mine, then, and Gem Grab. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Mortis come out and play again here, to be fair. I mean, Clash have been keeping quite reserved on that side today, which is unlike them. And Roses as well. It kind of felt like that last game was maybe a little bit of an insight into this one. I think Rico on the lane, Stu for sure we're going to see again. And the Bell as well to add into that from SK from both sides. I do like the Bell mid here. We've seen a bit more of Piper coming into play in Hard Rock Mine recently, but I still think that Bell has got a lot of abilities to see people within the bush lurking. But now it's going to be IKS lurking on this left-hand side. Skyrex has got nowhere to go. He's completely out of position. He's completely overran. As a great and very aggressive start for Clash, we'll see SK Gaming straight away in the back of their spawn as quick as they left it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Skyrex is thinking to himself, yeah, I'm getting straight out of there. But Lenan manages to catch him with his trousers down once again. Actually takes down 2 of the players there. Semantic does get 1, so not all doom and gloom here for SK Gaming, but it will be now. Lenan is just, he's been on an absolute tear so far. Literally, everything he's doing, he's actually just improvising on the fly, just switching lanes, making sure he should not have got away with that. Still takes down Jetton as Skyrex does finally clean him up. He's trying to find gear at the same time, but it looks like he's going to put his focus onto Chaos instead. So this is good retaliation here from SK Gaming. Good trades as well, very back and forth, but they need to keep their eyes on Lenan here, just looking for those crucial flanks, just trying to see if they can bait them out in any way, shape or form, or just try and take him down by any means. But Lenan's trying to recover. He's trying to back off from Jetton. Gear takes down Semantic, and Skyrex has to pull back, almost take it down. He has the 1-6 gems. They could actually start the counter if they get close enough, but they don't want to take the risk, as so far Jetton just sneaking around on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Semantic could not go through the mid there. He knew that he was not the person to be holding those gems, and now we are back to being tied up. Very interesting to see that Clash didn't try to contest that as well. They may have gone for a little bit of an attempt to do so, but now Skyrex starting to connect those shots onto Guille, and a great time to do so as Semantic does go down very narrowly. IKS will heal up very quickly as a result of that bouncy castle gadget, and now again we're seeing that same idea of Skyrex being outnumbered, and he's got to stay alive this time. He does immensely well on the jukes, and Semantic out of nowhere coming in with a takedown, immediately responded to by IKS, but nonetheless, where did he come from?
That's what I was thinking at the same time. Countdown to start, but it's been reset once again. It is 9-0, another takedown. SK Gaming is looking very good for them to get this first game on the board. But Lenan's been taken. No, that's going to be absolutely it here, as Guille will be the last one left standing. He realizes it as well. It's just too little, too late. Going to be put in a really bad situation, and that's going to be over. But SK Gaming will be able to take this first game in this set.
It's like the pressure though that we saw, especially that first stage when Clash just went super aggressive. I kind of feel like this is like the safe comp to go with. I think it kind of caters to a lot of ideas, and it can shut down, even something as strong as Rosa and other heal ideas as well, with the Rico being in such a great place right now. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if we start to see some adaptations occurring in a little bit of a moment's time, as the mind games start to take their toll and start to come into the mix. Again, from memory, the bans from SK were Ems and Amber. I think, yeah, from Clash, they were Jean and the El Primo as well, just their go-to standard bans, as we've seen them do time and time again. If you're just joining the stream, that's what they won't be able to be playing. Again, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a Piper coming in. And the question is, if we do see that adaptation, where we may see an opposing Rosa, because that would be a great way to counter the idea and just kind of get it off and out the way. But either way you look at it, I mean, this is really the time now for SK to continue the momentum off the back of those games of Brawl Ball. Clash with a fantastic start, but they now also need to demonstrate themselves in Gem Grab, massively so.
Yeah, but just adapting on the fly midway through each of these games. It's not after each game, it's literally during these games. And this is what separates these two teams. It's already now seen a couple of changes over the end on that right-hand side, fighting against Semantic. Jetton have to deal with Lenan's shenanigans once again here. Ark, you know what he's been up to. Semantic managed to win that engagement over Gear and push up into that right lane. Lenan does take down Skyrex. We've been waiting for him to get up to some kind of mischief here, Ark, and he does. He's still hovering around the bottom right-hand side, waiting to get that crucial flank onto one of his players. But Skyrex knows exactly what he's up to. Managed to keep him at bay, taking a huge amount of damage as well. Will he be able to clean him up? Oh, just out of range, and Lenan's able to fight for another day. But you can see on the left-hand side as well, Guille and Jet are still fighting back and forth, and still somehow survives, and Chaos does take down Jetton.
This is much better from Clash. I like the change to the Tara as well. Even though Guille can do there, and he's going to hunker down this side here. Might be the better side for Semantic to switch to be fair, as he can break through a lot of that. But Jetton did really well to push it back as quickly as he did. Semantic low though, and Lenan knows that. Wants to go on the hunt, can't quite connect the shots. The healing, Gasso healing from the star power there coming into play, and Semantic is eventually taken care of. Countdown for Clash, and a great time for it.
Certainly is indeed. 12 seconds left for them to try and make something happen, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late. Skyrex is going to be pushing on up, but he would not be able to make any kind of difference so far. Lenan is just trying to stay alive. He doesn't have to, though. It doesn't matter. He's already done his job perfectly. And that was a much more convincing win from Clash there. Great adaptation overall. Lenan just, just getting up to mischief once again. He's like a cartoon character at the moment sometimes. It's just very dodgy what he gets up to and gets away with so much. But this is his individual prowess once again. It's just outstanding to see him. Not the fact that he gets away with a lot. It's not that at all. It's just he's just choosing, his positions wisely, choosing when to be the aggressor, the flanks he selects. And it's just overall his decision-making that just makes him a tip-top player here in this matchup.
I mean, this is better. This is better. We need to see more of this kind of style. And I mean, again, I think that Tara here was a really, really good shout. I think that Guille knows those really good places to situate himself on the map when it comes to this particular brawler. And time and time again, he gets into a spot where you just know that you've got no choice. You have to kind of either swap a lane or apply pressure in a certain way. But if he's got super and he's hiding behind that wall, it's a really daunting thing. If anything, having your super as Tara is similar to Gene. You don't have to use it, just simply to be able to flex it and make your opponent be wary of you, and it makes a more cautious play style. So I do like that, and Clash are going to continue with that. I think that's pretty wise under the circumstances. We're tied up in terms of the games of this particular set. Semantic and Lenan. Semantic lower than the 2, but the support from Skyrex key here. But that bounce back, it won't, and so Skyrex will seal the deal in the end. But yeah, I feel like SK at the moment needs to get these takedowns a little bit faster to be able to assert more pressure.
Yeah, Lenan did a great job trying to stay alive and also gets that first initial kill onto Semantic. He should have pulled back a little bit sooner, though, because Skyrex was pretending to back away, but actually he just came back. He managed to clean him up, but that's going to be fine as Lenan takes down Semantic once again. And this is where it's going to cause problems. Look, he's on that far left-hand side. He's pretty much on their side on the map, and they don't know what to do. They need to prioritize the kill. Again, Skyrex has been literally just playing out of his mind so far. He knows that he has to prioritize Lenan. He knows that if he comes up any further or he does get away, then it's going to be really, really tough for them to come back from. But he's definitely been the game changer so far, keeping SK in this matchup.
Great takedown from Lenan on the left-hand side there as well. Chaos Mark II, so definitely wary of that. Lenan maybe taking the moment there, maybe intentionally, you never know. Sometimes when the players are a little bit further back, then they might try to trigger some of those, but I think that may have been a little bit of a slip. As Skyrex now reaps the rewards, 3 gems into the pocket. That's going to be a fantastic moment, especially with Jetson locking down this right-hand side. Semantic and the heavy fire goes down. A bit of a saving grace move for Clash. They have got the Tara super to hand. The black hole will be vital here for Gabe to connect with if he wants to go for it. And Skyrex is continuing to miss these marks from Chaos. I mean, he's marked anyway, but I have noticed he has been continuously able to evade a lot of them. But now look at Guille in the spot here. What a great position for him. Taken down, though, and a chance for Clash to be able to capitalize.
Certainly is indeed. The countdown has begun. And already Lenan and Chaos looking to try and find that crucial opening. But Jetson has been cleaned up. There's going to be numbers advantage here for Clash. But how are they going to be able to do this? Will they be able to survive to the bitter end? Jetson can come in at least body block for a little bit. Semantic does take down one. And looks like they will be able to stay alive and to win at the second game. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm close to a cardiac arrest here. Every single game has been so closer to the wire. I think out of all the games we've seen in the last few sets, I think we've had one which was kind of convincing to a certain extent, and that's literally been about it from what we've dissected so far.
I gotta shout out Skyrex in that countdown stage. He went with a blind mark. He just kind of used his initiative to realize that this moment here, just blind mark, connected, got the support. Guille would have been a real danger there. He could have got a suck and that could have turned around the whole entire moment. But it was perfectly timed. He just kind of knew that was going to be likely where Guille was going to approach from. And he was spot on. That mark provided the quick and swift takedown. As I feel like that was a big saving grace there for SK in his final moments.
Certainly was indeed, but it's funny that Lenan is just still getting away with a huge amount, but you've seen why though. Semantic's losing those duels against Lenan every time. And then when you see it happen, you're just like, oh, this is going to be it. Clash is going to start walking all over them. But Skyrex has just been like a statue pretty much. It's the immovable object. Just you saw there and each and every single time, making sure he cleans up Lenana every single time he makes that push. But Lenana's still doing a great job, but Scarix has just got better prediction on where his whereabouts is going to be and where his position is going to be. Because Lenana's only, let's be honest, there's only so far he can go with those pushes. Only a few tiles where he's going to be. But at the end of the day, Scarix still making great predictions on where he's going to be pushing from, or his next decision making, or next decision he's going to make in the end. Lenan and Chaos already get the first 2 kills, and what a surprise, Lenan on that front line just getting ready to cause more mischief.
Yeah, honestly, to reiterate that as well about Scarix, for me, I feel like he's a bit of a rock in the competitive community. Yeah. He's so humble and so quiet. I love the fact that we had an interview with Scarix because he's very elusive in that sense. And, he's always so solid. And often because of his role, he's very supportive, very mid-based, and lets, a lot of the aggression more shine through Semantic and Jet. And I feel like he often gets forgotten, and he should never be in that position because ultimately he's been around the longest out of most of the players in the scene. And just does such a great job of providing that support, and the way that he approaches every single game. Again, a nice mark and a follow-up onto Lenan, and he's able to then come back into the mid. Continuation shots onto Gear as well on the left-hand side to allow Semantic to come from behind there. And as quickly as that, you see just how these subtle plays can make such a big impact when it comes to the team as an overall.
You saw Semantic, he had enough. He wanted to push in forward in that left lane to take down Gear, which he successfully does. Chaos still with those 6 gems in hand in the front line as well, just trying to get in range with a couple of players on SK, but it does pay the price in the end. Lenan is having to try and stay alive. The countdown has started, but who do you go for first? Well, of course, you're going to try and take down Semantic. He's the one with the low HP, and look at Ark, he actually gets away. He actually gets away from that. It looks like he's going to be okay. He's got plenty of time. Semantic's just going to chill for a bit, gets a kill anyway onto Guille, so it's going to be pretty damn happy about that. And SK Gaming win that set. Yeah, that was just, it's just all about timing really, wasn't it? Timing of when he should try and pursue that getaway, and he did it very, very well indeed. Any other player would have tried to maybe go and try and get away instantly, or maybe not think about it too much, or just delaying it just a little bit, but he delayed that comeback by quite a mile. Like, he delayed it heavily and still managed to bring those gems back. Still quite surprised, but great play there from Semantic. Great play from every single one of them, actually. They all did their job well to make sure they can secure that set. So, looks like they will be up 2-1.
They will indeed. And I have a heart in my mouth, I won't lie. I mean, there was a moment when Gear had the black hole to hand, and you were saying, there's their home plot, Scott Free. I'm thinking, if he goes for a blind pull right now, he's going to get the takedown. But, I mean, credits to how Semantic played that as well, because he was very much aware of that and just went with 3 consecutive taps. I just was actually kind of surprised that Gear went down that quickly, considering that he was in a great position to be able to make a play there, but obviously without any real idea. Again, we're seeing a lot of support from beyond as opposed to the Psychic Enhancer coming in for Tara recently, and I feel like those moments there would have been a great time to use it and may have been capitalized on. But yeah, that strategic ability to be able to be so composed under pressure there, we saw that delay coming back into the spawn with the gems, and he brought back a little bit of a battle shot. It was ricocheted around, but ultimately a really patient play that had he hesitated, or rather not hesitated and gone too much on the aggressive, he would have been taken down. So I like that way that they were able to retain the countdown.
Yeah, I do indeed. Yeah, it was very tough towards the end, but the adaptation, or actually not the adaptation, the improvisation from SK Gaming worked very well in their favour. And we had to deal with Lenan quite a few times as well, but it looks like they put a lot more pressure onto him this time round, and we're going to see the matchup again. We're going to go into set number 4 in this grand final. If you're just joining us, like I just said, it is a grand final. It is currently 2-1 in terms of series scoreline going to set number 4. We're going to go on for a little bit of bounty, just looking at the compositions so far. I think this is, in a perfect world, this is what we expected, as normally we see the side of SK Gaming, they always rock the Brock instead, with the Nunny and the Piper, and it looks like this time normally you do have a tick, but it looks like they're playing more range, going for the Bell and the Piper instead. Not something we normally see every day, probably because we see the Bell banned on so many different matchups and so many different occasions, but it's looking, it's going back and forth. Clash have that early lead and that blue star as well.
Yeah, I thought Scarx may have been considering the return to center there for the protection, but I think at the end of the day, it was inevitable really that Jetson was going to take the hit there. I kind of prefer the Brock here myself over the Bell, mainly because of the lanes and the way this map's kind of situated. But, you know, definitely I feel like the days of Tick may be dead when it comes to shooting Star. Maybe more so for players that are kind of newer to the game, but definitely in the pro scene, we're seeing far, far less of that particular brawler. And yeah, Brock for the side of SK, Bell for the side of Clash here. There's the return to center on the left-hand side, connecting with our Chaos, but at the moment, not really that much in it. The blue star is with Skyrex, so that's definitely a consideration here to be had. Clash in the lead with 1 star, and now 30 seconds remain. We're going to see a bit of a push, I feel, here on the aggressive side for SK, or a peep. Something needs to be happening soon because time is ticking.
Yeah, textbook stuff as always, especially on this map and on this mode. 20 seconds left as SK do not want to be the ones to, you know, have to push with a massive disadvantage. Jetson took a huge amount of damage that you saw just now, barely able to stay alive. But this is going to be the final engagement. But already SK have taken way too much. Is Lenan able to stay alive? Yes, he will. Does get away, but Chaos takes down Skyrix and also Jetson. Great way to close that game out. So Clash with the early lead in this set to keep themselves going in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time to do it, you know, and again, this would be the second time today if they go to the 5th and final set that they've done so. It's got to be mentioned as well, you know, going back to our play days, that every single play day that these two teams played, it was always going down to the 5th and final set. It was always that way. It was always a 3-2. So, you know, I feel like this could be a mode which caters towards Clash. The Bell pick again, I was kind of really surprised to see. I think it's definitely up there in the top 2 adaptations of ideas. I don't know whether they might actually mix things up themselves despite the win. Go with the Piper, keep SK kind of guessing a little bit as to what they might be thinking, but ultimately it worked out really well. I would like to have seen a bit more peep than I did in that matchup, but ultimately plenty of time for that as it is the first game. But an important win for Clash, an important way to start this this mode of bounty.
It's funny because SK Gaming like to normally, when they're the ones who are behind, especially on this map in particular, like to try and get that lead or, you know, a bit earlier on than leaving it to the final engagement. But the funny thing is Clash were looking to do the exact same thing, which is not something you normally see. There's always one team on the back foot and the others are looking to be the aggressor a little bit earlier on. But both of them are looking for that early advantage every single time, which is great to see because it doesn't make it, you know, too stale in terms of a matchup, in terms of going into this map, because it can get quite stale sometimes when we see, you know, a couple of ticks involved and we don't see the Brock, or maybe we don't see the Bell or anything like that either, just to add additional aggression. But it's nice to see that both teams are looking for that, you know, aggressive factor here. Already Chaos takes down Samantha, looking to gain that blue star, which they rightly do. And this is going to be a brilliant start here for the side of Clash, looking to try and take this set if they can, to take us to the 5th and final set. But still early days in this set so far, as already they're trying to look for any kind of opening. Semantics took a huge amount of damage from that last attack. Lucky for him, he will be able to stay enough to fight another day. Semantics is looking to see what info he can find. As Chaos has only taken a sprinkle himself in that right lane, but will have to pull back ever so slightly as Chaos and Lenan take down 2 of the players of SK. Skyrix looking to try and stay off the best of his ability, which he does. Oh. And you saw Skyrix does take down Gear. So, you know, not all hope is lost. Oh, I was going to say, not all hope is lost yet, but Chaos takes down Skyrix. Straight afterwards, Jetson cleans up Lenan. Sorry, Ark, I'm trying to give you a chance to speak here, but my goodness, it's just absolute carnage.
It is. It's so chaotic. I like the changes from Clash. I felt like it was a good time to keep SK guessing, and going to the Brock, going to the Piper, definitely could kind of see that would be the adaptation there. A lot of that return to center from Scarx was on point. It took the takedown, but SK are not looking comfortable. I've got to say it. They're looking a little bit flustered. They're getting good pressure now, but they've really got to get a lot of takedowns. They need both Gear and IKS, but everyone's kind of low right now. But then the pressure's... Oh, so Scar's going with the peep. That's the reason why. But it was returned straight away. Return back to Chaos. There's the takedown. 10 stars, 14. It's still with Clash right now. And they've got the blue star as well. Oh, the Nan coming in as well. Clash are looking so strong. This peep's going to connect. Couple of mistakes starting to appear for me from SK, and Clash are not hesitating to make the most of this one.
Oh, Guille was dodging like an absolute trooper. It looked like Neo at one point in those last 20 seconds. Just absolutely making life hell for SK Gaming here. Clash now up 2-0 in this set, and if they do win this next one, it does mean we'll be going to a 5th and final set in this grand final. Let's be real, Ark. We couldn't have it any other way here.
Yeah, it would be very, very unlike an El Clasico grand final to not go to the 5th and final set, as it has been nothing else but this entire year round with these two teams. So, you know, I mean, it would seem right, it would seem fitting, it would be a fantastic way to end out the season. And I can't really see it going much other way right now. SK need to make some big changes. I'm not talking necessarily Brawlers, but their playstyle at the moment is unlike them, and Clash looking so at home, so confident. You know, we saw a couple of, I think I saw a missed peep as well from SK in that last game. Got to connect those. They've got to capitalize on every single takedown to get this one back under control, because Clash are looking like they're just no stopping them right now in Bounty.
Looks like the comps have changed slightly once more. Looks like they've gone back to the Bell pick this time. So let's see how it's going to work in their favour. They did manage to rock with the Bell in the first game, and they were perfectly fine with it. So just switching up to maybe more to their strengths in terms of their assets here. So we're going to see how things are going to turn out in this game. Remember, if Clash win this game, it will be tied 2 sets, all going to a 5th and final set. But let's see how it's going to pan out first, though, as Chaos is already causing a lot of trouble for SK on that left-hand side. Needs to back away. He's taken way too much damage, just using the range with the Bell and the versatility of the Bell as well, and also that Piper pushing in for that right-hand lane. So normally see a lot of kills at this point, considering what we've seen from both of these teams, but still, you know, a little bit of a surprise here. We're getting a lot more of a stale matchup in comparison to the previous 2 games. Jetting on 48 HP there, Ark. Oh dear. And he saw as well one of the players having to take a huge amount of damage, but still no kills as of yet.
Scarrett's going out now this time round, but Jet taking a lot of damage, goes down himself. The homemade recipe coming in clutch, and IKS with a really nicely timed return to sender, but returned in favor by Skyrex there. This is very close, and if you notice, like Skyrex and Guille keep swapping lanes at the moment. Skyrex obviously wants to be able to take on the Bell, and you know, Clash keep kind of mixing that one up. Jetson was struggling in the early stages of this game, but now another peep from this game. This is better. They got to keep cycling these peeps and have them coming in, and Guille is going to be the target for it. That's going to give SK a lead. 20 seconds remain.
They've still got time left, though. They don't need to push too far up as of yet. Just out of range here. That was very close. They need to waste probably another 3 or 4 seconds in order to then make this initial push. But yeah, that's going to be it. They took way too much damage here. Lenon can maybe try and find something, but Chaos has taken down Jetton. But still, though, just a tad too late. They were in a bit of a bad spot, you saw there, in terms of positional advantage. SK weren't looking too good. 5 or 10 more seconds. Lenon maybe could have picked him apart a tad, but yeah, only by 1 star. But SK Gaming showing some life in this set.
Yeah, that's one. Is it too little, too late? You know, like have they kind of already given Clash too much of an open window here? They've got a lot of momentum going in, despite SK starting to show some signs of life. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, if they can just get this next game under control, then things will get very interesting. Clash need to take this one. They've got to bring out all the stops, and I think maybe time to go back to the Brock, drop the Bell, and you know, I mean, this was the comp which they ran at the very beginning of things around, and it worked out well. But I feel like they just didn't quite seal the deal enough there. SK are starting to get more peep cycles coming in from the Nanny side. They're starting to be a bit more clever in the way that they were trying changing a couple of lanes and making the matchups more favorable for themselves, and they are going to do just that. I think this is the wise choice from Clash, but they got to make it work, and they got to make it work now.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. Going back to the Brock now, switching out the Bell. And you can see, look at that, Geared looking to try and clean up Jetton. But Skyrex takes down Chaos here. Skyrex is still alive on 166 HP and still gets another kill there. What a great way to start things off from SK Gaming, I must say here. Right? This is probably one of the sweatiest shooting star games I've seen in a while.
I can't help but feel like Clash should have done better on the Skyrex moment there, and he actually was able to get a kill during that moment as well. Guille going to break the left-hand side, and I think that's not a bad shout at all, but him coming in now does get the most important person that he could have gone for. Skyrex going down, dropping 4 stars and the blue star, and now Clash are going to close in on this spawn. They want to get the lead at this moment in the game. Return to center, that will seal it as well. That's going to bring them the lead by 1 star with that blue star, but they ain't done yet. They are staying firm in this position. And why would you not? As the peep comes in, that might push things back a little bit.
Yeah, they're hungry for more. Just been a little bit cautious here. They've taken a bit of damage from that. As you can see, Skyrix has taken down Chaos, which means that now Clash have to be the ones to be on the aggressive. Actually, I say that as though they haven't. They have done the entire damn time. And once again, Gia just trying to dodge and weave to see if he can find something left, and now knocked down to 420 HP. And it's going to be very tough here. Gear's making sure he can just stay alive if he can, and so is Chaos as well. They don't want to push up with a disadvantage once again and just dodging so many projectiles, but they're the ones who need to try and go on the attack. They need to make this push happen, and Gear takes up the damage, and oh no, Semantic does take down Chaos, making matters worse for Clash. Semantic's actually pushing on the right-hand side. That's going to be it pretty much. And Semantic just diving on, and it doesn't matter. And a nice little bit of flair there from Semantic right at the very end. And SK Gaming bringing back. They were 2-0 down in this set, and now they are on match point. Actually, no, they're on tournament point now. And one more game, and they'll take the entire ESL Mobile Challenge Finals.
They have just shifted up a serious gear right now. They've realized that, you know, look, we've been here before, we've done it before, we've even got reverse sweeps over this team. Why are we struggling? And they've just absolutely started to realize that even in this defensive position, with maybe some more communication going on in the background and a bit of momentum and team spirit going on, they are now turning this game around, and Clash have got to win this next game. There is no more second chances. It comes down to this, and Clash have got to win this game to stay in the mix. SK have now got so much power over this outcome.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't want Clash to win this so we can see a set 5. It's probably like me being a bit selfish, yeah. But SK Gaming, they are like doing a great job overall. So if they do win this, Ben, you know what, hats off to them. They absolutely deserve it, considering the comeback they've had to make in this set. So let's see what's going to happen, guys. This could be potentially the final game here at the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. If SK Gaming win this, this is going to be a tournament point for them, and they'll win the entire thing. But Clash, though, and definitely not going to go out at all at the very get-go. They do get their first initial kill. But remember, though, SK Gaming do have that blue star. Jetton collected it, you know, only a few seconds ago, done a little bit of damage, or tried to, onto Chaos. And it's going to be looking very tough here. You can see SK Gaming have been a little bit more passive compared to what they usually are. Probably because they switched out back to the bell, which means obviously got a little bit more range to just give them a little bit of help in hand. But you can see there's a lot more caution here as well. Let's see what happens and see what Clash can do to hold this lead.
Yeah, pretty slippery start, and I think rightly so, as now the peep starts to come into play, buying some time to make sure to capitalize on the damage. Return to sender, returned back again, as we see now players being very quick to their thumbs, but Chaos will survive for the transaction. It'll bring them back a little bit in terms of the spawn, and now SK have got to make this moment count. Semantic wants to break, and he will do so as well, and that's going to give Lenan less places to hide. The score is tied. Blue Star, though, in favor of SK.
40 seconds left. That's all SK Gaming need to do now to try and hold on to this. Not just this series, but this tournament win potentially. But Clash are not going to take this line down. And every single time it's gone to the final engagement, it's actually gone in favor of SK Gaming. So Lenan does get cleaned up, and Gia's taken a huge amount of damage in that left lane once again. But when are they going to make this initial push? 20 seconds left. SK Gaming do have that blue star still, remember. And let's see who they're going to try and take down first. But they've already taken way too much damage. They're going to push up on the right-hand side. Lenana's find an opening, but look at the positional advantage Clash have. There's only 4 seconds left. Can they take down at least one of them to try and clean him up? And Lenan takes him down. Wins it by 2 stars. Guys, we are going to a set number 5. God.
No way did that just happen. Oh my word. I really hope that actually after today we get some of the caster reactions that we saw in the North America region last night at the end of the stream, because my reaction there was priceless, I can assure you. My word, I was not... You can see just how little room there was to get that kill. Clash survive on. I didn't see it coming. I thought that was it. I thought SK had it.
I don't know why, but there was a part of me when there was about 10 seconds remaining, I was like, oh my God, Clash have positional advantage. I was like, well, you know, I would say to you before, where when you're kind of in, you know, clumped up in a certain position like they were, you have to prioritize a certain player. And if you actually prioritize just one of them, that would have been it. SK Gaming could have secured that. But the problem is is that, you know, Panic Button was initiated ever so slightly. They was focusing on separate players. Lennar was able to get that final kill, but at the same time, you got to remember that one of the other players, I don't know if it was Lennar, it was someone else in particular. I think it was Gear, was actually pushing in the front line, was actually trying to do the exact same thing. So they're trying to prioritize who they should go for. But sadly, the prioritization was a little bit wrong, going to a 5th set arc. And you know what? Absolutely loving it.
I'm still reeling, mate. I'm still reeling off the back of that one. I could see you talking, I could hear you talking, but honestly, I just can't believe that we just witnessed that. Wow. Hot zone parallel plays is what it comes down to, and yeah, that's where we're heading. That's where we're ending. I cannot wait to see how this one goes. I wouldn't be at all surprised if it came down to tournament point on this one. What an amazing display! I mean, this is like, I mean, we talk about the El Clasico. I think this is the El Clasico between Clash and SK Gaming this year. We have not seen a scoreline that differentiates between a 3-2 in the challenge stage. Not happen. I just can't believe it, and I'm so glad to see it in this stage of the competition.
And 10% of the time in some of these games, it's convincing. The rest of them are literally just back and forth. It's so not back and forth, just very, very tight knit and just very, very close, isn't it? So this 5th set. So if you're just joining us, guys, which I'm sure you probably watched this from the get-go, from the start, and if you haven't, where have you been? It's currently 2-2 in this series. It is a best of 5. So this final set is going to determine who's going to win the ESL Mobile Challenge finals between SK Gaming and AC Milan's Clash. And SK Gaming, you know, they didn't get to the best of starts. Clash winning the first set, SK Gaming winning the next 2 sets. Clash clutching, and I mean clutching at straws in that final game in that last set. And now it's going to come down to this, like you rightly said, arc parallel plays, and it will be with Hot Zone as well. Prediction, what do you think is going to happen? Who do you reckon is going to take this? You probably have an inkling of who it could be, but let's be real, from what we've seen so far, it's very tough to predict. But maybe we could talk about the win conditions as well.
If Clash bring in Sprout, I've seen Sprout do some wondrous things in parallel plays. It's a bit of a risky pick, especially now as Stu with the breakthrough gadget being where it's at. I feel like with Gene being banned here, you're not going to really have that kind of lane pressure on the defensive side. I think that Amber could be playing a vital role here. Bell in the mid playing an absolutely vital role as well. Stu, would definitely seeing him in every game. It's too hard to call. I think that if Clash have got a trick up their sleeve with the Sprout and they find that it's working and they are able to utilize that, then I kind of have to give the edge to Clash just simply because of iChaos being such a go-to with that particular brawler. I just don't know whether the meta now is in a place where it's going to really help to secure that brawler pick. Bell mid is the way to go. I feel like Stu lane is the way to go. I feel like that's either way. I just feel like it's going to be back and forth, or, you know, is there any kind of like hidden magic between any of these two teams? Is there anything which they've obviously come prepared fully with every comp that each other have got? Mortis here, I think, is a very underrated brawler. I think it can bring back a lot of the flow of the action, and as we know that that's a really good, strong go-to pick for Lennar. Is it going to show its face? I don't know at the moment. I think that now with breakthrough where it's at for Stu, that kind of like corner piece on the zones can be broken so easily. Mortis was able to dance behind it so much with little kind of way to counteract it, but now it's going to be an easy break. So I don't know. These two teams are just too closely matched. I
feel bad picking your brains because your brain must have melted after that last set.
Mine
melted before the grand finals started, so mine's just all over the place here. But yeah, this is like, you know, what we pictured in the perfect world going to set number 5. These guys have been grueling at each other for the last 3 months, of course, with everyone else in the competition here. Even back in the ESL Mobile Open, planes and the ladder as well all come down to this final set as well. And remember, guys, this is the difference between $9,000. This one set is going to be a $9,000 cracker here. Of course, the winner walks away with $18,000. So yeah, the fact that it could go to one game or just one set alone is just more than enough. And it's just great. And the pressure on these two teams, they are, you know, I was saying earlier, they were absolutely sweating coming to set 4. God knows what it's going to be like now for them. As it's very difficult when you've had a long-winded series like this back to back again and again. There's only so much you can adapt, and you can become a little bit predictable now, which needing to be, you know, keeping a careful eye on, because it's very tough, especially in this hot weather, in this environment, playing this long. It can be quite tough considering the circumstances or the scenarios they put themselves in. So don't worry, guys. Like we said, if you're just joining us, this is the grand finals. It's currently 2-2 in this best of 5. The players are just currently getting ready, just shaping up to have a bit of a chin wag, a bit of a natter to each other to discuss exactly how they want to approach this set, having a little bit of a break so they can get ready to see a mammoth, like a massive set coming into. Like I said before, it's a $9,000 difference between first and second coming into this, and to sit between these two, it's nothing short of amazing.
Exactly that. It's a huge sum. 18,000 euros for first place, 9,000 for second. And again, if you're at home are thinking, well, kind of like the idea of that, and it doesn't look that hard, try it. Exclamation mark sign up. That's the way to go for the next season. And it could genuinely be you in that position. There's a lot of competition, but we want to see an underdog story. Absolutely. If you've never given it a go, I would love to see everyone giving that the best shot coming into that season, because you can just see like the level of competition, and for someone to come in and really disrupt that, I love the sound of it. At the moment though, these are the two teams that we've had our eye on all the year long, and it wouldn't be a grand final in my opinion unless it went to the 5th and final set. Parallel Plays is the map, Hot Zone is the mode. So, I think the most important decision that teams are going to have to make going into this map is kind of like, do they want to just kind of focus on capping the zone in their own defensive position, or do they want to go on the aggressive? And again, these are two very aggressive teams, probably some of the most aggressive teams in this region. Or do they want to just kind of play it safe, cap their zone, and then start to look towards getting those additional points towards their total? I don't know, but I'm curious to find out.
Yeah, I am indeed. And like you rightly said, exclamation mark sign up if you want to sign up for the next season of the ESL Mobile Open. I've probably only seen it 2 or 3 times in the last 20 years in terms of like the Cinderella stories with like barely any experience to climb on up. But, I think we're due for one at some stage, so make sure you sign up there as well. But until then, we're just waiting for the players to still get ready for the final set of this series. So whilst we go away for a little bit, we've got some entertainment for you here, a few videos just to check up on before this last set begins. So make sure you tell all your family and friends and everyone else in between about this series is going to get underway. So, and the goldfish as well, mate, and whatever pets you've got in the house. There might be other pets, mate. You never know these days. Never know these days. I'll go tell my cat in a minute. But until then, we'll see you in just a few moments.
Something that you make the players work on as a coach, so like, or do they just do it themselves? Because obviously you guys, you go from one game mode to another game mode to another game mode, and you'll bring out completely different comps. Is this something that you practice on, force the guys to work on?
Yeah, there are brawlers that are specifically for one person. Sorry. Like, for example, Max is from Lenine, or Tar is for Guille, but it's true that sometimes we need to play 2 brawlers of Guille, for example. And we don't know what to do, so we prepare in scrims and in some trainings. We see, okay, we need someone to train this brawler too, because we need to play both brawlers. So we normally, in a screen, we do like, there is one person that always do with this brawler the game, but sometimes we need to have a second player that needs to play too.
Excellent information. I love picking the brains of coaches to see exactly what's going on behind the scenes. Let's talk about the finals. Obviously, you're going into it. What are the hopes and expectations? I guess from Clash's point of view and yourselves, it's got to be to win it, right? Take it all. Yeah,
we want to win. We are training a lot. This week we are really focused in the finals because it's a lot of money and it's a tournament that we want to win, because the ESL, we have won in Spain, the ESL Spain, one year ago, and now we want to be the European champion, so we are going to train in a lot.
Excellent, fantastic to hear. Roll, you've been fantastic. It's great to get the information from you. You got anything out there that yourself and the players want to get out to the fans? Because there's a lot of support for you guys every time you're playing.
Yeah, as I have said in other interviews, thanks for all the fans that are always supporting us, and we will win for them.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, and best of luck in the finals.
Thank you.
A lovely role there, just giving his opinion coming into this ESL Mobile Challenge finals. We're still just biding our time at the moment, just chilling and waiting. It's, you could say we're building up tension. You think that, because, yeah, we're technically doing that as well, as waiting for them to get ready to get themselves sorted, because we want to be fully prepared coming into this final set. And Yeah, Ark, we've been talking about it constantly the entire time about how, you know, there's a $9,000 difference between first and second in this final set. It's going to be game changer. And for these guys as well, it's going to be, you know, it's for all the marbles really coming into this final set.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether we're going to have any mind games come into play. No doubt we will. But more and more excited to see any real outstanding brawlers that we just didn't expect to see, ideally. I mean, when you get to this stage of the competition, I mean, this is the final stage. You probably want to be playing it a little bit on the safe side, but at the moment, you know, both of these two teams have brought in some really interesting ideas that we didn't expect to see today. I mean, Mr. P making an appearance, who would have thought about that one?
Yeah.
So at this point in time, I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised. I mean, we were discussing, you know, brawler ideas before the break, and I feel like Stu is definitely going to be on both sides. I think that whittles it down a fair bit. I think Bell, for me, is a decent mid here, and probably arguably one of the best mids. Again, if you're just joining the stream, where have you been? You've missed loads, but the bans from memory were El Primo, Gene, Ems, and Ems and Amber. So Amber here out of the mix is important. Ruff's going to come into play then for that reason for SK. And on the other side as well for Clash. Other than that, it's going to be, yeah, definitely. I'm going to look around for star powers. I'm looking to see in the build promotion on the side of Clash. Didn't quite catch it on SK's side, but definitely pay attention to see whether Jetson is running that. I assume so. And it's definitely going to be SK all about defense right now, doubling down the left-hand side as our Clash. Very similar brawler ideas, and Lenan's going to break that side. That's an interesting start, got to be said.
Here we go, guys. Final set in this grand final for all the marbles, like we rightly said, once again, to see who's going to take this entire championship. And now Semantic just push on that right-hand side. Lenan goes diving in. Has already taken out Skyrix. And Gia is going to try and help him with the bell. And does take down Jet in there. Brilliant stuff. Great teamwork. Great coordination there from both Gia and Lenan. And also good teamwork once again from the exact same two players. Just keeping SK at bay. And Jetson, he's going to have to wait.
Yeah, Lenan's in a great spot here. And look at the pressure now that SK have got to deal with. It's very close. It's on the other side of things. The zone is being capped, but at the moment, the lead is with AC Milan Clash, and there's no seeing them off the zone at the moment. Skyrix clears up the right-hand side, but if nothing changes, this is going to go surely. Yes, Semantic there still sitting there, and but at the moment, the numbers are in favor of Clash. They're going to take it by the narrowest of narrow margins, but nonetheless, remained untouched. That's a great start. You can't deny that's a great start.
It was very risky at the same time, but I think they were hoping for Semantic to come out of that top right zone to pile on the pressure, but he didn't, did he? He stayed there the entire time and just thought, well, you know, my teammates have got 2 or 3 chances to try and get him out. They couldn't. Yeah. They stayed in there the entire time, and do you know what? That takes a lot of balls, a lot of discipline there to stay in for that long. Like, Semantic definitely held his own there to make sure that, you know, okay, he can't really do much apart from just gain as much percentile from the objective. But I don't blame him either, because at the same time, they thought like he's got a few opportunities to try and bag that left zone, but they just couldn't.
You kind of have to hope that your teammates can handle the situation. I think we saw that a little bit earlier today as well, Exo, on the heist map when Curse was on the safe with the nanny. You know, sometimes it's just like you have to weigh out your options and think, like, if I get off this zone, we may live to regret that. And I think that in hindsight, it's probably the wise decision ultimately to get even to be in the point of being able to contest that zone. Would have spent a ton of time, and then to go back to then go on the zone and try to rekindle the points that you weren't gaining at that time. It's a really, really tough one to call. I think that on the hindsight, SK did the best they did. You know, Val can do a lot of work between those rough sandbags and definitely on that zone maximize on a lot of the value, but just wasn't enough time really, just wasn't enough pressure either. Definitely some learnings already for SK to take along from that one. And, you know, great start for Clash. They'll be very, very pleased with that.
I don't think either team made a bad decision anyway. I think what Semantic did was perfectly fine. It's just they couldn't find an opening as they were holding on to that left zone, which was a little bit of a shame. They had a few chances, but just couldn't make them work. As now, Jettin and Skyrix still in the center and that left lane, trying to keep all the players at Clash at bay on that right-hand side, but still getting that percentage so important with that objective. Lenan is just on that run and trying to put on a little bit of pressure, but Gear's trying to do the same thing as well, but Jet is making sure he cannot push up as gets behind Skyrix. Skyrix still alive here, but also trying to be proactive to take out those sandbags to give themselves a bit more leeway. But Chaos does take down Semantic. It's going to be an opening for them to push on up as Skyrex and Jetten had to relieve that pressure and now on a defensive.
Okay, well, at the moment, Skyrex got to get this mark and he's got to make it count. Onto Guille, nicely done. You see how quickly the takedown was off the back of that idea. Ruffs will give the supply drop over then and give the damage buff, and that's a really dangerous brawler to have it in all fairness now. And we're starting to see a very different approach. Semantic just powering through the wall there with the breakout, and it goes down in the end, but they're looking a much better SK Gaming for me right now. They can hold this mid enough, long enough for the for Semantic to come back into the mix. There's also a supply drop going up to Guille, so leveling out the playing field just a little bit. There's 2 buffs on the favorite clashes. They should be able to defend this better than SK on the offensive, but 1 takedown is all it will take, and that's 1 for Lenan. That's going to bring the pressure straight back to Skyrex.
Oh, Lenan and Semantic had the exact same idea, but Lenan came up on top. He also takes down Skyrex. Semantic's going to get cleaned up as well. Jetten all on his lonesome in that last position, and Chaos cleans him up. That's going to be a team wipe. Huge advantage here for Clash to try and walk away with this game if they can. But again, oh, Chaos takes down Skyrex. Jetten again in the exact same position. Semantic trying to get another angle. He does not. He gets cleaned up. That's going to be another team wipe, but Skyrex is pushed in way too deep. He's going to be alone, just segregating the spawns once again, or he could be trying to distract, but it's not going to be enough. And this is just absolute textbook stuff from Clash. Only 5% more. Skyrex does take down Chaos eventually, but it's going to be way too little too late. And I must say, that was a convincing win there from Clash, as we saw SK Gaming were just way too spread out on a number of occasions, numerous occasions to say the least. And dare I say it, Clash now on tournament point.
Can you imagine if Clash win this next game? From that clutchest of clutch moments in Bounty to consecutive wins, potentially here on parallel plays. And that, you know, this is the position that SK were in the previous set. I mean, they've got to really now start to turn this around, and quickly at that. More often than not, it was Skyrex left alone. So that's got to be the biggest consideration here. And I don't know whether this is the time to really experiment too much in terms of the comp, to be able to turn the tides back into their favor. Very, very challenging stuff. One thing to be said about SK Gaming is that they are a team which respond very well under pressure. But this is the grand final. This is facing off against tournament point. This is pressure beyond pressure right now for them to have to deal with.
Here we go. Clash on tournament point. They looked phenomenal in that last game. Much better compared to the first one anyway. And SK Gaming, they're going to have to try and reverse sweep in this set. Can they do it? They definitely can, but let's see if they can perform any better compared to these last couple of games. Semantic and Jetten are looking to bait and switch against Guille when they find the opportunity, and they've done a little bit of damage to him, but not a huge amount to turn the tide, as Guille just looking to try and recover, as both Jetten and Semantic just trying to dilly-dally around behind the structure to try and see if it can find out where Guille is going to push from. They know he's going to stay in that left lane, but at the same time, Clash do have a tiny edge in terms of objectives. Skyrex is trying to see if it can try and push Clash out of that right zone, but they haven't as of yet. And it looks like it's been very similar in terms of what they want to do in terms of plan of action. And already, though, both on 50% here, Ark.
Yeah, this is what I kind of expected to see, just to be playing it safe. And Semantic now with a very important takedown, but returned very quickly by Lenan on the right-hand side for Skyrex to keep the pressure balanced as the supply drop comes in, giving him that damage buff and the additional HP as well. The sandbags are going to go down pretty swiftly as Skyrex does land the mark onto Lenan as well. Much better from SK. Jetten so low on the left-hand side, though, is forced back as a result of that. And now Clash is starting to creep on up the map.
Still no objective difference yet, as Skyrex pushing all the way up on the right-hand side. Semantic takes down Guille, and this is looking very good for SK Gaming, as Lenan is trying to contest the best he can against Skyrex. Gets cleaned up. Chaos trying to stay alive. Not going to happen. That is going to be a team wipe in favor of SK Gaming. Lenan is going to be the first player to come out the gates, but how long for? It looks like they're going to be in the same situation as what they put SK Gaming in that last game, up by 30%. As Skyrex takes down Guille, which is going to give him a lot of leeway now. Chaos is just trying to keep himself alive, which he does to try and regain an element of control. And Semantic having to deal with Lenard. If he takes him down, that will be huge. But he misses a few crucial shots here, Ark, as he does get away. The entire team pushing up in a wolf pack. But this is literally tooth and nail here, Ark.
Yeah, such an important moment there for SK to get that zone as long as they did. But the return now, they've got to keep this under control. They've got to keep Clash back. And that's a very important takedown from Jetson onto Chaos. Semantic dancing again and hitting a few more of these shots this time round. ScarX for support. This is definitely looking like SK are giving themselves a couple more fighting chances in this series. And this could be the time that they can get inside the heads of Clash to bring it even closer. I feel like they've dodged a bullet. Can they dodge a couple more? I don't think there's any time that Clash yet. Nothing they can do about this one. A saving grace, but will they continue this on?
Ooh, SK Gaming are clawing back here, Ark, and you gotta love to see it as well. I was a little bit worried at first, because in terms of objective, they were up by like a quarter or half a second. Both teams were doing the exact same thing, let's be honest, in terms of their plan of action. Skyrox was just trying to find an opening in the right-hand side, and you saw on the opposite end the player who was playing Bell for Clash, I think it was Gear at the time, doing the exact same thing. But it took a while. And this is what I mean by adaptation. But when it's kind of like that, it's very difficult, especially in a stalemate situation. And you saw there, it took a bit of time to, you know, to see one of these players to come out the gate strong. And you saw at the same time, SK Gaming put Clash in the exact same position as before. They just got to be careful that on the spawn, yeah, sure, fair enough, they want to come out and use a little bit of that respawn immunity to tank that damage and be able to get a different angle, you could say, more of a positional advantage. But at the same time, you can get cleaned up very, very quickly in the process. So it's all about how much information you can gather when you do come out straight from the get-go on the spawn.
Yeah, I kind of did wonder whether we might see a bit more of an aggressive start, you know, going straight towards that first zone on the top right-hand side as opposed to the bottom. But I think it's the safer way to go, just to kind of capture your own zone. And, you know, the question now is, I mean, you know, SK were on match, you know, tournament point in Bounty, and it was Clash who turned it around and got the clutch. That would, for me, maybe hint towards it being SK Gaming's turn in that respect. I don't know, they've got still a bit of a mountain to climb here. They've got to hold off Clash to have any chance of not leaving at this stage. You know, if Clash win this game, they will be declared victorious of this tournament. So everything at stake on this game.
Tournament point number 2 for Clash now. So you see, hopefully, if SK Gaming do win this, it will be their second tournament point as well. It's just absolute madness now. But still, SK Gaming with a very early advantage. Both teams just trying to feed each other out once again. Chaos just actually pushed down very aggressively. Oh, look at this, though. Skyrox has found an opening here. Right? They're taking down Lenana's. Jet is taking him with him just to try and support him just a little bit more. Lenana's rejoined with the rest of the pack, but what's their plan of action going to be? As Lenana's trying to push on up, but every single player from Clash has taken some heavy damage. They're just walking away with the objective here, Ark, already up to 66%.
Yeah, SK is starting to batten down the hatches, and again, I was wondering whether is anyone going to be bold enough to go straight onto the aggressive early on, and that, I think, was a great play from SK at the perfect time. The Jesse pick is very strong here. I just don't know whether it has the aggression to match the SK Gaming comp. Lenana on his own, going to get taken down surely very quickly as all 3 players focus on just him. Chaos now has turret, but it's just going to go into the middle of the map, in the middle of nowhere, not on the zone to defend it, where it needs to really go. And I feel like SK now are in such a good spot to take this potentially here to tournament point.
Yeah, 3% left. Skyrix, we have to talk about him. He's been a bit of a cheeky mare throughout that majority of that game, hitting so many perfect shots. Okay, we could talk about the strategy and everything behind it, but he was just hitting everything, was he? He's been a little aim star across the board in that right lane. Phenomenal stuff with that Bell. And I must say, now it's going to be tournament point number 3 for Clash and tournament point number 2 now for SK Gaming. So once again, this is for all the marbles, Ark. This one game is the $9,000 difference in terms of prize pool, and to be crowned champion here, the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. And do you know what? We don't know about it any other way here. If SK Gaming have clawed all the way back to tie things up in this final set, going into the final game.
I said it before, I'll say it again. You know, when SK had not a single game on the board in Hot Zone, I said they're a team which respond well to pressure. I just didn't know whether this, this is taking it to a new realm, I'll be honest. Like, I've not really seen them do this at this stage, quite like they are performing right now. And they've brought it back. They've brought it back. They've given themselves the best possible chance. This whole thing comes down to this next game. Whoever gets this game will take home the glory. And again, like, it couldn't be closer. This whole way through the challenge stages has been neck and neck. Every single time it has come down to the final set. But this is tournament point, tournament point. This next game means everything to both of these two teams.
I know, I'm sweating, mate. I'm not even playing in this. It's been ridiculous. Imagine how the players are feeling right now. I can't believe SK have brought it all the way back and basically used their own strategy against him. It's just absolute madness. But make sure you guys in chat let us know who you think is going to win between SK and Clash in this final set, final game in this series of the grand finals. We would not have had it any other way, and we're going to see who's going to be able to get that early start, that early bit of leeway here coming into this final match.
Okay, we got the mirror matchup again. I think it's wise on the side of Clash. They took the risk with the Jessie. It didn't work out. They didn't want to take that risk a second time, but I do like the way these shots are ricocheting between iChaos and Gear. It's definitely going to favor Clash in terms of the aggression. And Scarex now, yeah, taking down that right-hand side lane and staying firm to that as opposed to mid. I think that's a very smart move from him as Lenan very, very low here. One shot is all overtaken. That's going to be a takedown as well. SK creeping up onto the zone, and they start to cap in their favor on that top right-hand side.
Certainly do indeed. Skyrex has been an absolute champion in these last couple of games, just doing the same thing again and again, getting away with it with his great aim and good execution as well, just finding these exploits. Jeton, though, he needs to try and stay alive a little bit longer just to not overstay his welcome or not to overextend, but he has to just slightly, but does stay alive. Semantic, oh, dearie me. You can see Gear does take down Jeton, but does actually get the trade onto Gear, which is perfect now. Skyrex trying to back away, does stay alive. Jeton rejoins with the rest of the group. Good stuff from him to make sure he can support Skyrex to keep him alive. Using the sandbags as well as a bit more cover. Sky, you can see Semantic again takes down Gear up by 11%. This is going to go straight down to the wire here, because now we're going to those final moments.
Now it's creeping around. That's a very important hit from Scarex, and he comes through the walls, flying there. Lenan didn't hesitate at all, and rightly so. He's going to start to cap this zone, and SK have got a problem. They've got to get Lenan. He just powers through, but goes straight into the fire of all those bullets. Jeton juking for his life. My goodness me, very important shots evaded. Now back to full health as Semantic comes in to help. There is the nest egg popping. That's going to get the slowdown, but didn't seem to deter much as Skyrex on the right-hand side pushing through. SK with the T-wipe, and that is such an important moment for them in this tournament competition. Lifespan.
But how are they going to be able to bring this back, though? They're focused on completely different players. They're not focused on one player in particular. Skyrex is still able to stay alive. Semantic takes down one. Lenan managed to get the trade onto Jeton straight after that. Skyrex is still trying to stay alive in that right-hand side. Finally gets taken down. Semantic does clean it up. And it looks like Clash have pretty much given up. They've known it's way too little too late. SK Gaming will be your champions for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. They were down by 2 games in that last set and brought it back 3-2. And do you know what, Bangs? I can see you're shaking your head. You're thinking, what on earth has bloody gone on here in this series? But you know what? We couldn't have had it any other way once again. Congratulations to SK Gaming once more.
That right there, that is a grand final right there. That is absolutely unbelievable. SK Gaming, AC Milan Clash, you have now earned the right to call that match El Clasico, Ark. You have definitely earned that right. I mean, as we look through some replays on the screen, was there a particular moment in that match? I'm going to assume it was the bounty at one point, but that was the turning point for you, Ark.
Yeah, the El Clasico, I'll go as far as to say, yeah. I mean, that bounty moment, I mean, that really kept AC Milan Clash in the game. And as we saw, their performance in the early stages of parallel plays really could have meant that this went a different way. Having that moment, having that chance to have a different turnout was so crucial. And again, my reaction was a picture, I can assure you.
SK Gaming having the championship point at one point, and then it being brought back by AC Milan Clash all the way down to the last game. And then SK managing to bring it back from 2-0 down in games to then win 3-2. I mean, Lethal, surely the tightest game that we've seen this entire Mobile Open.
I would have known, mate. My brain's fried still from the last series. It's been pretty mental. But yeah, that was by far the best series. I wouldn't even just say the best series in the ESL Mobile Open overall. I would say the best I've seen in a long time in just terms of competition in the competitive Brawl Stars scene. I'm not too sure if many people will agree, but you know, it's not every day you see a grand final go to not only 5 sets, but to see SK Gaming, you know, losing in that set number 4 when they should have taken it in clutched up in that final game. And then seeing SK Gaming do the exact same thing, 2 games down in set 5, bring it all back. We can dissect a lot of the strategical elements and the tactic that went through, but I'm not going to lie, I don't want to keep you guys here till 6 AM and then, you know, whatever else. So, but apart from that, yeah, definitely one of the best series we've seen in a very long time.
Well, we have the updated bracket for you to show you on the screen, the results of the Challenge Finals. GG to Reply Totem and to AC Milan Clash, and of course free agents as well. The SK Gaming going undefeated throughout the entirety of the Challenge Finals. An absolutely incredible series for them and an incredible Mobile Open throughout. I mean, Ark, any final words from you, mate?
I feel like you, man. Sorry, I feel like Lethal. Again, but that's just proving it. My brain is fried. It's absolutely fried. I don't know who I'm casting with. Yeah, I mean, SK have earned it. I mean, you look at that, it speaks for itself, doesn't it, really? I mean, but what a journey. What an amazing display of storytelling. So much back and forth, so many clutch turnarounds, and just every player can just be so proud of themselves today. We just had the best final, I think, that we could have ever have hoped for. And it really did come down to the wire to decide it all, as, again, that margin of error, that closeness of competitiveness in this region, that.
All the way down to that. I mean, Lethal, do you have a particular brawler or a particular player that you would like to think of as, you know, MVP of this tournament? Let's start with player.
Oh, do you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. It's very, very tough. Like, you could say, like, Lenan from Clash. You could say Skyritz, considering the shenanigans he got up to in that last game. But it's not even that. There was quite a few players you could say was the MVP. Like, you would say, like, at least 4 or 5 out of the 6 of them in that entire grand final. Like, any one of them could have been the MVP, because it wasn't just one player from each team doing the game changes. It was, like, numerous times. And we were just gobsmacked a few of the things we saw, didn't we, Ark, on a number of occasions. But not only that, we just have to thank all the teams and the players for competing here. That is on Mobile Open. Of course, all the viewers watching at home, and look forward to see how the next season pans out as well.
Well, I think it's about time we hear from one of the players from the winning team, SK Gaming. Congratulations. Pedro, I believe we have you joining us. You must be absolutely elated. Going to having a championship point to then almost conceding the tournament and then bringing it back from 2-0 down. On the comms, was it a sigh of relief at the end, or was it screaming?
Was a mix of both, I would say. Had been really close games, like insanely close. I don't know. I think that we both team playing insane, but I don't know. I feel like we could have closed the game earlier, right on the shooting stars, and then we threw a bit the game. So we are proud, obviously, of our achievement, but we know that we have still a lot more to give.
Yeah, I've got a question as well, particularly, like, you know, of course, I was going to go to that shooting star game. It's a shame that you lost that final game. You could have maybe ended it a bit sooner. But going into that 5th and final set when you were 2-0 down, like, you made some big changes to your play style in order to try and capitalize and try and respond to what Clash were doing. What changes in particular did you make to your strategy in order to try and topple Clash 3 games on the trot?
I have to give a shot to Clash because they always have really interesting strategy, right? And this time they got a better strategy than us. We just, honestly, we just copied, but do it a bit better. We said, okay, let's do the same like them, but let's change this and this because it's gonna be better against the mirror. So yeah, I mean, we just adapt as much as we can to the today strategy.
Copy pasta, yeah, we're familiar with that one. Pedro, I've got to ask, how do you guys stay so relaxed, so composed? Like, I don't see other teams being able to react and behave in the way that you guys do under pressure. Today must have felt like more pressure than any other. What did you guys do to stay so composed? What were the comms like in that instance, and how did you turn this one around?
that's, I would say that the players have, I mean, it's really important to the experience that they have, right? Probably the one with the less experience in tier 1, I mean, in top level is maybe Jeton, but I don't know, he's like an ice, he's a stone, and he don't have feelings, so it's insane to have Jeton in the team. And also, we also really always confident in our playstyle, in our skill, in our team play. Even if we lose, we know that sometimes, most of the game that we lose, we know why we lose, so that means that we trust that we can change something to win. So I think that we just trust in ourselves.
Oh, Pedro, thank you so much for joining us in this interview. Congratulations once again. You are the ESL Mobile Open champions for Brawl Stars. Go and relax and hang out with your team, and congratulations once again.
Thank you again. Thank you for the cast, thank you for the league, and thank you. See you soon.
We will see you soon, I am sure of it. Well, gentlemen, as we close out the Brawl Stars competition for the ESL Mobile Open, it's really been a journey for the players, for production, for us. As mobile games grow in popularity and the competitive scene expands, what are your hopes for next season, Ark?
I mean, I'm going to sound gritty here. I want more. I want more of everything. I want more turnarounds, more competition, more new people coming into the mix and giving it a go for the first time. Ultimately, that is really, for me, the most exciting part of the competitive scene is when someone comes along and says, you know what, like, I see what you're doing, but I think I can do it better. I would like to see more of everything. And again, you know, I just want to reiterate as well, like, how grateful I am to all the people who are working in the background, the production team, players, the coaches, everyone that's all working on that side, and of course, you know, to my co-cast as well, to D-Man and to Lethal and Banks. It's great to have you for the finals as well, and I can be more privileged to be a part of this. It's super exciting to see, and what a great finale! What a great finale!
So, Ark, you want some people to come in and disrupt the status quo among the pro scene, which is great. Lethal, is that going to be you? Can I see you competing next season?
No, I'm retired, mate. My professional days are over. I've put that behind me. That's not going to happen. But I will say that that's the whole point of the ESL Mobile Opens, to give new teams or players a chance to, you know, try and contend with some of these big names. Of course, it's not something you can do instantly, but it gives you the opportunity to try and make a name for yourself here. And I think we've seen it on a few of the occasions as well leading up to it. So not only that, yeah, thanks to all the production. They've been working night and day to make such great events for you guys at home, to make sure you can tune into some of the best action possible. But of course, you guys, the viewers at home, being here, because we wouldn't be able to make this possible, to make it such a monumentous occasion to see such a great final overall.
It really has been amazing. And to your point, Lethal, if you want to enter, just type in sign up, in the chat, and follow the instructions so that you can take part in the full ESL Mobile Open, which is coming up, you know, pretty soon. So get signing up, get quick on it. So to the players, production, and casters involved throughout the Brawl Stars competition, thank you so much for all of your hard work. To SK Gaming, congratulations on a huge win once again, and to the fans who support from home. Your favorite teams, that you support them day in and day out. You are all absolute legends, and you make these esports tournaments all the more exciting. My name is Banks. I'll see you next time.
Wait, go away, I can get some jumps.
Nice. Nice.
Too much jumps.
Map is really open now.
So slow.
Oh, nice shot. Okay,
yeah,
one gadget.
And Stu use one gadget now.
Okay.
Nice, GG guys.
Well played, Lenine, bro. Well played, Lenine, bro.
Nice. Okay, 1v1. Stu coming. Nice.
It's one just two.
I do a lot of damage. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Oh my god, bro.
You have one more sandbag left too.
Zen is coming right side, it's coming for you.
I'm coming. Coming upstairs.
Come on here.
Nice.
I waste my super round.
I do damage, eh? Hyper right. Low.
Okay.
You don't get. GG's. We play, boys.
Okay.
The 9! No way!
Okay. Oh my god.
No?
I respawn now.
I'm dead. Nice.
Okay.
Watch out, who has the gadget, guys? Who has the gadget?
Yeah, I cannot do anything.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up.